Rationalizing U.S. intervention. After the Cold War. Stephen Rosskamm Shalom. Introduction. Chapter 1. The sources of U.S. foreign policy. Capitalism and U.S. foreign policy. Racism and U.S. foreign policy. Sexism, heterosexism, and U.S. foreign policy. Chapter 2. The early Cold War. The continuing Cold War. Moscow's troubling absence. Chapter 3. Stopping the spread of weapons of mass destruction. Grooming the policemen of the Gulf. Arms are for hugging. Better dying through chemistry. Shit and bullshit. Iraq and chemical warfare. Nuclear arms. The Israeli bomb. No nukes and no gas. Chapter 4. Protecting resources. Some crude history. The Iran-Iraq War. The Soviet threat and the rapid deployment force. 2 tracks to Tehran. The American Armada. Indifference and diplomacy. Chapter 589. The Dominican Republic. The Mayaguez. Grenada. Chapter 6111. The Holocaust. Biafra. Bangladesh. Burundi. Cambodia. More massacres. Chapter 7. Terrorism. The case of Libya. 139. The terror connection. Registered stray dogs and foreign plots. An eye for an eye. Adventureland. Chapter 8. Drugs and U.S. foreign policy. 165. Merchants of death. Registered narco-traffickers. The Washington connection. Contraindications. The invasion of Panama. High in the Andes. Uncle Sam to the rescue. Conclusion. 193. Introduction. The Cold War is over. Only yesterday Washington was warning that the Soviet threat was everywhere. The Soviet Union, declared former President Richard Nixon in 1980, was the most powerfully armed expansionist nation the world has ever known. There was no mystery about Soviet intentions, Nixon asserted. The Kremlin leaders do not want war, but they do want the world. And they are rapidly moving into position to get what they want. Anywhere in the Third World where there was trouble, said Ronald Reagan, it was the Soviet Union that underlies all the unrest that is going on. Even Moscow's signing of a fishing agreement with the small South Pacific nation of Vanuatu was viewed as part of its inexorable plan for world domination. Soviet designs were seen as well in Central America, despite the absence of a single Soviet soldier. When a new U.S. Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs was appointed, his first trip was not to Central or South America but to Moscow, the presumed source of all Third World problems. But today, the Warsaw Pact military alliance has been abolished. The Soviet Union itself has ceased to exist and the capacity of its successor states to threaten the security of the United States is essentially nil. The threat to the United States of deliberate attack from that quarter, testified CIA Director Robert Gates, has all but disappeared for the foreseeable future. So why, if the Cold War is over, is the U.S. government so eager to retain its monstrous military establishment? Abandoning the rhetoric that just a few years ago saw Moscow as the source of all the world's problems. Defense Secretary Dick Cheney now tells us that the idea of a security threat was not invented by the Communist Party. It will remain long after the party is gone. The underlying causes of Third World conflicts. Army leaders told Congress in 1990, exist within the developing nations themselves and will not necessarily diminish even if Soviet international behavior continues to moderate. A recent Pentagon document foresaw 7 threats that might endanger the United States, coincidentally requiring a continuation of the bloated military budget. One of them was that 300 Americans at work on closing down Subic Naval Base might be seized and held hostage by a faction of the Philippine Armed Forces in 1999. That U.S. officials claim they will be out of Subic by the end of 1992 seems not to have bothered Pentagon planners. Another scenario had right-wing elements of the Panamanian National Police Force allying themselves with narco-terrorist elements of the left-wing Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia, and threatening to close the Panama Canal unless the government hands over power. One might dismiss such ravings as typical Pentagon propaganda when its budget is challenged, but scenarios and justifications for U.S. interventionism are unfortunately not confined to fanatical generals and admirals. Consider liberal New York Times columnist Leslie Gelb, who ridiculed the Pentagon planners for their 7 scenarios, yet supported their call for preserving NATO, maintaining the United States as a military power of the first magnitude in Asia, and standing ready to use force to prevent the spread of weapons of mass destruction. And he criticized the Pentagon document for not saying anything about ensuring Israeli security, that is, about singling out for protection the strongest state in the Middle East which continues to rule over foreign territory and a subject population. To take another example of the continuing penchant for intervention, one can turn to the New Republic, where senior editor Morton Kondracker recently lashed out at candidate Paul Tsongas's foreign policy record. In virtually every case when America came in conflict with an adversary during his career, Tsongas found that this country was somehow to blame. And in virtually every case when the United States faced the choice of using or threatening military force, Tsongas was opposed to it. Tsongas was hardly a principled anti-interventionist, as Kondracker himself notes. The former senator supported the presence of U.S. troops in Europe, considered the U.S. invasion of Panama probably justified, and does not rule out force as a final resort to curtail Iraq's nuclear program. Yet to Kondracker, Tsongas represents dangerous America-bashing wimpiness, having opposed the Contras and Star Wars. Another New Republic senior editor recently argued that it was important to keep U.S. troops deployed abroad. The case is simple and compelling, he wrote. The presence of American troops overseas gives the United States considerably more power and influence in the world than it would otherwise have. Happy face, interfering in the affairs of other states, New Republic contributing editor Charles Crothammer wrote, is the whole purpose of foreign policy. The call for a peace dividend Crothammer likened to unilateral disarmament. The United States has to maintain a large, technologically advanced, worldwide military force. Even if the Soviet threat is gone. Crothammer remarked in March 1990, there's always the Russian threat, and if that doesn't pan out, we simply have no idea where Germany, China, Japan are headed. How is it possible that interventionist sentiment remains so strong after the demise of the Soviet Union? The puzzle is resolved by realizing that the Soviet threat was never the real motive for U.S. interventionism. The Soviet Union did indeed behave in an imperial manner and did have armed forces far larger than needed for its legitimate self-defense. But U.S. officials always exaggerated the Bolshevik bogey in order to justify their own inflated military machine, which has primed the U.S. economy and been deployed against the forces of social change in the Third World that challenge U.S. hegemony and economic interests. Although Moscow was never the real reason for U.S. interventionism, it served an extremely useful purpose as the rationalization for military and covert ventures abroad. With the collapse of the Soviet threat, U.S. officials have had to work overtime to concoct new alibis to disguise U.S. foreign policy. And, indeed, new enemies have been discovered and new missions for the military have been found. Washington tells us that U.S. armed forces will now be deployed to prevent the spread of weapons of mass destruction, to safeguard resources vital to the survival of the Western world, to protect the victims of human rights abuses or American citizens in danger, to combat international terrorism, and to secure the American public from the scourge of drugs. Each one of these justifications is noble sounding. But false. Chapters 3 through 8 of this book analyze these new rationales for intervention. I try to show that the record of U.S. foreign policy provides no reason to take any of these rationales seriously. The new rationales are simply taking the place of the previous all-defining rationale supplied by the Soviet Union. Chapter 2 reviews the history of the Soviet threat to demonstrate that it too was always more public relations gimmick than anything else. To argue that the justifications of the past and of the future have not been and will not be the real reasons for U.S. interventionism, it is necessary first to suggest what the actual motives driving U.S. foreign policy have been. This is the task of Chapter 1, where I will argue that U.S. foreign policy has been rooted in the dynamics of U.S. capitalism and the racist, sexist, and heterosexist ideology that prevails among U.S. policymakers. That U.S. interventions will persist does not mean that U.S. foreign policy in coming years will be identical to what it has been for the previous half-century. In the conclusion, I will briefly indicate some of the probable differences between U.S. international behavior of the past and of the future. But notwithstanding these differences, there will be a great deal about U.S. foreign policy that will remain unchanged. And, unfortunately, it is likely to continue that way until the domestic structures and values of American society are fundamentally reformed. Chapter 1. The sources of U.S. foreign policy. It should not be very controversial to assert that a country's foreign policy reflects the interests of those who control the country's political system. In a country where wealth is distributed in a highly inequitable manner, where it takes enormous amounts of money to wage a political campaign, where the mass media are owned and controlled by the well-to-do, and where crucial investment decisions are in the hands of the rich, the political system will be controlled by either those who own great wealth or those who serve their interests. Formal democracy is not irrelevant, it is in fact a precondition for building the union movements and popular organizations that can challenge the power of entrenched wealth. But in a country where only 1 out of 6 workers is a union member, where a political party challenging capitalism has never been able to get more than a handful of votes, the rule of capital is largely uncontested. Given this situation, it should not be surprising that state policy represents the interests of those who control the state, namely, the wealthy. Since the wealthy owe their fortunes to the workings of a capitalist economy at home and abroad, it stands to reason that the state will try to preserve capitalism and expand it where possible, and ensure the position of the wealthy within that capitalist environment. Specifically, the state will seek to promote markets for U.S. investment, to secure a dominating position over resources that are needed by U.S. corporations or their competitors, and to crush those who might try to challenge the smooth functioning of the global capitalist system. Despite the rather obvious nature of these observations, U.S. ideologues have sought for years to hide this reality. U.S. foreign policy, wrote the prominent diplomat Charles Bolin some time ago, is not rooted in any national material interest of the United States, as most foreign policies of other countries in the past have been. A 1981 book on the American experience in Asia refers to U.S. policymakers as S6TTT and 6 Tittle 7 IP6 to C-list to distinguish them from the standard imperialists who act out of economic self-interest. Indeed, there is a common argument popularized by Hans Morgenthau and George Kerman among others that the problem with 5. 6. U.S. foreign policy is that it has been too concerned with morality and legality. Morgenthau, for example, retells the famous story of how President William McKinley decided to annex the Philippines only after praying for divine guidance. But even if we ignore the question of whether McKinley really believed God told him to take the Philippines in order to Christianize the people, consider the fact that the purported heavenly advice included the admonition that the United States could not turn the islands over to France or Germany, our commercial rivals in the Orient, for that would be bad business and discreditable. So even if McKinley was following what he regarded as the will of God, his God conveniently was not blind to commercial considerations. To say that U.S. policymakers were guided by the word of a God who just happened to recommend profit maximization is not much different from saying that policymakers worshipped and were motivated by profits. Moral and legal rhetoric have been constant features of U.S. foreign policy, but morality and legality have been essentially irrelevant to those making policy. As Henry Kissinger explained in closed testimony after betraying the Kurdish minority in Iraq, covert action should not be confused with missionary work. Robert Kennedy, in a famous passage of his memoir of the Cuban Missile Crisis, explained how he couldn't support the United States engaging in a Pearl Harbor-like sneak attack, but we now know that in private the Attorney General was suggesting that the United States fabricate some incident like the explosion of the Maine in order to have an excuse to invade Cuba. Even if one considers the U.S. official most responsible for attending to legal considerations, the State Department's legal advisor, one finds a marked indifference to questions of legality. During the missile crisis, when the United States imposed a blockade around Cuba to prevent the Soviet Union from doing what the U.S. had already done, the State Department legal advisor argued that to even ask whether the U.S. action was legal was an inappropriate question. The object of a first-year law school education is to teach students not to ask such questions. Under the Reagan administration, the legal advisor justified the 1986 U.S. bombing raid on Libya, arguing that while the assassination of foreign leaders was barred by presidential order, a military operation aimed at the barracks where Gaddafi was thought to be located did not count as assassination. The advisor also argued that the long-standing and accepted interpretation of the U.S. Soviet anti-ballistic missile treaty was incorrect, thereby allowing the Pentagon to go forward with its Star Wars program. In the words of a Reagan administration Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense, the legal advisor used his creativity and legal skills in order to advise his client on how to do what he wants to do. Senator Daniel Moynihan often denounced the Reagan administration for its cavalier attitude toward the law. But he justified U.S. covert operations against Nicaragua, clear violations of international law. More recently, Moynihan introduced a resolution in the Senate unanimously adopted declaring an undivided Jerusalem to be the capital of Israel. When Israel annexed East Jerusalem in 1967, the General Assembly had twice declared the action illegal, both times by votes of 99-0 with 18 abstentions. The United States abstained but issued a statement saying it would not recognize the validity of the annexation. Nevertheless, Moynihan wished this conquered territory to be Israel's eternal capital, registered simply ignoring the basic legal principle of the inadmissibility of the acquisition of territory by war and the wishes of the local inhabitants. Is it possible that U.S. policymakers have been pursuing global democracy rather than capitalism? The view seems currently popular in the media that the two concepts are one and the same. But anyone aware of the minimal definition of democracy as requiring rule by the people knows that this has never been the U.S. goal. As Henry Cabot Lodge acknowledged at the turn of the century, if justice requires the consent of the governed, then our whole past record of expansion is a crime. Woodrow Wilson proclaimed his devotion to democracy while sponsoring interventions in Haiti, Nicaragua, and Mexico. In 1949, the CIA backed a military coup that deposed the elected government of Syria. In the 1950s, the CIA overthrew the freely elected, democratic government of Guatemala and blocked free elections in Vietnam. In the 60s, the United States undermined democracy in Brazil and in the Congo. In the 70s, the CIA helped to snuff out democracy in Chile. As Kissinger told a top-secret meeting, "I don't see why we need to stand by and watch a country go communist due to the irresponsibility of its own people." When the Vice President of the United States told dictator Ferdinand Marcos of the Philippines in 1981 that "we love your adherence to democratic principle," it was obvious that the U.S. commitment to democracy didn't run very deep. Capitalism and U.S. foreign policy. Those who deny the economic motive in U.S. foreign policy sometimes point to alternative explanations that, when examined carefully, prove to be not so independent of economic concerns. Thus, in SQTITIJTIG Title 8. Imperialists, we read that U.S. power projection abroad provided social discipline and a restoration of national purpose. The authors cite the views of Captain Alfred Mahan, who felt that unless the masses accepted the great challenge of expansionism they would move toward rebellion and socialism. But this is hardly a non-economic explanation of imperialism. It is in fact precisely one of the points advanced by Lenin in his classic work on imperialism, only he cited the example of British imperialism and the views of Cecil Rhodes. Often U.S. foreign policy has been motivated by the desire to acquire a strategic position or a military advantage over some rival. But this does not contradict the claim that U.S. foreign policy has economic roots, any more than it would prove that bankers are not motivated by profits because they spend some of their money on vaults instead of lending it out at interest. This confusion is evident in much of the writing on the topic of imperialism. Thus, for example, one writer considers that he has disproved economic explanations of European expansionism because, among the other instances he cites, Upper Burma was seized by Britain not for investment purposes but in order to protect India's frontiers. Given the undeniable British economic stake in India, however, this is no refutation at all. Of course, the United States never had a large, formal overseas empire as did Britain. Its overseas empire has been mostly an informal one, a neocolonial rather than a colonial empire. This has meant that while the United States has generally not sought to bring distant territories under its legal control, it has tried to preserve and extend its economic domination over as many countries as it could. Even some of those who deny that the term imperialism is appropriate for describing the United States essentially concede this point. Henry Pachter has written, for example, the national interest is not to protect individual American firms but to preserve a system of business. The American empire expresses its presence and exercises its influence through the capitalist mode of operation for which it keeps as much of the world open as possible. Benjamin Cohen, another analyst who rejects the view that the United States is imperialist, has stated that what was threatened in Vietnam was not the physical security of the United States, but the security of an economic and social system dependent upon the fruits conferred by America's hegemonial position. A world in which others controlled the course of their own development, and America's hegemonial position was broken, would be a world in which the American system itself would be seriously endangered. Regarding Vietnam, many think they have refuted economic explanations of U.S. policy there by noting that the total cost of the war waged by the United States exceeded by any reasonable measure the value of the Vietnamese economy to U.S. capitalism. But the logic here is faulty. No one would have any difficulty understanding why the cost of capturing a bank robber might sometimes exceed the value of the money stolen. Obviously, the rules of the game have to be enforced if the profit system is to be maintained. To allow one bank robber to escape without any serious effort at apprehension would encourage thousands of others to do likewise. In the same way, what was at stake in Vietnam was not one small market for foreign investment, but the stability of global capitalism. If one third world country could simply opt out of the system, and succeed at some form of independent development, what would keep other countries, perhaps Brazil or Mexico, where the U.S. economic stake was far larger, from doing the same? To make sure that Vietnam would not be such an example to others, Washington spent billions of dollars in a ferocious military assault, and when that effort failed, U.S. policymakers instituted a fanatic economic embargo of Vietnam, still motivated by the desire to make sure that there would be no model of a successful alternative to capitalist subservience. One scholar has done a study that shows there to be a rather weak relationship between the amount of U.S. foreign investment in a country and whether the United States has intervened in that country. But this is irrelevant to the imperialism thesis. Would one expect to find a correlation between a bank's assets and whether the police were sent to the bank? Surely the police are not dispatched to banks whose assets are highest but to those whose assets are threatened. Likewise, it would be a foolish imperialism indeed that in 1965 sent the U.S. Marines to Mexico rather than to the Dominican Republic merely because the investment stake was greater in Mexico. To be sure, the United States has a much more substantial economic stake in the developed countries of Western Europe, Canada, and Japan than in the Third World. Thus, no one would dispute the fact that were the United States faced, for example, with the choice between safeguarding its investments in Great Britain or in Guatemala, it would choose the former. But this formulation is exactly the opposite of the problem as perceived by U.S. policymakers. That is to say, from Washington's point of view, it has not been a question of either the developed countries or the less developed countries, but rather of both or neither. As former ambassador to Japan Edwin O. Reischauer put it, no clear line exists between our very immediate interests in the security and stability of the advanced nations and conditions in the less developed. 10.22. World. Oil is one aspect of this interconnection, but perhaps the best illustration is the attitude of U.S. officials to the relationship between Japan and Southeast Asia in the 1950s. In a very literal sense, Japan's economic survival has required foreign trade. Geography and complementarity made China the natural trading partner for Japan. U.S. officials feared, however, that any Japanese dependence upon trade with China might lead to political accommodation between the two nations and Japan would be lost by the free world. Accordingly, Washington had to assure Japan access to other markets, and Southeast Asia was considered to be the natural choice. This meant that the United States had to prevent Southeast Asia from becoming dominated by China, or even from choosing to develop along self-sufficient lines which might deny a major role to trade with Japan. By the mid-1960s, of course, the situation had changed. Washington found that by assuring the economic viability of Japan, it had permitted Japan to escape its subordination to the United States and to become a major economic competitor. But during the 1950s, U.S. policymakers held the view that it was crucial to secure markets for Japan in Southeast Asia, and the evidence showing that this was so is overwhelming. One can find this argument referred to in official public speeches, in the reports of prestigious study groups, and in secret government policy documents. So the claim that the United States has no serious economic interests in the third world nations of Southeast Asia because Japan is many times more important is simply beside the point. It was precisely in order to preserve Japan within the free world orbit that it was felt necessary to keep Southeast Asia fully integrated into the world capitalist economic system. In retrospect, of course, many U.S. policymakers may wish they had acted otherwise and not provided the markets for Japan that helped it become the economic power it is today. But to say that the United States is imperialist or driven by economic concerns does not mean that U.S. officials are all-knowing. The failure of the Japanese economy to remain subordinate to the United States does not mean that this was not the goal of U.S. policymakers in the 1950s. This same response applies to those who believe that economic motivation was absent from U.S. foreign policy at the turn of the century because the China market that so tempted U.S. political and business leaders never amounted to very much. But, again, the ultimate failure of the China market to develop as anticipated in no way invalidates the claim that it was this anticipation that drove much of U.S. policy in Asia in the early years of the 20th century. Some have tried to refute the claim that the United States is imperialist by pointing to what they consider to be decisive counterexamples, in 11. Stances where a foreign government has nationalized some U.S. owned assets but where Washington did not intervene against, and may even have tolerated, the government in question. This line of argument, however, confuses the contention that the United States is imperialist with the very different view that the United States is both imperialist and omnipotent. If the latter were claimed, then U.S. acceptance of any diminution of its global hegemony would indeed constitute decisive counter-evidence. But, in the real world, there are obvious limits to U.S. power and to the U.S. ability to control events. In some instances, both U.S. government policymakers and corporate officials have concluded that economic interests would not be best served by Washington's involvement in corporate disputes with indigenous governments. In Peru in the early 1970s, for example, the majority of U.S. business interests opposed calls for imposing sanctions on Peruvian sugar in retaliation for the expropriation of the U.S. owned International Petroleum Company. The oil company's behavior was viewed as excessive by most U.S. firms, and the Peruvian government was still generally supportive of foreign investment. Whether this assessment of the Peruvian government turned out to be correct or not, the fact that Washington followed the wishes of most U.S. corporations, rather than those of a single firm, does not disprove the imperialism thesis. Rather, this fact is basically consistent with the thesis. Another critic of the imperialism thesis argues that it overpredicts, in that it would have predicted U.S. intervention in many other cases, such as Cuba after the Bay of Pigs, Chile in 1970-71, and Iraq in 1958. But the imperialism thesis does not predict that the United States will intervene whenever its interests are threatened any more than Newtonian mechanics predicts that an object will invariably move in the direction of an applied force. Before predicting in the latter case, one would have to know whether there were countervailing forces and so on. Likewise, one has to know the costs and benefits of intervention in any particular instance. Only then can one evaluate the actual imperialism thesis, namely, that Washington will intervene whenever so doing appears to U.S. policymakers the best course for maximizing key U.S. economic interests. In the specific cases cited, the United States did not send in troops, but its behavior hardly showed a commitment to a policy of non-intervention. U.S. covert operations were conducted against Cuba after the Bay of Pigs and in Chile throughout the AJ years. As for Iraq in 1958, the United States and Britain deployed troops to adjoining Lebanon and Jordan, but judged that there was no one in Iraq who could restore the monarchy, and that, in light of the Iraqi government's assurances of friendliness to the West. 12. And to Western oil interests, the best that could be done was to attempt to work with the new regime. Significantly, following these assurances not unrelated to the presence of the U.S. troops in Lebanon and the New York headline West to keep out of Iraq unless oil is threatened. Shares of the oil companies with Iraqi investments rose briskly on the London stock market. And the major foreign oil firm in Iraq soon announced its intention to expand its operations there. A few years later the situation changed. In 1961, the Iraqi leader Abdul Karim Qasim moved against the oil companies. But as the imperialism thesis would suggest, U.S. policy changed as well. The CIA tried to assassinate Qasim, and there is suggestive evidence that when the Ba'ath Party overthrew and executed him in February 1963, the CIA cooperated at least to the extent of providing the names of Qasim's communist backers to be murdered. To argue that the dynamics of the capitalist system have been a major source of U.S. foreign policy, is not to suggest that economic factors are alone determinative. If foreign policy reflects the interests of those who control the state, it will reflect not just their narrow economic interests, but their racial and sexual outlook as well. There are some who would reduce all of racism, sexism, and heterosexism to their economic origins. U.S. racism, for example, grew out of the mass expropriation of the land of Native Americans and the labor power of Africans. But such reductionism, even if useful for understanding how and why U.S. racism developed in the specific form it did, seems to miss much of the current-day force of racist ideology. This is even more true with respect to sexism and heterosexism, which usually operate at a more subconscious level than racism. Whatever their origins, these ideological constricts are worthy of separate consideration in studying the sources of contemporary U.S. foreign policy. Racism and U.S. foreign policy. Racism was one of the key founding principles of the United States. The Puritans exterminated Pequot Indians, hoping, in the Puritans' words, to cut off the remembrance of them from the earth. To George Washington, Indians and wolves were both beasts of prey, though they differ in shape. In the Declaration of Independence, one of the indictments against King George was that he had inflicted on the colonists the merciless Indian savages, whose known rule of warfare is an undistinguished destruction of all ages, sexes, and conditions, a rather accurate characterization of the rules of warfare employed against the Native Americans. Repeatedly, in the Indian wars that raged across the continent, U.S. soldiers would 13. Claim as they massacred infants, kill the nits, and you'll have no lice. We must act with vindictive earnestness against the Sioux, wrote General Sherman in 1866, even to their extermination, men, women, and children. To Theodore Roosevelt, the most ultimately righteous of all wars is a war with savages, though it is apt to be also the most terrible and inhuman, but no matter, because it was idle to apply to savages the rules of international morality which obtain between stable and cultured communities. Not that Roosevelt went so far as to think that the only good Indians are dead Indians, but I believe 9 out of 10 are, and I shouldn't inquire too closely into the case of the 10th. How did this jibe with everyone being created equal? As Harvard President A. Lawrence Lowell explained, Jefferson's doctrine applied only to our own race, and to those people whom we can assimilate rapidly. Indians are not men, within the meaning of the theory that all men are created equal. Racism against Africans was another fundamental building block of American ideology. Deemed to be subhuman, they were subjected to a barbaric and brutal system of slavery. Lincoln was willing to accept slavery so long as the Union could be preserved, and when the Civil War drove him to abolish slavery, he did not change his belief in black inferiority. When the South introduced Jim Crow laws to maintain the descendants of slaves as second-class citizens, the Northern elite went along. Even after World War II, President Harry Truman was referring to blacks as niggers. Registered derogatory references to blacks were standard fare for President Nixon and the senior officials of his administration. "I wonder what your dining room is going to smell like," Kissinger chortled to Senator Fulbright, regarding a 2Q dinner for African diplomats. With racist views deeply embedded in the minds of U.S. policymakers and rooted in domestic structures of domination and subordination, it is not surprising that these views have influenced the way in which Washington looked at and acted in the world outside. When Haiti became independent in 1804, the second independent nation in the Western Hemisphere, the United States withheld recognition for more than 50 years. Haiti was a black-led state that had abolished slavery, and an obvious challenge to the racial order in the South. But the racism that was one of the driving forces of U.S. expansionism at the turn of the century was not centered in the South. One of the leading figures in this imperialist upsurge was Senator Albert Beveridge of Indiana. "Americans," he declared, "were of the ruling race of the world. Ours is the blood of government, ours the heart of dominion, ours the brain and genius of administration." Anglo-Saxons, asserted Teddy Roosevelt, were the most advanced race, and the U.S. branch had been strengthened by its 14. frontier experience, where inferior races had served as its natural prey. And it was precisely this U.S. experience dealing with the lower orders that was said to justify the conquest of other people of lower orders around the world, such as in the Philippines. To grant self-government to the Philippines under Philippine leader Aguinaldo, said Roosevelt, would be like granting self-government to an Apache reservation under some local chief. The reasoning which justifies our having made war against Sitting Bull also justifies our having checked the outbreaks of Aguinaldo and his followers. And this seemed to be the way U.S. soldiers in the Philippines viewed the situation. "I am in my glory when I can sight my gun on some dark skin and pull the trigger," wrote one. U.S. troops routinely referred to the Filipinos as niggers, and one officer explained, "We exterminated the American Indians, and I guess most of us are proud of it, or, at least, believe the end justified the means, and we must have no scruples about exterminating this other race standing in the way of progress and enlightenment, if it is necessary." Almost all the U.S. generals assigned to crushing the Philippine Revolution were veterans of Indian wars, and most of the regiments were from western states. Atrocities were commonplace and went essentially unpunished. Asked why 15 Filipinos were reported killed for every one wounded, Gen. Arthur MacArthur told a congressional committee that inferior races succumb to wounds more easily than Anglo-Saxons. Happy face, the decision to acquire an overseas colonial empire was a controversial one, but aside from a small core of principled anti-imperialists, the debate pitted one group of racists against another. Favoring annexation of the Philippines, Senator Borah of Idaho pronounced that the Filipino would not be suited for self-government for 200 years. Opposing annexation, Senator Vardaman of Mississippi asserted that preparing the Filipino or any other mongrel race for the duties of citizenship or self-government could not be done in 100,000 years because it was not in their blood to accomplish it. Nevertheless, it was their country and they had the right to do what they wanted. Southern senators generally voted against annexation because, as Senator Benjamin Tillman of South Carolina explained, they had experience with the colored race. "It is to the injection into the body politic of the United States of that vitiated blood, that debased and ignorant people, that we object." The annexationist racists won this debate, but they did not fare as well on the subject of Cuba. Arguing for taking over this Caribbean island as well, Senator Newlands of Nevada remarked, "I hear it often said that Cuba would be desirable if for half an hour she could be sunk into the sea and then emerge after all her inhabitants had perished." The objection 15. that is urged is to the people themselves. And yet today Cuba has been practically dipped into the sea since so many had been killed in its struggle against Spain. But there were still too many Cubans to convince the non-annexationist racists, and Cuba became a neo-colony instead of a colony of the United States. Puerto Rico, with its smaller population, was colonized and brought the blessings of liberty after centuries of Spanish misrule. The United States imposed a literacy and property requirement on voting, disenfranchising 70% of the adult males who had been allowed to vote under autocratic Spain. The United States has often pointed to its historically rather meager overseas colonial empire and its granting of independence to the Philippines in 1946 as proof of unreconed high-mindedness. In fact, however, it was the particular mix of racism and economic interest that accounted for the colonial ambivalence. Tellingly, the legislation providing for Philippine independence specified that Philippine immigration to the United States was to be limited to 50 people a year, compared to more than 25,000 per year from each of the racially favored countries of Northern and Western Europe. In the conferences following the First World War, Japan proposed that race equality be adopted as an international principle. Woodrow Wilson stood with the other racialist states of South Africa, Australia, and New Zealand in opposing the Japanese move. Anti-Japanese racism played a particularly significant role during World War II, both in terms of the treatment of Americans of Japanese descent living in the United States and in the attitude toward the Japanese population. Historian John Dower has documented how U.S. hatred was much more intense toward the Japanese than the Germans, both before and after Pearl Harbor. The well-publicized taking of battlefield trophies from Japanese war dead and the torturing and killing of Japanese prisoners were commonplace. Race hatred surely facilitated the decisions to target civilians for conventional and nuclear bombing. Prominent U.S. citizens personally favored the extermination of the Japanese in toto or bombing until half the Japanese population was wiped out, while public opinion polls throughout the war showed more than 10% of Americans supported annihilating the Japanese as a people. After the war was over, more than 1 out of 5 wished the United States had had the opportunity to use many more atom bombs on Japan before it surrendered. Happy face. As the war drew to a close, the U.S. attitude toward decolonization was colored by racism. To Franklin Roosevelt, there are many minor children among the peoples of the world who need trustees, particularly 16. The brown people of the East. Degree to Assistant Secretary of State Sumner Wells, liberation for Africans was even further off than for Asians since they were in the lowest rank of human beings. Consistent with this worldview, when the French began massacring thousands on the island of Madagascar in 1947, crushing a movement that U.S. officials considered wholly indigenous, the U.S. consul on the scene expressed delight that the French offensive was going very well indeed. Washington opposed UN General Assembly resolutions calling for self-determination for native peoples, the independence of Tanzania, Togo, and Burundi, and the designation of 1962 and then 1972 as the end to the era of colonialism. The State Department did not even have a division of African affairs until 1957. After the I-960 Sharpeville massacre in South Africa, President Eisenhower showed his outrage at apartheid by referring to it as a touchy thing. In 1971, the U.S. Congress passed and President Nixon signed the Byrd Amendment calling for the importation of chrome from the white minority regime in Rhodesia, in explicit violation of mandatory economic sanctions imposed by the UN Security Council, with U.S. support. The United States thus became one of only 3 UN members. The others were Portugal and South Africa to officially violate the sanctions. 1 Nixon administration insider recalls that at the rare National Security Council meeting on Africa, Alexander Flagg would begin to beat his hands on the table, as if he was pounding a tom-tom. It was all very manly, a locker ruin mentality. Flagg would make Tarzan jokes, "Where's your pet ape?" or, talking about blacks, say, "Henry can't stand the smell." Asians continued to obsess U.S. policymakers. The Pacific, said General Douglas MacArthur in 1949, was an Anglo-Saxon lake. Registered Lyndon Johnson warned that without superior air power, America is a bound and throttle giant, impotent and easy prey to any yellow dwarf with a pocket knife. Not until the 1960s did the United States revise its immigration laws that treated Asians as inferior. Registered twice more after World War II, the United States sent large numbers of its troops across the Pacific to fight gooks and lay waste in Asian society. A U.S. veteran of the My Lai massacre related that GIs took scalps, like from Indians. Some people were on an Indian trip over there. A civilian volunteer worker testified that a U.S. advisor compared Vietnam's Montagnard minority to the Native American population and said we could solve the Montagnard problem like we solved the Indian problem. And it was standard practice among the Americans in Vietnam to refer to dangerous areas as Indian country. Other third world people too were victims of U.S. racism and the stereotypes that such racism generated. When Lyndon Johnson sent U.S. 17 Marines to the Dominican Republic in 1965, one of his key advisors was Thomas E. Mann, whose view was, "I know my Latinos. They understand only two things: a buck in the pocket and a kick in the ass." Arabs and Muslims have been victims of virulent stereotypes as well. In recent years, a thesaurus listed tramp, vagrant, and huckster among the synonyms for Arab. A popular postcard declared, "Fight high oil prices. Mug and Anab today." The New York Times printed a letter in 1979 arguing that claims of Israeli torture of Palestinians were actually the result of a failure to appreciate that the Western notion of telling the truth is, under certain circumstances, seen by Arabs as inappropriate. In 1981, Martin Peretz reprinted in the New Republic a 17th-century racist essay on the Turk to illustrate how Muslims behave. And almost the only images Americans see of Arabs are of terrorists, oil sheiks, or belly dancers. Such stereotypes no doubt made it easier to rationalize attacks on Mad Dog Gaddafi or to go to war in the Gulf. Of course, at the same time that race hatred helped Americans inflict great suffering on Japanese or North Vietnamese or Iraqis, there were other people of similar races who were viewed as U.S. allies: Chinese, South Vietnamese, Kuwaitis. This inconsistency might suggest that racism was irrelevant, that it was something concocted for the moment with no real impact on policy. But it would be a mistake, I believe, to treat racism as something that could be simply turned on and off at will by U.S. policymakers. Racist hostility even to allies interfered with the war effort. The good Vietnamese were gooks too, and racist stereotypes of the enemy overrode rational intelligence gathering in World War II. And the fact that certain types of atrocities were not committed against a white enemy, suggests that the behavior was not motivated only by wartime exigency. The presence of a few non-whites in policy-making circles is not likely to change the nature of U.S. foreign policy very much. To attain positions of power, these individuals would have to have shown substantial conformity to the prevailing values of the elite. A substantial racial diversity among policymakers, on the other hand, would likely make racism a less significant factor in the way Washington deals with the world. But such an occurrence is by no means imminent, and will not come to pass as long as racial inequality remains a fundamental characteristic of the U.S. domestic landscape. Until this time, racism will continue to be an important factor in U.S. foreign policy. 18. Sexism, heterosexism, and U.S. foreign policy. Sexism and heterosexism define appropriate roles for individuals. Women are devalued, as are traits considered typically female, such as nurturance and sensitivity. Men who do not adequately adhere to the approved version of masculinity are considered pariahs. If they are heterosexual but appear insufficiently masculine, they are treated as women, which is to say deprecated and excluded from power. It is even worse if they are gay, for then they are subject to job discrimination, arrest, and assault, as well as ridicule. These attitudes are widespread in American society, but they are particularly concentrated in the centers of power because the political system essentially selects for those with overdeveloped egos and underdeveloped compassion. As Henry Kissinger put it, in contemporary America, power increasingly gravitates to those with an almost obsessive desire to win it. When these policymakers have responsibility for foreign policy, their machismo is expressed on the world stage. Be a man, that is the first and last rule of the greatest success in life, advised that mouthpiece of imperialism, Albert Beveridge. If the United States shunned colonies and was unwarlike, Teddy Roosevelt warned, it would go down before other nations which have not lost the manly and adventurous qualities. In urging U.S. entry into World War I, Roosevelt admonished Americans to avoid a flabby cosmopolitanism, especially if it expresses itself through a flabby pacifism, which would be not only silly, but degrading. It represents national emasculation, according to Richard Barnett, who served in the Kennedy administration. Some national security managers of the Kennedy-Johnson era talk about the hairy chest syndrome. The man who was ready to recommend using violence against foreigners, even when he is over-mild, does not damage his reputation for prudence, soundness, or imagination, but the man who recommends putting an issue to the UN, seeking negotiations, or, horror of horrors, doing nothing quickly becomes known as soft. Kennedy himself was described by his sister Eunice, he hates to lose at anything. That's the only thing Jack really gets emotional about and he loses. For Robert Kennedy, one of the first things he wanted to know about someone being considered for the administration was whether he was tough. Secretary of State Dean Rusk cabled his ambassadors to stop using the word feel in their dispatches. And Defense Secretary Robert McNamara answered anti-Vietnam War demonstrators, "I was tougher then." 19. "You were then and I'm tougher than you now." As Barnett commented, McNamara could not even see that the students doubted his humanity, not his machismo. Machismo was crucial to Lyndon Johnson too, who we are told nicknamed his genitals J-Tinabo. Happy face. Bill Moyers recalled that after Johnson met with McNamara and other ex-Kennedy men, Johnson feared that they would think him less of a man than John Kennedy if he did not carry through with Vietnam. Degree. According to David Halberstam, Johnson had unconsciously divided people around him between men and boys. Men were activists, doers, who conquered business empires, who acted instead of talked, who made it in the world of other men and had the respect of other men. As Johnson weighed the advice he was getting on Vietnam, it was the boys who were most skeptical, and the men who were most sure and confident and hawkish and who had Johnson's respect. Hearing that one member of the administration was becoming a dove on Vietnam, Johnson said, "Hell, he has to squat to piss." Doubt itself, he thought, was almost a feminine quality. Doubts were for women. Once, on another issue, when Lady Bird raised her doubts, Johnson had 81. Said of course she was doubtful, it was like a woman to be uncertain. When Johnson ordered the bombing of North Vietnamese targets, he told a reporter, "I didn't just screw Ho Chi Minh. I cut off his pecker." Similar dynamics prevailed in the Nixon administration. No one could prosper around Nixon without affecting an air of toughness. Kissinger has written, "What Nixon hated most was to be shown up in a group as being less tough than his advisors." Nixon was quoted as saying that he chose Spiro Agnew as his running mate because he was a tough guy and had a strong-looking chin. Happy face. When Sen. Charles Goodell switched from a hawk to a dove on the Vietnam War, Agnew likened him to transsexual Christine Jorgensen. Our objective was to purge our foreign policy of all sentimentality, Kissinger explained. One Nixon aide recalls an illustrative incident. As we walked out of his office, Henry turned to one of his secretaries and said, "Where is Eagleburger?" She said, "I'm sorry, but while you were in the meeting Larry collapsed and he's unconscious." The extraordinary thing is that he didn't hesitate but said, "But I need him." Then he said to her, "Get me Buchanan," and went into his office and closed the door. For Kissinger, power is the ultimate aphrodisiac and, in his words, women are no more than a pastime, a hobby. According to Kissinger. 20. In crises, boldness is the safest course. To undermine Secretary of State William Rogers, whose advice Kissinger considered insufficiently bold, Kissinger spread stories that Rogers was gay and had mated with Nixon. Countless corpses around the world are testament to Kissinger's masculine boldness. Rank-and-file U.S. soldiers are similarly nourished on machismo. From the Army basic training chant, "This is my rifle, this is my gun, this one's for killing, this one's for fun," to the songbook of the U.S. pilots of the 77th Tactical Fighter Squadron, which includes lyrics like "I fucked a dead whore by the side of the road," militarism and sexism are enmeshed. In the movie Top Gun, One pilot speaks of the enemy to another, "They must be near, I've got a hard on." Anthropological data shows that one predictor of whether a society is warlike is whether the males have a tendency to be ambitious and competitive. A recent experiment using male psychology students found that subjects who endorsed the use of nuclear weapons were significantly more likely to report being sexually aroused by forcing a female to do something she didn't want to. Comparing the treatment of women, gay men, and lesbians from society to society is no easy task, and I am not suggesting that the United States is more interventionist than other nations because it is more sexist or heterosexist. Rather, to fully understand the sources of U.S. foreign policy, one must take account, in addition to the workings of capitalism and racism, the pervasive sexism and heterosexism throughout U.S. society, and especially among policy makers. As with racism, the presence of a few women or, perhaps in the future, openly gay men or lesbians in top positions will likely have little impact. Witness the Reagan administration's foreign policy ideologue, Jeane Kirkpatrick. Indeed, given the dynamics of sexist ideology, sometimes the presence of a woman may provoke a more belligerent policy. For example, George Bush may have felt his manhood challenged when British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher said to him shortly after the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait, "Remember, George, this is no time to go wobbly." But, in any event, women have been basically absent from U.S. foreign policy making circles, and there have been no openly gay men or lesbians. Until these realities change in more than token ways, one should expect little moderation in the brutality and militarism of U.S. foreign policy. The various sources of U.S. foreign policy discussed here manifest themselves in different ways. In the chapters that follow, one generally 21. Won't find foreign policy makers telling their colleagues, "Here's how we can maintain global patriarchy," or "let's do such and such in order to keep gays and lesbians in their place around the world." Sexism and heterosexism do not influence U.S. foreign policy in terms of conscious, explicit plotting to perpetuate discriminatory structures on an international basis. Rather, they provide a set of implicit, even subconscious, assumptions about appropriate behavior. Policymakers glorify masculine traits like toughness and lack of emotion and deride feminine traits like sensitivity and empathy. Thus, they will frequently choose the aggressive or the callous course of action because it is the manly thing to do, or take irresponsible risks for fear of appearing effeminate. Occasionally, policymakers will discuss options in explicitly racist terms. More often, however, their racism reveals itself in their tacit devaluation of people of other races. To be sure, wealthy policymakers also devalue the poor of their own race, but racial stereotypes make it easier to dismiss someone's humanity and to be oblivious to the horrific suffering one's policies cause. Economic self-interest is the motivation most consciously acted upon, but even this will rarely be acknowledged explicitly by policymakers. They don't sit around and say to each other, "How, in complete disregard for morality and law, can we make ourselves immensely wealthy?" The virtues of capitalism they take as axiomatic, and so the arguments in its behalf seldom make it into the documentary record. The managers of the U.S. state rationalize their actions in terms of the national interest as if all the American people have the same interest. The view that what's good for General Motors is good for the United States is half obfuscation and half part of the self-evident belief system of policymakers. Wilson probably never told his staff to choose policies designed to serve the needs of General Motors, but his understanding of the needs of the United States was likely to lead to the same policies. This chapter has argued that the roots of U.S. foreign policy are the workings of the capitalist system and the racist, sexist, and heterosexist ideology of policymakers. Because explicit statements of underlying motivation are rare, the real test of this argument lies in an examination of alternative explanations. The next chapter looks at the explanation that has dominated U.S. thinking throughout the Cold War years, the Soviet threat. Subsequent chapters take up the new rationalizations that are likely to be put forward in the post-Cold War era. Chapter 2. Just a few years ago, a precocious sixth grader by the name of Todd Patterson decided that he wanted to compile an encyclopedia. With typical youthful enthusiasm, he wrote to 170 different countries requesting information. However, since one of the countries he wrote to was the Soviet Union, the FBI paid young Patterson a visit. They opened a secret national security file on him and refused to reveal its contents to him for national security reasons. This was not simply the action of some overzealous FBI subordinate. When challenged by the American Civil Liberties Union, senior FBI officials defended their treatment of Patterson as entirely routine, and a judge agreed that the Bureau had not acted improperly. This story may suggest a certain irrationality in the U.S. attitude toward the Soviet Union. But, in an important respect, the magnification of the Soviet threat has played a useful function for U.S. policymakers over the years. The managers of the U.S. state have known the reality of Soviet military capabilities and the relative caution of Soviet foreign policy. But in their public statements they have exaggerated Moscow's military strength and distorted its foreign policy record. They have done so for a variety of reasons. 1. Mobilizing the U.S. population against the Soviet threat facilitated the preservation of the domestic status quo. Any pressure for social change could be conveniently denounced as part of the internal communist conspiracy, which was allied with the international communist conspiracy. 2. The Soviet threat was used to build support among the American people for greater U.S. military spending. A large Pentagon budget benefits the military contractors, and the U.S. economy, which has no other readily available means of Keynesian pump priming or mobilizing capital for research and development. 3. The Soviet threat pressured the Europeans and Japanese to accept U.S. leadership. The United States has global interests and responsibilities. Our European allies have regional interests, Kissinger explained in 1973. Zbigniew Brzezinski repeated the same idea in 1987, we must recognize. 23. 24. That the United States holds the status of a world power, and our allies are simply regional powers. But without the Soviet Union, things would be different. As Sen. David L. Boren put it recently, the decline of the Soviet Union could very well lead to the decline of the United States as well. Will the Europeans and Japan be as willing in the post-Cold War environment to follow the U.S. lead? Boren asked rhetorically. I don't think so. 4. The Soviet threat provided the rationale for frequent military interventions in the Third World against indigenous social forces. The U.S. population might well have opposed sending in the Marines to crush some local nationalist, but public opinion could often be recruited to the global crusade against Moscow. Demonstrating the exaggeration of the Soviet threat, of course, does not mean that there were not substantial grounds for criticizing Soviet foreign policy, just as there are solid grounds for condemning the policies of all major states. The Soviet Union played an extremely harmful role in the nuclear arms race, a secondary role to be sure, but a detrimental role nonetheless. It intervened in the internal affairs of other nations, often brutally, as in Hungary and Afghanistan. And it invariably subordinated the struggle for its professed ideal of international socialism to its own national interests. These were all valid grounds for denouncing Soviet foreign policy, but they had very little to do with the Soviet threat as publicly understood. Certainly U.S. policymakers never issued a condemnation of Moscow for selling out revolution in one part of the globe or another. Rather, U.S. state managers publicly charged the Soviet Union with having a relentless plan to conquer the world, and the military means to do so. If it weren't for Moscow, we were told, there wouldn't be any hotspots in the world. This is what U.S. officials told us, but not to put too fine an edge on it, they were lying. The early Cold War. More than 60 years ago, at a time when Soviet military power was inconsequential, U.S. Secretary of State Frank Kellogg told a Senate committee that the Mexican president was secretly conspiring with Nicaraguan revolutionaries and Soviet agents to impose a Mexican-fostered Bolshevik hegemony in Central America. The Bolshevik leaders, Kellogg declared in 1927, have had very definite ideas with respect to the role which Mexico and Latin America are to play in their general program of world revolution. Latin America and Mexico are conceived as a base for activity against the United States. Did US leaders believe this? Of course not. They 25. Wanted to intervene against social revolution in Mexico for the same reasons they had been intervening in Latin America for 100 years before the Russian Revolution. The Soviet Union provided a useful pretext for US intervention. At the end of World War II, the Soviet bogey became the centerpiece of US foreign policy. Moscow, the American people were told, had cynically violated all its wartime agreements, despite Washington's scrupulous compliance with all its obligations. But examination of the documentary record reveals a rather different picture. According to Melvin Leffler's careful study. In fact, the Soviet pattern of adherence was not qualitatively different from the American pattern. Both governments complied with some accords and disregarded others. American policymakers often exaggerated Soviet malfeasance. Truman administration officials themselves sometimes violated key provisions of wartime agreements. One Soviet violation about which US policymakers made much noise was Moscow's delay in removing its troops from Iran after the war. But the US Joint Chiefs of Staff, with State Department concurrence, secretly wrote in April 1946, "There are military considerations which make inadvisable the withdrawal of U.S. forces from overseas bases on the territory of foreign nations in every instance in strict accordance with the time limitation provision of the existing agreement with the foreign government concerned." Registered, for example. Secretary of State Stettinius wrote to Truman on April 19, 1945, that the question of Philippine independence is conditioned on satisfactory arrangements for bases. In 1947, in one of the first major escalations of the Cold War, President Truman asked Congress for funds to help Greece and Turkey resist Soviet aggression. But the genesis of Truman's request shows that policymakers had a different view of the situation from what they said in public. At an earlier private meeting with congressional leaders, when the Secretary of State explained the need for U.S. aid, the legislators were unconvinced. Only when Undersecretary of State Dean Acheson described the situation in terms of vital U.S. interests and the life and death struggle with Soviet communism did Senator Vandenberg, the leader of the opposition, declare that he would support Truman's aid request on condition that the president's message to Congress employ Acheson's rhetoric and scare the hell out of the American people. As one member of the committee that drafted Truman's message put it, "The only way we can sell the public on our new policy is by emphasizing the necessity of holding the line. Communism versus democracy should be the major theme." This theme was false. 26. And Washington officials knew it to be false. The democratic Greek government they asked the U.S. public to defend was in fact a reactionary, corrupt, and brutal monarchy. The American people were worried in the early post-war years, having been told by their leaders that the Red Army enjoyed conventional superiority in Europe and that it was poised to attack Western Europe. In fact, the claims of U.S. policymakers were simply false, as recent scholarship has demonstrated. For example, as late as 1950 half of the transport of the standing Soviet army was horse-drawn, hardly a situation likely to facilitate a blitzkrieg. In the months before the outbreak of the Korean War, a Imperial document, NSC 68, was drawn up at the top levels of the U.S. government. The document called for massive U.S. rearmament and signaled another crucial escalation in the Cold War. Again, the evidence shows that exaggeration was critical in getting this policy approved. Dean Acheson later spoke of the importance of being clearer than TMTH in writing the document, so as to better bludgeon the mass mind of top government, while Nitze told a later interviewer that bureaucratic infighting demanded a certain sharpening of the language of the Soviet threat. In fact, the early 50s presented one of the most significant opportunities to reduce Cold War tensions. On March 10, 1952, the USSR proposed that Germany be unified, with internationally supervised free elections, and that all foreign troops be withdrawn, on condition that this reunified Germany be prohibited from joining any military alliance. This would have been a tremendous step forward for peace, but Washington was determined to incorporate West Germany into NATO, and so it rejected the Soviet proposal. A few years later, Secretary of State John Foster Dulles told a meeting of NATO ministers, "If I had to choose between a neutralized Germany and Germany in the Soviet bloc, it might be almost better to have it in the bloc." That clearly is not acceptable, but disengagement is absolutely not acceptable either. Despite this record, however, the American people were told and largely believed that only further military spending could keep the Russian hordes at bay. The presence of Soviet troops in Eastern Europe lent some credibility to the exaggerations of the Soviet threat by U.S. policymakers. But there were no foreign troops in Guatemala when the reformist Arbenz government nationalized the unused lands of the United Fruit Company in the early 1950s. The CIA engineered the overthrow of Arbenz, and the military regime that took over promptly unnationalized United Fruit's lands. Wash. 27. Ington pointed to a Soviet bloc arms shipment as justification for deposing Arbenz. We now know, however, that the planning for Arbenz's overthrow began before the arms shipment occurred. The American people might have been reluctant to support intervention on behalf of United Fruit. They had few qualms in intervening against the Soviet Union, nor against communism in general, which their leaders assured them was identical to the Soviet Union. Thus, the head of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Alexander Wiley, who presumably was aware of the independence of Yugoslavia, declared in 1954, "There is no communism but the communism which takes its orders from the despots in the Kremlin in Moscow. It is an absolute myth to believe that there is such a thing as homegrown communism, a so-called native or local." 18. Communism. In 1957, General Douglas MacArthur, whom no one could accuse of excessive sympathy for the left, gave a speech in which he remarked, "Our government has kept us in a perpetual state of fear, kept us in a continuous stampede of patriotic fervor with the cry of grave national emergency. Always there has been some terrible evil at home or some monstrous foreign power that was going to gobble us up if we did not blindly rally behind it by furnishing the exorbitant funds demanded. Yet, in retrospect, these disasters seem never to have happened, seem never to have been quite real." In March 1960, at a White House meeting, there was a general discussion of what would be the effect on the Cuban scene if Fidel and Raúl Castro and Che Guevara should disappear simultaneously. One of the officials present, Admiral Burke, warned that the Communists were the best organized group in Cuba and might take control if the three leaders were eliminated. To which CIA Director Allen Dulles replied that this might not 20. Be so disadvantageous because it would facilitate action against Cuba. In short, communism was not a real threat to U.S. policymakers, but a rationale for U.S. intervention. It is often noted that U.S. policy with respect to Cuba seemed irrational. Washington appeared to be forcing Havana into close alignment with Moscow. But this is not irrational if one's goal is to establish an excuse for invasion and destabilization. John Kennedy was elected President of the United States in 1960 in part because he warned of the dangers of the missile gap, a frightening Soviet lead in intercontinental ballistic missiles. It turned out, however, that the only missile gap that existed was a dramatic imbalance in favor of the United States. What accounted for the error? Robert McNamara, who served as Secretary of Defense from 1961 to 68, acknowledged in 1982 that 28. The missile gap of I-960 was a function of forces within the Defense Department that, perhaps unconsciously, were trying to support their particular program, in that case, an expansion of U.S. missile production by overstating the Soviet force. Exaggeration was not just confined to missiles. Two civilian specialists assigned to the Systems Analysis Office of the Pentagon have related their experiences at trying to measure the conventional balance in Europe. In 1961, the usual comparison was 175 well-equipped, well-trained, fully ready Soviet divisions facing about 25 ill-equipped, ill-trained, unready NATO divisions in the center region. But when they bothered to count the number of soldiers on each side, they found that the Soviet forces alone were substantially outnumbered by the NATO forces, even after mobilization. This didn't look good for those wanting to point to the Soviet threat. So, despite the increasing independence of the East European countries from the Soviet Union, intelligence reports and service staff estimates began to count the satellite divisions as nearly equivalent to Soviet divisions. Indeed, it appeared that whatever headway the Systems Analysis Office made in reducing the number of Soviet divisions was offset by an equivalent number of newly found satellite divisions. One way or another, the number of well-equipped, well-trained, combat-ready pack divisions stayed at 175 in military threat estimates. This same sort of exaggeration continued in the 1970s. In the words of Deputy Undersecretary of Defense Charles Duncan, Jr. Why, you may ask, do some have the view that the Soviet Union has become the world's #1 military power? The answer is that, to a large extent, we have created that image ourselves. In the understandable desire to reverse the anti-defense mood and propensity for reduced defense budgets of the early 1970s. To many U.S. policymakers, the Vietnam Syndrome, the reluctance of the American people after the Vietnam War to support foreign military interventions, was a serious ailment, leading to the understandable desire to reverse the anti-defense mood by exaggerating the Soviet threat. The continuing Cold War. In the 1970s, Soviet military spending, while high, was consistently overstated by U.S. government sources. CIA accounting techniques, in fact. 29. Led to an automatic upward revision in estimated Soviet military expenditures whenever the United States increased the base pay of its own soldiers. The capabilities of the Soviet military machine were also consistently exaggerated. Few Americans were told, for example, that the Soviet logistics system almost proved unable to support the unopposed Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia in 1968. The large number of Soviet immigrants to the United States in the 1970s, many of whom had served in the armed forces, provided first-hand evidence on actual Soviet capabilities. Consider the testimony of a former Soviet radar specialist. In the unit where I served, for example, I had a radar. According to regulations, I should have had 2 of them. But only one of them actually worked, and then only half the time. Why? Because the officers in my unit liked to drink, and to get extra money, and how are they going to get it? They would immediately think of selling spare parts. What kind of parts? Cables, various generators for the radar, various kinds of radio equipment which is in short supply in civilian stores but which is available in the army. As a result, the station would work only for a short time and then die out. My equipment was on its last legs. The second radar would not work because there was no generator. The officers sold it, and drank away the money. A former lieutenant in the Soviet Strategic Rocket Forces stated that the time for the Americans to attack would be New Year's Eve, because everybody was drunk and there was no one on duty. But then he paused and added, New Year's Eve wasn't that much different from any other time. Happy face. In 1967, at Moscow's 50th anniversary War Games, an impressive 10,000 man division was on display. Unannounced, however, was the fact that the division consisted exclusively of officers. The highlight of these 1967 War Games was a demonstration of tanks crossing the Dnieper River under fire. In reality, however, the tanks actually used concrete tracks constructed on the riverbed over the preceding 4 months, hardly a 28. Realistic simulation of wartime conditions. In the 1980s, U.S. magnification of the Soviet threat went into high gear. Ronald Reagan, taking a page from John F. Kennedy's campaign 2 decades earlier, charged there would soon be a window of vulnerability, a time when the Soviet Union would be able to launch a nuclear first strike at the United States and get away with it. This was a preposterous claim. Even if the Kremlin had been able to destroy every land-based U.S. missile, there was no way to eliminate the U.S. ballistic missile submarine fleet. If even a single one of these vessels survived, it would be able to incinerate 30. Over 100 Soviet cities, a rather robust deterrent. But in any event, Reagan's handpicked Scowcroft Commission admitted in 1983 that there was no window of vulnerability. Reagan accused the previous Carter administration of allowing a precipitous decline in U.S. military strength. The actual facts were that under Carter, military outlays went up every year, and the rate of growth in military spending probably exceeded that of the USSR. This didn't stop the Reaganauts from declaring that Moscow had achieved strategic superiority, and they were joined in this by Democrats such as David Boren, head of the Senate Intelligence Committee. But when a Boeing official T.K. Jones could publicly warn that the United States was so weak that if we are threatened we ought to give them what they ask for, it was obvious that the threat was being concocted to justify more military spending. Under Reagan, the Pentagon began publishing a glossy annual booklet entitled Soviet Military Power. The publication regularly included inapt comparisons, tendentious statistics, and paranoid warnings. Numerous pictures of menacing Soviet weapons systems were presented. Only on close examination did it become clear that these pictures were often not photographs, but artists' renderings, some of them artists' renderings of weapons systems that did not yet exist. Soviet military power claimed ominous Kremlin advances in its land, air, and sea forces that could only be adequately addressed by supporting the Reagan administration's military build-up. Eager to deploy a 600-ship navy, the Pentagon laid particular stress on Soviet naval developments. The Soviet Navy did grow substantially in the years since World War II, but official U.S. sources rarely pointed out its continued inferiority to the U.S. Navy. Great significance was attributed to Moscow's acquisition of 2 aircraft carriers in the Pacific, without noting either the decisive U.S. quantitative lead in this regard or the fact that the Soviet vessels were not true carriers. They carried only helicopters and vertical take-off fighters, the latter using so much fuel on takeoff and landing that they could not stay in the air very long. None had been observed aloft for more than 16 minutes. Despite U.S. Navy claims that the Soviet Navy was preparing to challenge the United States for control of the seas, the facts were rather different. A leading authority on gunboat diplomacy noted that Washington was the leading practitioner of the art in the 1980s and the strongest and most interventionist of the naval powers. Aside from engaging in 31 military actions against Grenada, Lebanon, Libya, and Iran, the United States sent its warships into Soviet territorial waters in the Black Sea. Dispatched a carrier task force into the Bering Sea, and had its naval aircraft make mock bombing runs at Soviet territory. In the meantime, Moscow had most of its navy swinging uselessly at anchor, remaining snugly alongside in their home fleet areas. U.S. exaggeration of the Soviet threat was particularly mendacious with respect to Central America. To justify U.S. interference in El Salvador, it was necessary to portray the revolution there as Soviet-directed. On February 23, 1981, the State Department issued a white paper on communist interference in El Salvador. According to U.S. officials, the 18 pounds of documents proved that the Salvadoran insurgency was a textbook case of indirect armed aggression by communist powers through Cuba. But when one looked carefully at the evidence, one saw instead a textbook case of distortion, embellishments, and exaggeration. The documents, it turned out, didn't weigh 18 pounds, that was the total weight of Glassman's suitcase, which also contained his personal belongings. Moreover, many of the documents weren't even written by the guerrilla leaders that the administration claimed had written them. Close reading of all the documents revealed that contrary to the white paper's assertions, Handel had not been very warmly received in Moscow. He met with a middle-ranking official in the Latin American section in the Soviet Communist Party and received no firm assurances of any arms shipments. 2 U.S. journalists reported that some of the documents were provided to the United States by Dogwison. Even the author of the white paper later conceded that parts of it were misleading and over-embellished. In November 1984, the Reagan administration leaked word that a Soviet freighter was on its way to Nicaragua with 21 MiG fighters aboard. The information turned out to have been concocted, but it served the purpose of deflecting attention from the positive reports by international observers of the Nicaraguan election and got the compliant Democrats to agree that the Sandinista government had no right to defend itself from U.S. attack. This was not the first fabrication regarding Soviet arms to Nicaragua. A study sponsored by the State Department found that all too many U.S. claims proved open to question. In May 1983, the White House announced that 32 reconnaissance photos proved the Soviet ships Novovolinsk and Politosk carried heavy military equipment. American reporters present at the unloading saw only field kitchens from East Germany, and 12,000 tons of fertilizer. President Reagan later declared that the ship Ulyanov was loaded with weaponry, yet a respected conservative British observer saw no signs of offensive weaponry or armored vehicles, only 200 transport vehicles, 80 jeeps, 5 ambulances, and assorted civilian equipment. Much attention was given every trip Nicaraguan officials made to Moscow, as if this proved Soviet control of the Sandinista government. On the other hand, little was heard of the Honduran delegation sent to Moscow in September 1987 to discuss trade expansion with Eastern Europe. Registered. This differential coverage was part and parcel of the effort to discredit Nicaragua as a Soviet pawn. In May 1987, Ronald Reagan told newspaper publishers that Lenin had once said that the road to America leads through Mexico. A few days later, a Soviet official appeared at a press briefing with the collected works of Lenin, challenging anyone to find such a remark. Naturally, no one could. Happy face. In 1988 it was revealed that 3 days before President Reagan declared that there was no way a Soviet pilot could have shot down a Korean Airlines jet in 1983 by mistake, U.S. intelligence had concluded that a mistake was in fact the likely explanation. Happy face. One might note also that the fact that it took 4 hours to shoot down a foreign aircraft, thought by Moscow to be a spy plane, flying over one of the most militarily sensitive regions of the Soviet Union, rather effectively undermined the Pentagon's claims of the efficiency of the Soviet air defense system. But neither in 1983 nor in 1987 did the U.S. government acknowledge that the Soviet air defense network was rather unimpressive. In Pentagon reports, the most porous Soviet defenses appeared invulnerable. In 1986, the White House claimed that the Soviet Union could deploy an X-ray laser without the need for any further nuclear tests. But, as the New York Times reported, in a sharp contradiction to congressional testimony by the Reagan administration, a Central Intelligence Agency report released yesterday says the Soviet Union would have to conduct further underground nuclear tests before it could deploy an X-ray laser, an advanced antimissile weapon. 33. This was a classic case of threat inflation, pointed out Rep. Edward Markey of Massachusetts. The Department of Energy has exaggerated Soviet X-ray laser capabilities to justify its budget request for the U.S. X-ray laser program. Moscow's troubling absence. In 1984, Assistant Secretary of Defense Richard Armitage was testifying before the U.S. Congress on the New People's Army, the insurgent guerrilla movement in the Philippines. Rep. Benjamin A. Gilman, Republican of New York, asked him, "Is there some external support for the terrorists and the insurgency? Where are they getting their help from?" Armitage replied, "This is one of the most troublesome aspects of the insurgency. There is no apparent external source of support." Congressman. Note that Armitage did not say "thank goodness there is no outside support." He did not reply "fortunately, there is no Soviet involvement." Instead, he found the lack of external support to be troubling, indeed one of the most troubling aspects of the insurgency. Why? Because it would be hard to mobilize the U.S. public to support massive intervention in the Philippines if the enemy was only other Filipinos. 15 years earlier, Senator Symington had complained about U.S. aid to the Philippine government designed only to protect U.S. bases from the Philippine people who do not agree with the policies of the government or do not like Americans. How much better for U.S. officials if they could portray the enemy as the Soviet Union. The absence of any evidence showing Soviet involvement in the Philippines was troublesome, but not insurmountable to resourceful commentators. One U.S. military intelligence analyst claimed that the Soviet-NPA link was proven by, among other things, the fact that the Communist Party of the Philippines opposed U.S. intervention in Nicaragua. But even more sober U.S. observers tried to raise the specter of Soviet involvement. In 1987, Richard J. Kessler, then with the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, wrote an article in the Washington JPO 5 ominously titled "Are the Soviets Sneaking Up on the Philippines?" Happy face, Kessler began by observing that analysts have been so preoccupied with finding concrete evidence of Soviet arms which has not yet emerged that they have missed what has been happening. The rebel forces have grown strong, reports of Soviet military aid have increased, and leadership of the Philippines. 34. Communist Party has changed its once wary attitude toward accepting foreign support. Kessler thus stated that there was no concrete evidence of Soviet arms, but yet there were increased reports of Soviet military aid. But why tell us about reports for which there was no evidence? Kessler went on, moreover, the Soviets have been courting the Aquino government with offers of investment and expanded commercial ties. Now this was certainly subversive, to be courting the legitimate, recognized government, with such devious tactics as trade and investment while at the same time supporting the opposition. But Moscow's diabolic activities went further. As part of an effort to improve their image, the Soviets replaced their ambassador, the only diplomat to congratulate Ferdinand Marcos for winning the 1986 presidential election. Construction has also begun on a new Manila office building and home for the Soviet trade representative in fashionable Forbes Park, also home of the American ambassador. Presumably, the U.S. ambassador was distressed that his neighborhood would no longer be so exclusive. Who knows who they would allow in next? In addition, now the Soviets want to open consulates in the southern cities of Cebu and Davao, where the United States also maintains diplomatic presence. The Soviets, Kessler continued, have long been interested in gaining a foothold in the Philippines. Now the Soviets have a base in Vietnam and are eyeing the South Pacific. Their persistence is impressive. The Soviet base in Vietnam will be discussed below. But what evidence was there of Soviet persistence? The Soviets began translating Philippine books and training linguists in the dominant dialect, Tagalog, in the early 1960s, even though diplomatic relations were not established with the Philippines until 1976. Was there no end to Soviet cunning? The Soviets are testing the waters, but so far there is little evidence that they have done more, according to American intelligence sources. Nor is there any concrete evidence of CPP cadres being trained abroad in such countries as Vietnam. Foreign journalists traveling with the NPA rarely report seeing AK-47s, and Philippine military have not yet recovered any ML-6s that are not traceable. Lt. Gen. Salvador Misson, Vice Chief of Staff, stated in a Washington meeting in May 11,987 that reports of Soviet arms are the products of very fertile minds. These remarks of Kessler's were quite sensible. But then he added, 35. Reports of Soviet submarines and subsequent denials make good copy but are not the story. The NPA do not need Soviet trainers or even Soviet arms. They have done quite well with U.S. Army field manuals and can buy or capture arms locally. What they need is money and credibility. These the Soviets can provide. Aha! So now Kessler was going to give us evidence of what really mattered, Soviet funding. If the Soviets wanted to, they could ensure a steady supply of weapons. That they haven't indicates the war has not yet reached a critical point. So the real story was that there was no Soviet money, but they could have provided it if they wanted to. But that wasn't all. More importantly, the Soviets do not have to provide direct aid to have influence. So what are the KG Russians up to? A more lucrative Soviet approach to low-intensity conflict in the Philippines is their current strategy of obtaining intelligence and securing a political foothold. In November 1984, the World Peace Council held a meeting in Manila at which time Soviet agents reportedly met with the CPP. More importantly, two TASS correspondents visited Davos City, a center of NPA activity, in early December 1984, presaging a growing Soviet interest in Davos. Over the past year the Soviets have returned to Davos several times. In this Soviet low-intensity conflict, the intensity is so low as to be virtually non-existent. Whether or not the Soviets have a long-term plan for turning the Philippines into a satellite state is beside the point. On the contrary, one would think this was a rather significant question. What they do have is a strategy for positioning themselves to influence events in the Philippines. And what underhanded means are they using to position themselves? The Soviets, for example, distribute their press releases in Tagalog while the USIA publishes its in English. It would have been admirable if the USSR actually had distributed its press releases in Tagalog, but in fact it did not. Registered Kessler summarized his outlook with these ominous words: "The conflict is escalating, with the Soviets poised to play on what was once exclusively American turf." And this, one suspects, was what really worried Kessler, that the Philippines was supposed to be US turf, and those uppity Russians didn't seem to appreciate the fact that the Philippines might be Filipino turf presumably didn't occur to Kessler. To take another example of this descent into the world of make-believe, consider the late Robert Chapelin, long deemed the Dean of US Asia. 36. Correspondence. In a lengthy two-part article on the Philippines that appeared in The New Yorker, amid some rather insightful analysis, appeared the following. What is significant is the increasing amount of attention the Soviet Union has been paying to the Philippines. In addition to their embassy in Manila, the Russians are seeking to establish consulates in Cebu and Davao, and are building a new home and office for the Soviet trade representative in fashionable Forbes Park, where the American ambassador's official residence is also located. Correspondents of TASS, the Russian news service, regularly visit the Philippines, and their press releases are written and distributed in Tagalog, though the United States Information Agency uses only English. Presumably Chapelin spoke to the same sources as Kessler did, repeating the same mix of paranoia and error. Chapelin, Kessler, and others wrote ominously of the Soviet presence at Cam Ranh Bay in Vietnam. In 1987, the commander of the U.S. Pacific Fleet called Soviet access to Cam Ranh Bay the second most dramatic change to the strategic equation in Asia, second only to the invasion of Afghanistan. Registered and many other analysts claimed that the Soviet presence in Vietnam required that the United States maintain its military bases in the Philippines as a counterweight. But in fact, according to the Far Eastern Economic Review, U.S. analysts were at a loss to explain the rather modest scale of Soviet deployments at Cam Ranh. And when Gorbachev suggested trading off the Soviet facilities in Vietnam for those of the United States in the Philippines, Washington greeted the proposal with disdain. This is a standard pattern, to characterize Soviet forces or facilities as possessing crucial military significance, only to dismiss these same forces or facilities as militarily trivial when an offer is made to give them up. To take another example of this, the Soviet military power booklet noted that a major portion of Soviet naval strength lies in its submarine force, the world's largest. Yet when Moscow proposed cutting its underwater fleet in return for U.S. reductions, a U.S. Navy officer scoffed, "They've got a bunch of subs copied from World War II German U-boats that haven't left pier side for 10 years, and they want to trade these for our new carriers." Happy face. Under Gorbachev, the Soviet Union started unilaterally paring back its military forces. It agreed to remove its SS-20 missiles from Asia without any corresponding reduction in the U.S. Pacific nuclear arsenal. It accepted asymmetrical cuts in its conventional forces in Europe. It reduced its overseas naval deployments. But the U.S. Chief of Naval Operations, petrified of budget cuts, warned that Soviet policy was, if anything, even 37. More aggressive under Gorbachev. He went so far as to suggest that by operating at a lower tempo, the Soviet Navy might be even more prepared for rapid force generation. And another commentator warned that the absences of the Soviet Navy from the high seas must now be a cause for 5 seconds panic, possibly indicating an impending Soviet attack. But even the heroic efforts of Pentagon propagandists cannot resuscitate the Soviet threat any longer. Other threats need to be invented if the American people are going to be duped into continued funding of the U.S. war machine and support for foreign interventions. The chapters that follow examine these new threats. Chapter 3. Stopping the spread of weapons of mass destruction. The Bush administration put forward a multitude of rationalizations for going to war against Iraq in January 1991, to preserve the American way of life, to counter aggression, to restore the Emir of Kuwait, to protect oil supplies, to save jobs for U.S. workers. Polls showed that the American public was convinced by none of these excuses except one: the need to prevent Saddam Hussein from acquiring nuclear weapons. As estimates of when Iraq would get the bomb were conveniently reduced from 5 years to less than 1 year, people were understandably concerned about the spread of weapons of mass destruction. Iraq's nuclear potential was frightening, as was its chemical weapons arsenal, and as indeed was its massive conventional military capability. But these horrendous armaments did not appear overnight, and they certainly did not burst into existence on August 2, 1990, when Iraq invaded Kuwait. The proliferation of conventional, chemical, and perhaps nuclear weapons to the Gulf region was deeply rooted in the policies of many outside countries, not the least of them the United States. An examination of this historical record is useful for explaining the spread of each of these types of weapons to the Gulf and elsewhere, as well as for revealing the remarkable level of hypocrisy issuing from pundits and policy makers in Washington. Grooming the policemen of the Gulf. The impetus behind the growth of the Iraqi military was established in the early 1970s. Great Britain had at that time reached the end of its imperial pretensions and was preparing to withdraw its forces from the Gulf and grant independence to Oman and the small sheikdoms that would become Bahrain, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates. The Nixon administration, chastened by the debacle in Vietnam, had concluded that U.S. interests could be better protected by local surrogates than by the direct use. 39.40 of U.S. troops. The logical candidate for this role as policeman of the Gulf was Iran, whose leader, Shah Mohammad Pahlavi, owed his throne to the CIA and whose internal security force, SEVAK, had been established and trained with CIA assistance. As Britain retired from the region, it arranged for Iran to seize 3 small islands at the mouth of the Gulf that were claimed by Arab sheiks. In May 1972, just 24 hours after agreeing in Moscow to a set of basic principles on U.S.-Soviet relations that committed both nations to minimizing international tensions, Nixon and his national security advisor Henry Kissinger were in Tehran offering to sell the Shah any U.S. weapons he wanted other than nuclear weapons. Over the next 7 years, the United States sold $21 billion worth of arms to Iran, compared to $1.2 billion in the previous 22 years. Iran became the largest U.S. arms recipient in the world, buying the latest U.S. aircraft, as well as destroyers more advanced than those being produced for the USNA/Y. According to a study for the Mainstream Council on Foreign Relations, by the mid-1980s Iran would have been a regional superpower, with ground forces roughly equivalent to those of West Germany, a better air force, and a navy that would have given it control of the Gulf and a presence in the Indian Ocean. This arms build-up might well have amounted to the most rapid expansion of military power under peacetime conditions of any nation in the history of the world. By arming the Shah, Washington hoped to have a means of suppressing any radical movements that might arise in the Gulf, as when Iranian troops were dispatched to Oman in 1975 to crush a rebel group there. Weapons sales to Iran were also a windfall to U.S. arms manufacturers, though to pay for his new arsenal the Shah became a leading figure in pushing up the price of oil. In the same May 1972 meeting at which the Shah was given the blank check for arms purchases, Nixon and Kissinger worked out with the Iranian leader that both their countries would give military aid to the rebellious Kurdish minority in neighboring Iraq. It is important to note that concern for the welfare of the unfortunate Kurds was the furthest thing from the minds of Nixon and Kissinger. According to a classified report by the House Select Committee on Intelligence leaked to the press, Documents in the committee's possession clearly show that the President, Dr. Kissinger, and the hope that our clients would not prevail. They preferred instead that the insurgents simply continue a level of hostilities sufficient to sap resources. This policy was not 41. Imparted to our clients, who were encouraged to continue fighting. Even in the context of covert action, ours was a cynical enterprise. The Select Committee concluded that had the United States not reinforced Iran's prodding, the Kurds might have reached an accommodation with Baghdad, thus gaining at least a measure of autonomy while avoiding further bloodshed. Instead, our clients fought on, sustaining thousands of casualties and 200,000 refugees. In 1975, the Shah and Saddam Hussein of Iraq signed an agreement giving Iran territorial concessions in return for Iran's closing its border to Kurdish guerrillas. Tehran and Washington promptly cut off their aid to the Kurds and, while Iraq massacred the rebels, the United States refused them asylum. As noted in Chapter 1 above, Kissinger justified this U.S. policy in closed testimony: covert action should not be confused with missionary work. At this point, the U.S. delegation was instructed by Washington to refuse to listen to the Soviet proposals and to walk out if the Soviets persisted in bringing them up. Such a refusal may have been unprecedented in the annals of American diplomacy, commented one prominent scholar. Others noted that never before had one side refused to listen to the other's presentation at AU's Soviet arms control negotiation, and this after the United States 43. Had explicitly pledged to discuss any legitimate geographic region suggested by the USSR. Then in 1979 the Iranian Revolution occurred. U.S. arms deliveries to Tehran were cut off, and the revolutionary turmoil left the Iranian military in disarray. Iraqi President Saddam Hussein, seeing an opportunity to finally even the score with his regional foe, invaded Iran in September 1980. The Reagan administration took office in January 1981, proclaiming its opposition to even the limited global arms restraint of Carter. For example, there had been a tacit arrangement between the United States and the Soviet Union not to provide the latest model combat aircraft to their respective allies on the Korean Peninsula. In 1981, the United States broke the arrangement and sold FL-6s to South Korea. In the Iran-Iraq War, the United States officially declared its neutrality and announced that it would not provide military aid to either side. In fact, however, Washington provided assistance to both sides. This shameful record will be discussed in detail in Chapter 4, suffice it to note here that the result of U.S. policy was the prolongation of the war. The Reagan administration may have thought that dragging out the war served its interests, but Iraq emerged from the fighting with a vastly larger and more threatening military machine than when the war began. In 1980 Iraq had 200,000 troops, in 1988 it had more than 3 times as many first-line soldiers, and perhaps 1 million all told. As Saddam Hussein bragged to the Iraqi people in November 1989, "You entered the war with 12 divisions, now we have about 70. And the numbers of tanks and aircraft grew comparably. At the close of the Iran-Iraq War, Iraq's desperate economic situation made it difficult to continue financing its military machine. Washington, however, came to the rescue. In October 1989, President Bush signed top-secret National Security Directive NSD-26 calling for closer ties with Baghdad and permitting $1 billion in new aid. As late as the spring of 1990, the Bush administration allowed Saddam Hussein to buy U.S. dual-use technology advanced equipment with both civilian and military applications. One would have hoped that after the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait, Washington would have learned its lesson about reckless arms sales. Unfortunately, that seems not to be the case. In September 1990, the Bush administration announced $20 billion in arms sales to Saudi Arabia, the largest arms deal in history, though Congress cut this to $7.5 billion. In March 1991, Secretary of Defense Dick Cheney declared that the United States would sell more, not fewer, weapons to the Middle East in the wake of the war. And sure enough, the United States has become the world's 44 leading weapons supplier to the Third World and to the Middle East. Characteristically, on May 29, 1991, President Bush pledged to curb the Middle East arms race, and in the next week the United States announced two major weapons deals in the region. In October, at a conference in London, Washington committed itself to restraining its arms sales to the Middle East, and within 2 weeks began negotiations with Saudi Arabia for a $5 billion sale of F-15 fighters. It was not simply conventional military forces that grew during the course of the Iran-Iraq War. As the Washington reported, U.S. and Israeli intelligence analysts blame the Iran-Iraq War for most of the developments destabilizing the Middle East military equation: the extensive use of missiles against civilian populations in cities, local engineering to extend vastly the range of missiles, and acquisition of chemical warheads. Chemical weapons in particular were used on a large scale in the Iran-Iraq War, first by Baghdad and then, in retaliation and on a smaller scale, by Tehran. Neither country had ever used poison gas before, and it was in the context of their drawn-out conflict that the warring parties resorted to chemical arms. But to make sense of the spread of chemical weapons to the Gulf, it is necessary to look at the historical antecedents. Better dying through chemistry. The use of chemical and biological weapons in warfare has a long and gory past. In the 5th century BC, the Spartans tried to overwhelm opposing cities with sulfur fumes. In 1346, the Tartars catapulted the bodies of plague victims into the walled city of Kaffa to defeat its defenses. 4 centuries later, the British used blankets infected with smallpox against rebellious North American Indian tribes. In 1907, all the major powers except the United States signed the Hague Convention outlawing the use of chemical projectiles in combat. Nevertheless, chemical warfare was widespread in World War I, causing more than 1 million casualties, almost 10% of them fatal. In the aftermath of the war, the British used gas warfare against rebellious Iraqis, though not on the scale urged by Winston Churchill, who explained, "I am strongly in favor of using poisoned gas against uncivilized tribes. The moral effect should be good. And it would spread a lively terror. We cannot in any circumstances acquiesce in the non-use of any weapons. 45. Which are available to procure a speedy termination of the disorder that 28. Prevails. In 1925, many nations came together and signed the Geneva Protocol, prohibiting the use in war of asphyxiating, poisonous, or other gases, and of all analogous liquids, materials, and devices, as well as bacteriological methods of warfare. Most countries ratifying the protocol reserved the right to employ such weapons if used by others first. Among the major powers, most ratified within the first few years, and all but 2 had ratified by the early 1950s. Japan did not do so until 1970, and the United States refused to ratify until 1974. Chemical weapons were not considered especially useful against an enemy well prepared with gas masks, but against Third World people the results could often be devastating. Italy, though it ratified the protocol in 1928, used mustard gas during its invasion of Abyssinia in 1935-36. Japan used chemical weapons on a small scale in its war against China. In addition, the Japanese military secretly developed bacteriological warfare agents and used them in a few instances against Chinese targets. When the United States entered the Pacific War, Japan became more circumspect, fearing U.S. retaliation, and none of the other World War II participants is known to have used chemical or biological weapons in combat. The Germans, who had developed new deadly nerve gases, mistakenly assumed that their enemies also had such weapons and refrained from employing them. In 1944, Churchill urged the use of gas, but his advisors rejected the idea and Churchill reluctantly gave in. Roosevelt pledged that the United States would not be the first to use chemical weapons, but after his death some key advisors, such as Chief of Staff Gen. George Marshall, recommended their use against Japanese outlying islands. The war ended before a final decision was made. The secret Japanese unit in charge of bacteriological warfare had conducted experiments on prisoners of war, killing 3,000 human subjects including Americans, and compiling voluminous data on the effects of various biological agents. The United States captured the officers in charge of this unit and shielded them from war crimes prosecution in return for their cooperation with U.S. biological warfare efforts. In 1946, members of Congress boasted of U.S. germ warfare weapons, and in 1947 President Truman withdrew the Geneva Protocol from consideration by the Senate. When the Soviet Union in 1949 placed some Japanese officers on trial for war crimes involving 46. Biological warfare. U.S. officials dismissed the whole thing as a propaganda ploy. During the Korean War, the North Koreans and the Chinese accused the United States of engaging in biological warfare. The charge has not been proven, and large-scale use almost certainly did not occur, but whether some experimental attacks were conducted cannot yet be ruled out. In any event, the United States did develop an extensive chemical and biological warfare capability. In 1956, the U.S. Army revised its field manual on the law of land warfare to point out that Washington was not party to any treaty banning chemical, toxic, or bacteriological warfare, and thus such prohibitions were not binding on the United States. In 1959, a resolution was proposed in the House of Representatives reaffirming the position, originally enunciated by Franklin Roosevelt in World War II, that the United States would not be the first to use chemical or biological warfare. The resolution was strongly opposed by the Departments of Defense and State and was defeated. The United States pursued a particularly vigorous program of research on germ warfare. This was sometimes described as defensive research, but as the official Pentagon history acknowledged, research and development in the offensive aspects of BW proceeded hand in hand with defensive developments for, in truth, the two are almost inseparable. Happy face. To test the dispersion of biological agents, starting in 1949 the Army conducted open-air tests of simulated organisms over populated areas of the United States. The Army said these tests were totally harmless, but the medical literature showed the simulants to be potentially fatal to sick and sometimes even to healthy individuals. No medical follow-up was ever done to determine the health effects of the tests. In 1950, after San Francisco was secretly sprayed with the bacteria Serratia marcescens in a germ warfare test, a city hospital recorded its first ever outbreak of Serratia marcescens micaian, with one man dying. The Army claimed this was just a coincidence. In 1951, another test was conducted in Virginia, with the Army intentionally exposing a disproportionate number of African Americans to a potentially fatal simulant in order, it alleged in a classified document, to be prepared for an enemy attack using a fungus that affects blacks in particular. Happy face. In 1966, a secret germ warfare test was carried out in the New York City subway system. The Army claimed that the test enabled them to devise countermeasures to prevent an enemy from engaging in such an attack. The Army concluded, for example, that enforcement of an ordinance against litter would make clandestine deposit of agents in the system more difficult, a countermeasure so valuable that it was never shared with police or transit authorities. *. 47. The U.S. biological warfare program was not simply a research effort. Rep. Richard D. McCarthy revealed in 1970 that contingency plans were drawn up for the first use of biological weapons against Cuba. McCarthy reported that he was told by officials that the United States came close to actually using such weapons during the Cuban Missile Crisis, intending to infect the Cuban sugar crop and to incapacitate human beings. One informant told him that germ warfare agents were actually placed aboard planes. Happy face. The United States also used biological agents in attempting to assassinate foreign leaders, though in no case were the attacks known to be successful. Castro and Lumumba were intended targets, as was Iraqi leader Abdul Karim Qasim. *. But it was chemical, not biological, weapons that the United States employed on a wide scale. During the Vietnam War, U.S. military forces used massive amounts of tear gas and herbicides. The United States claimed that these chemicals were not outlawed by the Geneva Protocol, but the UN General Assembly passed a resolution in 1969 declaring that riot control agents and herbicides violated international law, the Assembly said, that was binding even on nations that were not party to the protocol. The vote was 80 in favor, 36 abstentions, and only 3 opposed, the 3 being the United States, Australia and Portugal. While tear gas is not generally lethal, one of the types used in Indochina carried warnings that it was not to be used when deaths are not acceptable. Asterisk registered, and all types were potentially fatal to children, the elderly, and the infirm, and to those in enclosed spaces. So-called non-toxic gas and smoke even killed an Australian soldier wearing a gas mask who was caught in a tunnel. Asterisk carried. When the United States began using tear gas in Vietnam, Secretary of State Dean Rusk announced that it would only be employed in situations comparable to domestic crowd control, and not in the course of ordinary military operations. Then the United States argued that tear gas could save lives when civilians and enemy soldiers were commingled in a tunnel. For example, tear gas could ferret them all out, allowing the civilians to be separated from the military personnel. But tear gas was in fact routinely used to enhance killing, as when it was dropped by helicopter on underground bunkers and then followed by B-52 attacks with conventional ordnance, a tactic that did not distinguish between soldiers and non-combatants. In 1969, the State Department sent one of its officials, Thomas R. Pickering, to face congressional critics. Pickering explained that tear gas 48 was not prohibited by international law because it could be used to reduce casualties. Rep. Donald Fraser was perplexed. In other words, if theoretically, it could be used to reduce casualties, the fact that it is used to increase casualties is of no account as long as it could be used to reduce them. Pickering indicated that this was indeed a correct understanding of his view. Pickering also tried to justify the use of herbicides. He read from the Army's Field Manual on the Laws of Land Warfare that food may be destroyed by chemical means if intended solely for consumption by the armed forces. Pickering was apparently unconcerned that a study for the American Association for the Advancement of Science found that the United States had sprayed herbicides over 6% of South Vietnam's entire cropland, destroying enough food to feed 600,000 people for a year, nearly all of which would have been C2 consumed by civilians. Chemical weapons became increasingly controversial with the U.S. public in the late 1960s. In addition to photos of napalmed Vietnamese children, public opinion was aroused by an accidental spread of nerve gas during open-air tests in Utah and by an Army plan to transport tons of obsolete chemical weapons across the Coimtree for disposal in the ocean off New Jersey. In response to growing popular pressure, Congress prohibited open-air testing and banned the further production of lethal chemical weapons. President Nixon announced on November 25, 1969, that he would resubmit the 1925 Geneva Protocol to the Senate for its ratification, with reservations regarding the right to use chemical weapons in retaliation and excluding from its coverage herbicides, riot control agents, smoke, and napalm. Nixon further declared that the United States would unilaterally destroy its biological weapons stocks, that it would never use such weapons, even in retaliation, and that it would only do defensive research on biological warfare. In April 1970, the Pentagon ordered the suspension of Agent Orange use in Vietnam as a result of studies showing the compound's devastating human effects. In December 1970, the White House announced that all herbicide use in Vietnam would be phased out, and in May 1971 U.S. military use ended, though low-level use was evidently continued by the South Vietnamese government. The U.S. renunciation of biological warfare was not a major concession, given the prevailing military thinking which considered biological agents impractical weapons because of their unpredictable effects. Nevertheless, the unilateral U.S. move was helpful in getting multilateral Agree 49. Meant to the 1972 Biological and Toxin Weapons Convention, which outlawed the use, production, and stockpiling of such weapons. Not helpful, however, was the apparent U.S. use of biological agents against Cuba in 1971, according to intelligence sources interviewed by Newsday. a U.S. agent passed a vial of African swine fever virus to anti-Castro terrorists. 6 weeks later, an outbreak of the disease forced the slaughter of 500,000 pigs to stem a national epidemic. Also unhelpful was the fact that as late as 1975 the CIA was still holding on to offensive biological warfare stocks. B shit and bullshit. In 1981, the Reagan administration charged the Soviet Union with violating both the 1925 Geneva Protocol and the 1972 Biological and Toxin Weapons Convention. Registered, the United States claimed that Moscow and its Vietnamese and Laotian allies were using mycotoxins, fungal poisons, in Afghanistan, Laos, and Cambodia. This yellow rain, as the lethal agent was dubbed, was said to be employed almost on the scale of genocide in Laos. Registered. The United States asserted that refugee testimony as well as physical evidence supported the charges. The administration asked the Wall Street Journal X.O play up the story, and the paper ran some 50 articles in the 18 months following the initial U.S. accusation. By December 1982, the U.S. media generally accepted the charges. And in February 1984 I/Q Journal editorialized that among men of affairs the yellow rain debate is closed. This may have been an accurate characterization of the views of men of affairs, but serious analysts found gaping holes in the evidence. The refugee testimony was shown to be extremely unreliable. And no laboratory, not even a U.S. Army lab, was able to replicate the identification of mycotoxins on leaf samples. It finally turned out that the yellow rain on the samples was nothing but bee feces. As Elisa Harris, a chemical and biological warfare specialist with the Brookings Institution, concluded. Although it is impossible to prove that lethal chemical warfare has not occurred in Southeast Asia and Afghanistan, the failure of any government, including the United States, to positively identify any specific agent such as mustard or nerve gas raises doubts about the Reagan administration's more general chemical warfare charges against the Soviet Union and its allies. The Soviet Union or the Vietnamese may well have used tear gas in Afghanistan or Southeast Asia, but given U.S. policy in Indochina it is 50. Obvious why Washington had no interest in exploring or publicizing this particular crime. There was nothing wrong with urging careful investigation of the yellow rain claims of refugees, as the editors of the left-wing Southeast Asia Chronicle did, for example. But we now know that U.S. experts had serious doubts about their own evidence. A special U.S. government investigating team found major problems with the previously conducted refugee interviews. Medical tests showed no clear cases of chemical attack. Yet, publicly, U.S. officials insisted on calling their evidence incontrovertible. Thus, the yellow rain episode was not simply a case of honest error, caused by the inherent difficulties of getting conclusive proof in such situations. Rather, there was clear intent to deceive. Washington hoped that charging Soviet use of mycotoxins would help to discredit Moscow generally, slow down arms control efforts, and smooth passage in the U.S. Congress of appropriations for a new generation of chemical weapons. Back during a congressional hearing in February 1980, Rep. Robert I. Lagomarsino questioned U.S. intelligence officials, "Do we have any information on the use of chemical warfare in Afghanistan other than just rumors?" "There is no confirmation at all," was the reply. Lagomarsino then commented that the common perception is that the Russians are using it there because there have been a lot of rumors in the papers. To which a high CIA official responded, "I don't see anything wrong with letting that rumor run." Happy face. Some years later, James Leonard, a former ambassador who helped negotiate the 1972 Biological and Toxin Weapons Convention, called U.S. management of its side of the convention shameful. "It is our responsibility no make charges we can't substantiate." Registered Kenneth Adelman, a director of the Arms Control and Disarmament Agency under Reagan, has written, "Whether Iraq would have been emboldened to introduce nerve agents on the battlefields of the Middle East in the absence of the recent Soviet and Vietnamese precedents remains an open question. There is a more telling open question, however, whether inundating the media with charges of mycotoxin warfare, charges that were known to be unsubstantiated, might not weaken world reaction to instances of actual chemical weapon use." Iraq and chemical warfare. Starting in 1984, UN investigations confirmed that Iraq was using chemical weapons against Iranian troops. The Wall Street Journal, Carrick 51. Terroristically, charged that mycotoxins were being used and that Moscow was the only plausible source. UN experts, however, never found toxins, only mustard gas and perhaps the nerve gas tabun. According to the US government, Iraq made its own chemical agents after purchasing precursor chemicals and equipment legally. 2. Immediately from Western chemical companies. In 1986, Kenneth Adelman wrote regarding Iraq and chemical weapons, meaningful sanctions have yet to be imposed. Regrettably, the United Nations General Assembly too often appears content with passing hollow resolutions condemning chemical warfare in general terms, while permitting violators to escape without the punishment they deserve. Adelman's words were actually a precise description of the U.S. reaction. In March 1984, the State Department issued a mild condemnation of Iraq's use of chemical weapons and then, in November, Washington and Baghdad restored diplomatic relations. For 2 years of Iraqi chemical warfare use, the UN Security Council did not criticize Iraq by name. Later, the United States made clear that it would oppose any council action against Iraq. By the end of the Iran-Iraq War, chemical weapons had become fully integrated into Saddam Hussein's armed forces with apparently no effect on the U.S. tilt toward Iraq. Then Baghdad turned its military might on its own Kurdish minority and used chemical weapons against them. Members of Congress called for sanctions on Iraq, but the administration opposed the move. In the meantime, Iraq continued to receive U.S. dual-use exports and agricultural credits, despite evidence that the latter may have been financing military purchases. While ignoring Iraqi chemical weapon use, the U.S. government proclaimed throughout the 1980s that the Soviet Union had a decisive lead in chemical and biological warfare, including in the area of genetic engineering, thus requiring the development of a new generation of U.S. chemical weapons. In fact, a study by the General Accounting Office of the U.S. Congress, based on classified as well as unclassified sources, found little hard evidence to support the dire warnings. As for gene warfare, evidence of a Soviet effort in this area was scant. The U.S. Army was advertising for specialists on recombinant DNA and toxins 3 years before the Pentagon even claimed Moscow was using genetic engineering for military purposes. Nevertheless, in 1986 the United States resumed open-air testing of biological agents, and in 1987, with the help of 3 tie-breaking votes cast by Vice President George Bush in the Senate, Washington ended its 18-year moratorium on the production of chemical weapons. It was obviously hard to convince third world nations. 52. That such weapons were reprehensible and unnecessary when the United States continued producing them. In January 1989, 149 nations meeting in Paris unanimously agreed to condemn the use of chemical weapons. Their declaration expressed concern that such weapons remain and are spread, thus censuring both those nations with chemical arsenals and those seeking to acquire them. The declaration further urged the swift completion of a treaty to ban the possession or production of chemical weapons, then being negotiated by 40 nations in Geneva. There was a long-standing consensus among the 40 nations based on a draft proposal submitted by Vice President Bush in 1984 that all new production of chemical weapons would cease when the treaty took effect. In October 1989, however, it was revealed that the Bush administration intended to keep producing poison gas even after a global pact was in effect. Public pressure, however, forced Bush to reverse himself, though he still insisted that the United States would retain 2% of its chemical stockpile until all nations had signed on, thus continuing to reserve for Washington a privileged status. Finally, in May 1991, Bush agreed to destroy all U.S. chemical weapons within 10 years of a global ban. He also announced that once the treaty was in force, the United States would forswear any use of chemical weapons, even in retaliation. The way was at last open to a chemical weapons treaty, though negotiations slowed again when Bush reversed himself once more, this time withdrawing his previous call for fully open and immediate inspections. stating instead that challenge inspections should be limited near certain installations for national security reasons. Registered the U.S. renunciation of chemical weapons was no doubt motivated by the realization that U.S. hypocrisy would make it impossible to convince other nations to give up their chemical weapons, weapons that the United States can do without given its nuclear capability. It will still be difficult, however, to get universal adherence to a chemical ban, given the continued existence of nuclear arsenals. Chemicals are the inexpensive weapons of mass destruction, and, as Arab nations have argued on numerous occasions, states cannot be expected to renounce such weapons so long as their enemies maintain atomic arms. The nuclear powers have taught by example over the last 4 decades that real international status comes from being able to threaten the incineration of large numbers of people. Accordingly, aspiring global players in the Third World have sought to obtain nuclear weapons or, where that has not been possible, the cheaper Alter 53 native. Thus, the spread of chemical weapons and nuclear proliferation are inextricably linked. Nuclear arms. The spread of nuclear arms, beyond the United States, the Soviet Union, and Britain, had its roots in the 1950s. Washington contributed to the proliferation in 3 ways. First, U.S. policy stated that in the event of hostilities nuclear weapons were to be as available for use as other munitions, in the words of a secret 1953 National Security Council directive. Believing that the American public had to get over its squeamishness regarding these weapons, Eisenhower administration officials publicly declared in 1955 that they considered atomic arms interchangeable with conventional ones. This was hardly a message designed to discourage other nations from seeking nuclear weapons of their own. Second, the United States, which had used the bomb in World War II against a non-nuclear foe, made clear that it was prepared to do so again. In 1955, the United States threatened and intended to use nuclear weapons against China if Beijing persisted in its efforts to take over Quemoy and Matsu, 2 minor groups of islands just off the Chinese coast of no importance to the defense of Taiwan, but from which Chiang Kai-shek's forces had been launching attacks quietly appreciated in Washington against the mainland. China ultimately backed down, but, not surprisingly, decided in the midst of the crisis to begin its own nuclear program. The third way in which U.S. policy promoted nuclear proliferation was in placing more emphasis on nuclear weapons cooperation with its European allies, even at the cost of encouraging and stimulating independent atomic weapons programs than it did on working toward international agreements to prevent the spread of nuclear weapons. So eager was the United States, that it gave West Germany atomic bombs under dual control, meaning that the Germans would have had only to overpower a single U.S. sentry in order to drop a nuclear bomb on Moscow. When China detonated its first atomic weapon in 1964, U.S. officials began to worry about proliferation. The solution they considered was unilateral action, possibly with tacit Soviet cooperation, to destroy Chinese nuclear weapons facilities. But even at this point, key top policy makers were privately unenthusiastic about non-proliferation, despite a public U.S. posture favoring it. Registered not until 1966 did Washington decide that it favored non-proliferation. 54. QQ. Over the possibility of establishing a NATO or European nuclear force. Accordingly, in 1968 the United States joined with Britain and the Soviet Union in putting forward the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, which they invited all other countries to sign. The treaty obliged signatories who possessed nuclear weapons to refrain from transferring nuclear weapons or the technology for such weapons to any non-nuclear state. Non-nuclear states undertook not to accept nuclear weapons or nuclear weapons technology and to accept international safeguards on all their peaceful nuclear energy facilities. Many non-nuclear states considered that they should not be the only ones to give up something by signing the treaty. Accordingly, Article 6 of the treaty was designed as a crucial concession to them. It obligated all nations to pursue good faith negotiations leading to the cessation of the nuclear arms race, nuclear disarmament, and complete disarmament. Progress on stopping nuclear proliferation would thus require taking steps to reverse the superpower arms race and getting as many nations as possible to ratify the NPT. On the first of these requirements, the U.S. record was unimpressive. In 1968, when the NPT was signed, the United States had 4,500 strategic nuclear warheads and the USSR 850. A decade later, thanks to the introduction of new technology, the numbers stood at 9,800 for the United States and 5,200 for the Soviet Union. And the warheads V/air far more lethal in 1978 than in 1968. In 1973, Washington and Moscow signed an agreement on the prevention of nuclear war. Henry Kissinger called it at the time a significant step in reducing the likelihood of a nuclear holocaust. In his memoirs, however, Kissinger admitted that he had negotiated a bland set of principles that had been systematically stripped of all implications harmful to our interests. During the negotiations, Kissinger had insisted that the agreement include a paragraph guaranteeing non-intervention in other countries. With considerable reluctance, Soviet leader Brezhnev and Foreign Minister Gromyko assented, whereupon Kissinger withdrew the paragraph registered not much of an indication of a good faith effort to end the arms race. For many non-nuclear states, the issue of nuclear testing was the litmus test by which they judged the devotion of the nuclear powers to non-proliferation. New kinds of weapons require testing, and thus a prohibition on testing would at least halt the race to develop new, more deadly nuclear arms. In 1963, the United States, the Soviet Union, Britain, and many other nations had agreed to ban atmospheric tests and committed themselves to seek the discontinuance of all nuclear tests for all time. In fact, 55. However, in the 7 years following 1963, the United States conducted more underground tests per year than total tests atmospheric and underground it had conducted in all but 2 pre-1963 years annually. Beginning in 1962, a large majority of the UN General Assembly passed resolutions condemning all nuclear testing. The 1968 NPT in its preamble specifically recalled and renewed the commitment to ban all testing. And in 1973 the Swedish government declared a day of mourning over the failure to make progress in this regard. Then, in 1974, the United States and the Soviet Union showed the extent of their good faith by negotiating the Threshold Test Ban Treaty. As William Epstein, a Canadian special consultant on disarmament to the UN Secretary-General, noted, the treaty allows the parties to continue unrestricted underground tests of whatever size they wish until March 31, 1976, thereafter they will limit weapon tests to 150 kilotons each, which is about 10 times larger than the yield of the bomb that was dropped on Hiroshima and which exceeds in size all but a few of the tests conducted in recent years. This is not just a cosmetic agreement, it is a mockery of a test ban treaty registered. Even this treaty, however, was not ratified by the United States until September 1990. In 1975, a conference was held to review the NPT. As the Swedish delegate reported, the nuclear weapons powers had nothing substantive to offer to stem the trend toward proliferation. Their cynicism was made obvious by a categorical non-acceptance of all proposals, symbolized by a giant United States test explosion in the middle of the conference. By the time of the 1985 review conference, the Soviet Union had come to accept a comprehensive test ban, while the United States continued to reject the notion. But Moscow apparently decided that it would not be helpful for the superpowers to embarrass each other and thus did not press the issue. In September 1990, another NPT review conference was held. Once again third world countries urged a comprehensive test ban, warning that the future of the NPT was endangered. And once again the United States refused. And at a UN conference in January 1991, Washington opposed. 112. Yet another effort to achieve a total test ban. In September 1991, after the failed Soviet coup, President Bush announced that the U.S. would unilaterally eliminate short-range ground and sea-launched nuclear weapons. His announcement was motivated by two major concerns. 1. Given the centrifugal forces in the USSR, it was important to make sure that Soviet short-range weapons didn't fall into 56 dangerous hands, and 2. According to public opinion polls, there were renewed pressures in the United States for deep defense cuts, so the Bush administration hoped to give up weapons that were not especially useful militarily as a way to forestall deeper cuts. Accordingly, Bush's announcement included ominous warnings against cutting the military budget, particularly Star Wars and the B-2 stealth bomber, and reserved the right of the United States to be the first to use nuclear weapons. With the leading global superpower still unwilling to accept a comprehensive test ban or an agreement barring first use of nuclear weapons, it is no wonder that leaders of some non-nuclear states continue to pursue nuclear arsenals of their own. In addition to working to halt the superpower arms race, the other requirement for promoting non-proliferation was encouraging as many states as possible to adhere to the NPT. Here too the U.S. effort was feeble. In fact, in a secret 1969 National Security Memorandum, the Nixon administration indicated its attitude to the just concluded treaty. The government, in its public posture, should reflect a tone of optimism that other countries will sign or ratify, while clearly disassociating itself from any plan to bring pressure on these countries to sign or ratify. Many nations did adhere to the treaty, among them Iraq, Iran, Libya, Syria, and, in 1981, Egypt. However, some crucial countries failed to do so, among them France, China, India, Pakistan, Israel, Brazil, Argentina, and South Africa. Instead of pressing these nations to sign on, the United States often facilitated their nuclear efforts. Washington was covertly aiding the French nuclear weapons program since 1974, despite the fact that France was a particularly irresponsible nuclear power, insisting until 1975 on atmospheric nuclear testing, conducting underground tests in the South Pacific in violation of the nuclear-free zone established by the countries of the region, and engaging in blatant state terrorism to prevent interference with its testing program. In 1978, the U.S. Congress passed legislation mandating a cutoff of economic and military aid to countries trying to produce nuclear weapons. Because of strong evidence showing that Pakistan was heavily involved in developing nuclear arms, U.S. aid was halted in 1979. But following the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, the Carter administration claimed emergency exemption from the congressional aid ban and offered Pakistani President Zia a two-year, $400 million package of economic and military aid. U.S. officials made clear to Zia that aid would continue flowing despite the Pakistani nuclear program so long as a nuclear weapon was not actually tested. Shortly after taking office in 1981, Ronald Reagan agreed to provide Pakistan with $3.2 billion in aid over 6 years. When Congress asked whether the administration felt confident that Pakistan was not developing a nuclear weapons capability, Undersecretary of State James Buckley replied reassuringly, "There is. A 122 distinction between developing a capability and utilizing a capability." And the pattern has continued. In the fall of 1990, the Bush administration tried to get a waiver to provide aid to Pakistan despite its ongoing nuclear 123 program. Another potential nuclear power was South Africa. In both 1977 and 1979, the United States tried to cover up South African nuclear tests. In 1981, U.S. brokers with the knowledge of the State Department arranged the transfer of nuclear fuel from France to Pretoria. The next year Reagan allowed the export to South Africa of dual-use items, but he was blocked in this by the Congress. The Reagan administration also circumvented U.S. legislation in aiding the nuclear programs of Brazil, India, and Argentina. And even after the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait, the White House approved the export of parts for a new three-stage missile that Brazil was developing, despite compelling evidence that Brazil had shared missile and nuclear technology with Iraq. Not to be outdone, Congress voted 2 weeks later to allow the export of supercomputers to Brazil. During the period of the U.S. honeymoon with Saddam Hussein, that is, from the early 1980s until August 2, 1990 the United States allowed the export to Iraq of dual-use nuclear technology. In August 1989, the Pentagon and the Department of Energy invited 3 Iraqi scientists to a detonation conference in Portland, Oregon, that included lectures on igniting a bombs and was, in the words of an internal Department of Energy memo, 190. The place to be. If you were a potential nuclear weapons proliferant. The Israeli bomb. But the real test of U.S. concern with nuclear proliferation is the case of Israel. As early as 1968 the CIA had concluded that Israel had manufactured atomic weapons. Israel did so with a combination of early U.S. assistance to its peaceful atomic energy program, secret French support, winking on the part of Washington, theft and deception. Israeli officials refer to the French as whores for selling Saddam Hussein nuclear technology, but a quarter of a century before Paris started whoring with Iraq, it was doing so with Israel. Iraq, we now know, set up front companies all around the world to try to buy or acquire nuclear technology. 58. Israel has done the same thing for years. The CIA believes that Israel stole 200 pounds of enriched uranium from a plant in Pennsylvania and that Israeli agents diverted 200 tons of processed uranium ore at sea. In I-960, France illegally transferred -12C to Israel heavy water from Norway, used in making nuclear weapons. In 1990 Iraq was stung trying to buy US Krytrons, but in 1971, the Pentagon approved the sale of Krytrons to Israel, and in 1985 Israel was caught trying to obtain additional US Krytrons illegally. The sneaky Iraqis allowed international inspectors to examine one of their nuclear reactors while they actually worked on atom bombs at other facilities. They weren't nearly as tricky, however, as the Israelis who built a false control room at their Dimona reactor to fool US inspectors, who paid visits between 1962 and 1969, seemingly eager to be fooled. In fact, when Prime Minister Menachem Begin described a non-existent underground weapons facility at the Iraqi reactor that Israel bombed in 1981, he was actually describing what Israel had built underneath Dimona. Despite the deception, the CIA knew about the Israeli nuclear program. But whenever Washington found out some more about what Israel was doing, there was no negative U.S. reaction. In fact, the U.S. government, whether under Eisenhower, Johnson, Carter, or Reagan, helped provide cover to the Israelis, and U.S. aid to Tel Aviv was increased. U.S. laws calling for the cutoff of aid to states producing nuclear weapons were carefully written in such a way so as not to include Israel. Indeed, the author of the legislation, Sen. Stuart Symington, had told Israeli Deputy Defense Minister Shimon Peres back in 1963, "Don't stop making atomic bombs." Israel didn't stop, and we now know that Israel not only has the atom bomb, but it has some 200 thermonuclear warheads, including advanced low-yield neutron bombs. Among the countries targeted by Israeli nuclear weapons has been the Soviet Union, raising the specter that a local conflict could turn into a global Armageddon. When asked directly about the Israeli nuclear program, the Carter administration noted only that Israel had declared it would not be the first to introduce nuclear weapons into the area. But U.S. officials knew well what Israel meant by this pledge, only that it would not be the first to test a nuclear weapon in the region or to publicly announce its possession of such a weapon. In 1974, Egypt and Iran co-sponsored a resolution in the General Assembly calling for the establishment of a nuclear weapons-free zone in the Middle East. The vote was 128 in favor, none opposed, and only Israel and Burma abstaining. In 1975, 7 Middle Eastern governments told the 59. Secretary General that they were prepared to refrain from developing nuclear weapons if Israel would do so as well, with adequate control measures. Israel informed the Secretary General that it favored a nuclear weapons-free zone based on direct negotiations between all the states in the region, implying mutual recognition and hence prior solution of all outstanding political problems in the Middle East. Between 1975 and 1979, the General Assembly reaffirmed the Egyptian-Iranian resolution by the same lopsided margin, with only Israel abstaining in the last 4 of these years. Then in 1980 Israel voted for the resolution. It is hard to avoid cynical interpretations of the Israeli switch. It may have been motivated by a desire to look good given that Egypt, but not Israel, was about to accede to the NPT. Or it may have been camouflage for the decision made by Israeli officials at the time to attack Iraq's Asirak nuclear power plant. Though far behind Israel technologically, there is no doubt that Iraq has sought a nuclear capability and was able to hide its effort from international inspectors. Israeli complaints about the limitations of international inspections, however, were rather hollow given Tel Aviv's refusal to accede to the NPT and given its own nuclear arsenal. It would have been a real service if Israel had offered its expertise in evading inspections in order to strengthen the inspection machinery of the International Atomic Energy Administration. But instead of proposing some sort of mutual renunciation of nuclear weapons under the most stringent of international controls, Israel launched a military strike against Asirak in June 1981. The United States supported a Security Council resolution condemning the raid, though making sure that no sanctions were imposed on Israel. Despite the condemnation, there are reasons to believe that Washington was not opposed to the attack. In October 1980, Israel had consulted with the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission regarding the effect of hypothetically hitting a nuclear power plant with 2,000-pound bombs, the kind used in the Asirak strike. According to National Security Advisor Richard Allen, Reagan's reaction to the raid was, well, boys will be boys. The United States began a study of whether Israel's use of U.S. supplied aircraft in the raid violated U.S. law, which would require an arms cut-off. The study was never completed. Even analysts sympathetic to Israel's view that Iraq was up to no good concluded that the Israeli attack may have stimulated, rather than thwarted, 1-2. The Arab quest for nuclear weapons. The Israeli position, on the other hand, seemed to be that it would maintain its nuclear monopoly by continuing to destroy any Arab nuclear facilities. Prime Minister Begin in fact declared that Israel would not tolerate any enemy, Arab or not, acquiring a nuclear capability, thus including Pakistan, and there were 60 reports of an Israeli overture to India, proposing a joint strike on Pakistan's nuclear facilities. Shortly after the raid on Iraq, a State Department spokesperson was asked whether the U.S. concern over non-proliferation applied to Israel. The reply consisted of the usual evasions. The U.S. has no nuclear cooperation with Israel. Our own policy is clear: the prevention of the spread of nuclear weapons is an important worldwide objective of the United States. We have noted that the government of Israel has consistently affirmed that it would not be the first to introduce nuclear weapons into the region. Beyond that I cannot go. A week later, Reagan was asked the same question. Well, I haven't given very much thought to that particular question there. It is difficult for me to envision Israel as being a threat to its neighbors. It is a nation that from the very beginning has lived under the threat from neighbors that they did not recognize its right to exist as a nation. I'll have to think about that question you asked. Despite Reagan's unique quickness of wit, his argument is actually quite commonly heard: Israel's nuclear weapons program is different from Iraq's because the former is a peace-loving, humane state while the latter is aggressive and ruthless. There are important differences between Israel and Iraq. Only Iraq has used large-scale chemical warfare. Iraq has killed a far larger fraction of its own population than has Israel, though most of Saddam Hussein's atrocities occurred during periods when he enjoyed U.S. support. In early 1990, for example, when Middle East Watch denounced Iraq as one of the most brutal and repressive regimes in power today, 12 Western powers tried to get the UN Human Rights Commission to investigate Iraq's abuses, but Washington opposed the effort. Nevertheless, Israeli brutality should not be minimized. The treatment of Palestinians in the occupied territories has been horrific. During the first year alone of the Intifada, 66 Palestinians died from exposure to tear gas fired by Israeli troops. Killings, bone-breaking, torture, blowing up of houses, atrocities against children, collective punishment, all these have been commonplace. Additionally, both Israel and Iraq have been expansionist powers, invading weaker neighbors. The Israeli invasion of Lebanon in 1982 caused thousands of civilian casualties. If Israel, the strongest conventional power in the region, claims to need nuclear weapons for deterrence, then lesser powers can make a 61. Similar claim. Iraq, after all, could point to the Israeli attack on its Asirak nuclear reactor in 1981, and to subsequent Israeli threats. For example, in 1988 Tel Aviv launched a new military satellite which, the Washington Post noted, was widely regarded as a symbol of the Israeli commitment to an offensive, possibly even preemptive strategy. Martin Indyk, the executive director of the Washington Institute for Near East Policy, reported publicly after extensive talks with top Israeli military officers that the Israeli Air Force wanted to preempt missiles in Syria, Iraq, and Saudi Arabia, and that the Air Force view had been accepted. What makes missiles so dangerous in the region is that they are potential means of delivering nuclear or chemical warheads. Israel, however, has always had the regional lead in this regard. First, Israel got the Lance missile from the United States and then developed the Jericho missile. Both are too expensive and inaccurate for other than nuclear missions, so it is probable that they have been nuclear armed. Subsequently, Israel developed without protest from either the Carter or Reagan administrations the Jericho 2, capable of carrying fusion weapons 400 miles. Israel has shared missile technology with the Shah's Iran, South Africa, Taiwan, and China. According to a report by the Inspector General of the State Department, Israel has engaged in a systematic and growing pattern of selling sensitive U.S. military technology to third countries, among them South Africa, which, though in violation of U.S. law, elicited no response from the U.S. government. Another means of delivering nuclear warheads is via wide-gauge cannon. Iraq was known to have been actively seeking to develop such a supergun with the help of Gerald Bull, a weapons expert recently assassinated, probably by the Israeli spy agency, Mossad. In 1975, South Africa obtained the technology for an earlier nuclear-capable cannon from Bull's Canadian/U.S. firm with the help of CIA and Israeli agents eager to facilitate Pretoria's intervention in Angola. No nukes and no gas. Baghdad's nuclear capability was exaggerated by U.S. officials eager to justify the military option against Iraq. But U.S. threat inflation does not mean that nuclear proliferation in the Middle East is not a serious problem. The question, however, is how this problem should be dealt with. Shortly before the U.S. attack on Iraq, Ann Lewis, the former political director of the Democratic National Committee, wrote that no settlement of the Gulf crisis can include international negotiations on nuclear proliferation. 62. Asian in the region. For this would allow Saddam Hussein to claim a victory. Happy face. Instead of negotiations, Bush has taken the Asirak approach to arms control, only on a more massive scale. There are serious dangers to this approach. First, it is highly ineffective. As a Pentagon official acknowledged, we can bomb all we want, but we'll never get all his material and equipment by bombing. Second, it is likely to be counterproductive. While the Iraqi nuclear program has certainly been set back, can anyone doubt that the Arab people will only be incited to further efforts to produce chemical and nuclear weapons, if not in Iraq then in Syria or Libya or somewhere else, if not next year then 5 or 10 years from now? Being the victim of a military attack by a more powerful country only reinforces the view that a nuclear capability could help even the contest. And, third, if the Asirak approach should be adopted by other countries, the world would be a perilous place indeed. Imagine if India decided to enforce its vision of non-proliferation on Pakistan, or China on India, or South Korea on North Korea. During a May 1991 commencement address at the Air Force Academy, President Bush put forward an arms control plan for the Middle East. In 2 paragraphs of this speech, Bush called for an eventual nuclear-free zone in the Middle East and the elimination of chemical weapons and ballistic missiles. But the plan was basically all smoke and mirrors because the missile ban covered only new missiles, thus leaving Israel with a decisive edge, and the nuclear ban required no action from the one nuclear power in the region. In the rest of the speech, Bush cautioned Congress that he would veto any military budget that cut Star Wars or the B-2 bomber. As U.S. propagandists self-righteously denounce Iraqi instruments of mass destruction, U.S. hypocrisy continues. Despite a law stating that no military equipment or technology shall be sold or transferred to Pakistan because of its nuclear weapons program, Washington issued licenses for over $100 million in commercial sales of military supplies to the South Asian nation in 1990 and 1991, and while warning that military know-how from the former Soviet Union might fall into dangerous hands, the Bush administration is trying to buy up Soviet technology to enhance its own Star Wars project, while rejecting limitations on the U.S. nuclear testing program. Weapons proliferation is an extremely significant global problem. But the last agency in the world one would want to entrust with the job of solving this problem is the Pentagon. Chapter 4. Protecting Resources. The long lines at the gas pumps in 1973 and 1979 made many Americans concerned about the supply of oil and other resources. This concern might have led to an effort to develop alternative energy sources, but instead Washington chose to increase U.S. dependence on foreign petroleum while preparing the military to intervene abroad to protect essential resources. In 1988, near the end of the war between Iran and Iraq, the U.S. Navy was deployed to the Persian Gulf for the announced purpose of assuring the flow of oil. But, in fact, neither the naval deployment nor U.S. policy throughout the 8-year-long conflict was motivated by the fear of a resource shortage. Rather, the U.S. goal was to control the region's vast oil resources, a rather different matter. Indeed, this determination to control the petroleum supplies of the Middle East has been one of the constants of U.S. foreign policy for decades. Some crude history. Much of the world's proven oil reserves are located in the limited area of the Persian Gulf. Less than 4% of U.S. oil consumption comes from the Gulf, but, according to the official argument, Western Europe and Japan are extremely dependent on Gulf oil, and hence if the region fell into the hands of a hostile power, U.S. allies could be brought to their knees, and U.S. security would be fundamentally and irreparably compromised. If one examines the history of U.S. policy in the Gulf, however, protecting the oil interests of Western Europe and Japan never seemed to be one of Washington's foremost goals. As far back as the 1920s, the State Department sought to force Great Britain to give U.S. companies a share of the lucrative Middle Eastern oil concessions. The U.S. ambassador in London, who happened to be Andrew Mellon, the head of the Gulf Oil Corporation, grabbed the Saudi concessions for themselves, freezing out the British and French. When the latter sued on the grounds that the Red Line Agreement had been violated, Mobil and Jersey told the court that the agreement was null and void because it was monopolistic. In the early 1950s, oil was used as a political weapon for the first time /Q United States and Britain and against in. Iran had nationalized its British-owned oil company, which had refused to share its astronomical profits with the host government. In response, Washington and London organized a boycott of Iranian oil, which brought Iran's economy to the brink of collapse. The CIA then instigated a coup, entrenching the Shah in power and effectively unnationalizing the oil company, with U.S. firms getting 40% of the formerly 100% British-owned company. This was, in the view of the New York Times, an object lesson in the heavy cost that must be paid when an oil-rich third-world nation goes berserk with fanatical nationalism. In 1956 the oil weapon was used again, this time by the United States against Britain and France. After the latter two nations along with Israel invaded Egypt, Washington made clear that U.S. oil would not be sent to Western Europe until Britain and France agreed to a rapid withdrawal schedule. The United States was not adverse to overthrowing Nasser. Had they done it quickly, we would have accepted it, Eisenhower said later. But the clumsy Anglo-French military operation threatened U.S. interests in the region. In October 1969, the Shah of Iran asked the United States to purchase more Iranian oil as a way to boost his revenues. But the Shah's request was rejected because, as an assistant to then-President Nixon explained, a substantial portion of the profits from these purchases would go to non-protecting resources. 65. American companies if Iranian oil were bought, while if Saudi oil were purchased, the U.S. share would be larger. By the end of the 1960s, the international oil market was far different from what it had been 2 decades earlier. Oil supplies were tight, the number of oil firms had grown, and the producing countries, joined together in the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, were seeking to improve their financial position. Crucial talks on oil prices began in 1970 between U.S. companies and the government of Libya. Significantly, Washington did not weigh in on the side of the companies, and in fact, the companies themselves did not put up much resistance to the price increases. For the oil companies, higher prices would be beneficial, making profitable their growing investments in the developed nations. Any higher prices could be passed on to consumers and, indeed, in 1972–73 the companies raised their prices to a greater extent than crude costs alone warranted. In 1972, the Nixon administration was advocating higher oil prices. According to a study by V.H. Oppenheim, based on interviews with U.S. officials, the weight of the evidence suggests that the principal consideration behind the indulgent U.S. government attitude toward higher oil prices was the belief that higher prices would produce economic benefits for the United States vis-a-vis its industrial competitors. Western Europe and Japan, and the key Middle Eastern states, Saudi Arabia and Iran. And Henry Kissinger has confirmed that this was U.S. government thinking. The rise in the price of energy would affect primarily Europe and Japan and probably improve America's competitive position. Amid growing warnings about a possible oil embargo, the industrialized Western countries held meetings to decide their response. Showing its concern for its allies, the United States proposed that any reductions be shared, but on the basis of each country's seaborne imports, rather than on the basis of total energy requirements. Since the United States was much less dependent on imports than other countries, this formula meant that in the event of an embargo U.S. energy supplies would be cut far less than those of its allies. After the October 1973 Middle East War broke out, but before the Arab embargo, U.S. oil company officials wrote to Nixon, warning that the whole position of the United States in the Middle East is on the way to being seriously impaired, with Japanese, European, and perhaps Russian interests largely supplanting United States presence in the area, to the 66 detriment of both our economy and our security. Note that the Russian threat was considered only a possibility, the Allied threat a certainty. In late 1973 and on into 1974, the Arab oil producers cut their production and imposed an embargo against the United States and the Netherlands for their pro-Israeli position. The public has memories of long lines at the gas pump, rationing, and a crisis atmosphere. In fact, however, in Kissinger's words, the Arab embargo was a symbolic gesture of limited practical impact. The international oil companies, which totally monopolized petroleum distribution and marketing, pooled their oil, so the shortfall of Saudi supplies to the United States was made up from other sources. Overall, the oil companies spread out the production cutbacks so as to minimize suffering, and the country most supportive of Israel, the United States, suffered among the least. From January 1974 to March, oil consumption in the United States was only off by 5%, compared to 15% in France and West Germany. Even these figures, however, overstate the hardship, because in fact, there was at no time a real shortage of petroleum on the European market. Consumption simply responded to the increase in prices. Between October 1973 and April 1974, the reserves of oil products in the countries of the European Community never descended below the 80-day equivalent of consumption, and in Italy the reserves in fact increased by 23%. In Japan, there were about 2 million barrels of oil more than the government admitted, as the bureaucracy, the oil industry, and industrial oil users sought to exploit the crisis for their own advantage. In the aftermath of the embargo, U.S. allies tried to negotiate their own bilateral petroleum purchase deals with the producing nations without going through the major international oil companies. Washington opposed these efforts. In short, the well-being of U.S. allies has never been the key consideration for U.S. policymakers. Nor for that matter has the crucial concern been the well-being of the average American. One former Defense Department official has estimated that it cost U.S. taxpayers about $47 billion in 1985 alone for military expenditures related to the Gulf. Former Secretary of the Navy John Lehman put the annual figure at $40 billion. What could be worth these staggering sums? These expenditures have been necessary for the survival of the West. In the extreme, according to former CIA analyst Maj. Gen. Edward B. Atkinson, if all Gulf oil were cut off, the elimination of recreational driving, protecting resources, 67, would reduce Western petroleum needs to a level easily replaceable from non-Gulf sources. Even in wartime, Atkinson concluded, Gulf oil is not essential to Western needs. And in a protracted global conflict, one can be sure that oil fields would not last very long in the face of missile attacks. The billions of dollars, however, are a good investment for the oil companies, given that they are not the ones who pay the tab. To be sure, the multinationals no longer directly own the vast majority of Gulf crude production. But they have special buyback deals with the producers, whereby they purchase at bargain prices oil from the fields they formerly owned. For example, according to former Senator Frank Church, U.S. firms have a sweetheart arrangement with Saudi Arabia. Notwithstanding the nominal nationalization of their properties, radical regimes want to sell oil as much as conservative ones do, but a change of government in any Gulf state might eliminate the privileged position of the oil companies. The internal security of regimes like Saudi Arabia depends heavily on outside, particularly U.S., support. Many Saudis believe that in return their country has set its oil production levels to please the United States, to the detriment of their nation's long-term interests. At times, this has meant selling oil beyond the point at which the proceeds could be productively invested, an economically irrational strategy particularly given the fact that oil in the ground appreciates in value. More democratic or nationalistic governments in the Gulf may not be so willing to sacrifice their own interests. And such governments will also be less willing to accommodate a U.S. military presence or to serve as U.S. proxies for maintaining the regional status quo. And thus for more than 40 years, through many changed circumstances, there has been one constant of U.S. policy in the Gulf: support for the most conservative local forces available, in order to keep radical and popular movements from coming to power, no matter what the human cost, no matter how great the necessary manipulation or intervention. The United States has not been invariably successful in achieving its objective. In 1979, it lost one of its major props with the overthrow of the Shah of Iran, who had policed the Gulf on Washington's behalf. But the basic pattern of U.S. policy has not changed, as is well illustrated by its policy with regard to the war between Iran and Iraq. The Iran-Iraq War. The war between Iran and Iraq was one of the great human tragedies of recent Middle Eastern history. Perhaps as many as 1 million people died. 68. Many more were wounded, and millions were made refugees. The resources wasted on the war exceeded what the entire Third World spent on public health in a decade. The war began on September 22, 1980, when Iraqi troops launched a full-scale invasion of Iran. Prior to this date there had been subversion by each country inside the other and also major border clashes. Iraq hoped for a lightning victory against an internationally isolated neighbor in the throes of revolutionary upheaval. But despite Iraq's initial successes, the Iranians rallied and, using their much larger population, were able by mid-1982 to push the invaders out. In June 1982, the Iranians went over to the offensive, but Iraq, with a significant advantage in heavy weaponry, was able to prevent a decisive Iranian breakthrough. The guns finally fell silent on August 20, 1988. Primary responsibility for the 8 long years of bloodletting must rest with the governments of the two countries: the ruthless military regime of Saddam Hussein in Iraq and the ruthless clerical regime of the Ayatollah Khomeini in Iran. Khomeini was said by some to have a martyr complex, though, As U.S. Secretary of State Cyrus Vance Riley observed, people with martyr complexes rarely live to be as old as Khomeini. Whatever his complexes, Khomeini had no qualms about sending his followers, including young boys, off to their deaths for his greater glory. This callous disregard for human life was no less characteristic of Saddam Hussein. And, for that matter, it was also no less characteristic of much of the world community, which not only couldn't be bothered by a few 100,000 third world corpses, but which tried to profit from the conflict. France became the major source of Iraq's high-tech weaponry, in no small part to protect its financial stake in that country. The Soviet Union was Iraq's largest weapons supplier, while jockeying for influence in both capitals. Israel provided arms to Iran, hoping to bleed the combatants by prolonging the war. According to a CIA report, 92 countries sold vital military equipment and technology to Iraq from 1983-89. And at least 10 nations sold arms to both of the warring sides. The list of countries engaging in despicable behavior, however, would be incomplete without the United States. The United States did not have diplomatic relations with either belligerent in 1980 and announced its neutrality in the conflict. One typically humanitarian State Department official explained in 1983, "We don't give a damn as long as the Iran-Iraq carnage does not affect our allies in the region or alter the balance of power." In fact, however, the United Protecting Resources 69 States was not indifferent to the war, but saw a number of positive opportunities opened up by its prolongation. The need for arms and money would make Baghdad more dependent on the conservative Gulf states and Egypt, thereby moderating Iraq's policies and helping to repair ties between Cairo and the other Arab states. The war would make Iran, whose weapons had all been U.S. supplied in the past, desperate to obtain U.S. equipment and spare parts. The exigencies of war might make both nations more willing to restore their relations with Washington. Alternatively, the dislocations of war might give the United States greater ability to carry out covert operations in Iran or Iraq. And turmoil in the Gulf might make other states in the area more susceptible to U.S. pressure for military cooperation. When the war first broke out, the Soviet Union turned back its arms shipments en route to Iraq, and for the next year and a half, while Iraq was on the offensive, Moscow did not provide weapons to Baghdad. In March 1981, the Iraqi Communist Party, repressed by Saddam Hussein, beamed broadcasts from the Soviet Union calling for an end to the war and the withdrawal of Iraqi troops. That same month, U.S. Secretary of State Alexander Haig told the Senate Foreign Relations Committee that he saw the possibility of improved ties with Baghdad and approvingly noted that Iraq was concerned by the behavior of Soviet imperialism in the Middle Eastern area. The United States then approved the sale to Iraq of 5 Boeing jetliners, and sent a Deputy Assistant Secretary of State to Baghdad for talks. In early 1982, CIA Director William Casey traveled to Baghdad to meet secretly with Saddam Hussein. On his return, Reagan signed a national security directive authorizing support for Iraq. On February 26, 1982, Iraq was removed from the State Department's notoriously selective list of countries supporting international terrorism, despite the fact that U.S. officials knew that Saddam's support for terrorism had not weakened. With Baghdad off the terrorism list, the United States began extending agricultural credits as well. The United States also started secretly passing Iraq highly classified intelligence, satellite imagery, communications intercepts, and CIA assessments that could pinpoint Iranian weaknesses. Washington's professed neutrality prohibited selling arms to either side, but, as the National Security Council's Middle East director explained, there was a conscious effort to encourage third countries to ship U.S. arms or acquiesce in shipments after the fact. It was a policy of winks and nods. Significant quantities of U.S. arms were transferred to Iraq as a result of this U.S. policy over the next 7 years, particularly from Egypt, Jordan, and Kuwait. And starting in 1983, the CIA looked the other way when private U.S. arms dealers sold Iraq sophisticated Soviet arms bought in 72Q. Eastern Europe, again in violation of U.S. obligations as a declared neutral. In November 1984, Washington and Baghdad restored diplomatic relations, which had been ruptured since 1967. The U.S. Commerce Department approved the sale to Iraq of hundreds of millions of dollars worth of dual-use equipment. Happy face. For example, helicopters were sold to Iraq as crop dusters, but were probably used for spraying poison gas on the Kurdish population. Happy face. In January 1988, to take another example, Washington approved the sale of a laser-guided welding system which could be used to repair jet engines and rocket casings. The U.S. Export-Import Bank also provided Iraq with billions of dollars in loan guarantees, thanks to the persistent lobbying of Vice President Bush, who overcame ex-IM staff objections that the loans would never be repaid. In 1988, U.S. military advisors secretly drew up battle plans for Iraqi officers and the Rapid Deployment Force. Before turning to U.S. relations with Iran, it is necessary to consider how the Iran-Iraq War was furthering U.S. military relations with the other Arab Gulf states. Washington typically justified its desire for military ties in the Gulf and the development of forces for use there by warning of the Soviet threat. In January 1980, President Carter proclaimed the Carter Doctrine, declaring that the United States was willing to use military force if necessary to prevent an outside power from conquering the Gulf. As Michael Clare has noted, however, the real U.S. concern was revealed 5 days later when Secretary of Defense Harold Brown released his military posture statement. Brown indicated that the greatest threat was not Soviet expansionism but uncontrolled turbulence in the Third World. In a world of disputes and violence, we cannot afford to go abroad unarmed, he warned. The particular manner in which our economy has expanded means that we have come to depend to no small degree on imports, exports, and the earnings from overseas investments for our material well-being. Specifically, Brown identified the protection of the oil flow from the Middle East as clearly part of our vital interest, in defense of which we'll take any action that's appropriate, including the use of military force. Brown did not explicitly state that the United States would intervene militarily in response to internal threats, like revolution, but after he left office he explained what could be said openly and what could not. One sensitive issue is whether the United States should plan to protect the oil. Protecting resources 71. Fields against internal or regional threats. Any explicit commitment of this sort is more likely to upset and anger the oil suppliers than to reassure them. Happy face. Gulf sensitivity on explicit U.S. commitments to defend the oil fields had two sources. First, the sheikdoms do not like to be seen as dependent on U.S. force against their own populations. And, second, the Gulf states were made nervous by the frequent talk in the United States about taking over the oil fields in the event of another embargo. Registered. There was even a congressional study of the feasibility of seizing the oil fields, and though the study concluded that such an operation would be unlikely to succeed militarily, the mere fact that this was considered a fit subject for analysis did not instill confidence in Gulf capitals. Given this sensitivity, Brown advised that the United States should prepare plans and capabilities for intervention against coups and other threats but should avoid an explicitly declared policy to this effect. Registered. The Carter administration began the formation of a rapid deployment force to project U.S. military power into the Gulf region. Originally proposed in 1977, the planning did not make much progress until after the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. The fundamental purpose of the RDF was always, in the words of Carter's national security advisor, helping a friendly government under a subversive attack. Nevertheless, to justify the RDF the Soviet threat had to be magnified. Accordingly, Carter spoke in apocalyptic terms about the strategic significance of the invasion of Afghanistan, even though U.S. military experts were aware that a thrust through Afghanistan would be of marginal advantage to any Soviet movement through Iran or the Gulf. Happy face. In 1980, the Army conducted a gaming exercise called Gallant Night which assumed an all-out Soviet invasion of Iran. The Army concluded that they would need 325,000 troops to hold back the Soviet Colossus. According to a former military affairs aide to Senator Sam Nunn, the Army deliberately chose this scenario to guarantee that immense forces would be required. And though an RDF of this size might seem unnecessarily large for combating Third World troublemakers, the Pentagon noted that in the mid-1980s Third World armies were no longer barbarians with knives. The United States could no longer expect to stabilize an area just by showing the flag. When Reagan became president, he added what became known as the Reagan Codicil to the Carter Doctrine, declaring at a press conference that we will not permit Saudi Arabia to be an Iran. The codicil did not represent new policy, but merely made explicit what the policy had always been. 72. Under Reagan, the CIA secretly concluded that the possibility of a Soviet invasion of Iran was remote, not surprisingly, given that the Red Army was hardly having an easy time with the Afghanis, who had half the population and were much less well equipped. The remoteness of the Soviet threat, however, did not slow down the build-up of the RDF. In 1982 the Pentagon's Secret Defense Guidance CENTCOM-NL stated that the Soviet Union might extend its forces into the Gulf area by means other than outright invasion. It continued, whatever the circumstances, we should be prepared to introduce American forces directly into the region should it appear that the security of access to Persian Gulf oil is threatened. In the Senate, many argued that there was too much emphasis on countering the USSR, whereas the focus should be on deterring and, if necessary, fighting regional wars or leftist or nationalist insurgencies that threatened U.S. and Allied access to the region's oil supplies. The official line was that the RDF would be deployed when a government invited it in to repel a Soviet attack. But, as a Library of Congress study noted, this view was belied by guidance documents which say that the forces must be capable of coercive entry without waiting for an invitation. Registered Senators Tower and Cohen stated that they favored greater emphasis on Marines who could shoot their way ashore against military opposition. The administration pointed out that RDF plans all along had included a forcible entry option, relying on Marines. We must be able to open our own doors, the Marine Commandant testified in March 1982. Registered to support the RDF, the Pentagon needed a network of bases, not just in the Middle East, but worldwide. To all intents and purposes, a former senior Defense Department official observed, Gulf waters now extend from the Straits of Malacca to the South Atlantic. Registered nevertheless, bases nearer the Gulf had a special importance, and Pentagon planners urged as substantial a land presence in the as can be managed. Registered the Gulf states were reluctant to have too overt a relationship with the United States, but the Iran-Iraq War served to overcome some of this reluctance. In 1985, as Iranian advances seemed ominous, the New York Times reported that Oman has become a base for Western intelligence operations, military maneuvers, and logistical preparations for any defense of the oil-producing Persian Gulf. A few months later, a secret U.S. report was leaked indicating that Saudi Arabia had agreed to allow the United States to use bases in its territory in a crisis. The doors to U.S. influence were opening wider. Protecting resources. 73. 2 tracks to Tehran. U.S. policy with respect to Iran was more complicated than that towards Iraq, because it followed 2 tracks at once. On the one hand, U.S. officials saw great potential for a covert program to undermine the government in Tehran. On the other hand, Washington tried to build ties to that same government. U.S. actions in pursuit of the first track showed quite clearly that Washington's opposition to the Khomeini regime had nothing to do with its lack of democracy, for the groups that the United States backed against Khomeini were often supporters of the previous dictator, the Shah. Starting in 1982, the CIA provided $100,000 a month to a group in Paris called the Front for the Liberation of Iran, headed by Ali Amini, who had presided over the reversion of Iranian oil to foreign control after the CIA-backed coup in 1953. The United States also provided support to 2 Iranian paramilitary groups based in Turkey, one of them headed by General Bahram Ariana, the Shah's army chief, who had close ties to 68. Shahperbekshir, the Shah's last prime minister. In 1980, under the Carter administration, the United States began clandestine radio broadcasts into Iran from Egypt, at a cost of some $20,000 to $30,000 per month. The broadcasts called for Khomeini's overthrow and urged support for Bashar. Other broadcasts contained anti-Soviet material. Registered in 1986, the CIA pirated Iran's national television network frequency to transmit an 11-minute address by the Shah's son over Iranian TV. I will return, Reza Pahlavi vowed. Simultaneous with these activities, the United States pursued its second track, trying to establish ties with the Iranian mullahs based on the interest they shared with Washington in combating the left. The U.S. purpose, Reagan announced in November 1986, after the Iran-Contra scandal blew open, was to find an avenue to get Iran back where it once was, and that is in the family of democratic nations. A good trick, as Mansur Farhang has commented, since pre-1979 Iran was hardly demo-72cratic. Shortly after coming to office in January 1981, the Reagan administration decided to allow Israel to ship several $billion worth of U.S. arms and spare parts to Iran. Washington specifically authorized Israeli arms sales to Iran for somewhere between 6 and 18 months, and after that continued to replenish Israel's stockpile, knowing that its U.S.-made weapons were going to Tehran. In addition, U.S.-made arms from Belgium and Holland were sent to Iran, which, according to the testimony of arms dealers, the United States also replenished. Gary Sick, who received 74. On the National Security Council under Presidents Ford, Carter, and, briefly, Reagan, believes that these weapons shipments represented payment by the Reagan administration to Iran for its service in delaying the release of the U.S. embassy hostages until after the 1980 election. The evidence on this matter in either direction remains inconclusive, but if we assume Sick is incorrect, then we still have to determine why the United States permitted weapons to be transferred to Iran. There were no hostages at the time, either in Iran or Lebanon. So we are left with the explanation that Washington decided to use the arms trade, in violation of its proclaimed neutrality, to try to win influence with the clerics ruling Iran. In 1983, according to the Tower Commission, the United States helped bring to the attention of Tehran the threat inherent in the extensive infiltration of the government by the Communist Today Party and Soviet or pro-Soviet cadres in the country. Using this information, the Khomeini government took measures, including mass executions, that virtually eliminated the pro-Soviet infrastructure in Iran. These massacres elicited the expected level of concern from U.S. officials. The leftists there seem to be getting their heads cut off, remarked an Undersecretary of State from the Carter administration. The United States also passed to the Iranians real and deceptive intelligence about the Soviet threat on Iran's borders. Reagan administration officials claimed that their efforts in Iran were designed to build ties to moderates. In fact, however, they were aware that they were dealing with the clerical fanatics. Oliver North told Robert McFarlane and John Poindexter in December 1985 that the anti-tank weapons secretly being provided to Iran would probably go to the Revolutionary Guards, the shock troops of the mullahs. In August 1986, the special assistant to the Israeli Prime Minister briefed George out-of-the-loop Bush, telling him, "We are dealing with the most radical elements. This is good because we've learned that they can deliver and the moderates can't." Registered. The idea of building a strategic connection to Iran had wide support in the U.S. government, though the policy of using arms transfers to achieve it did not. The Tower Commission, for example, stated that while it disagreed with the arms transfers, a strategic opening to Iran may have been in the national interest. Registered. And it should be made clear that a strategic opening did not simply mean beginning a dialogue with or acting civilly toward a former adversary. Rather, it was part of a policy to prevent any comparable access for the Soviet Union. Thus, a CIA position paper in 1985 noted that whichever superpower got to Iran first would be in a strong protecting resources 75 position to work towards the exclusion of the other. Another CIA official wanted to achieve a securing of Iran so that it would again have a relationship with the U.S. and be denied to the Soviets. And McFarlane cabled to Poindexter after a secret meeting in Tehran in May 1986, "We are on the way to something that can become a truly strategic gain for us." 84. At the expense of the Soviets. The main tool by which U.S. policymakers sought to secure their position in Iran in 1985 and 1986 was secretly providing arms and intelligence information. In the early 80s, U.S. aid to Iran had been funneled through Israel and other allies. In 1984, because of Iranian battlefield victories and the growing U.S. Iraqi ties, Washington launched Operation Staunch, an effort to dry up Iran's sources of arms by pressuring U.S. allies to stop supplying Tehran. U.S. secret arms sales to Iran in 1985 and 1986 thus not only violated U.S. neutrality, but undercut as well what the United States was trying to get everyone else to do. The cynical would note that Operation Staunch made the U.S. arms transfers to Iran that much more valuable. When this arms dealing became known, the Reagan administration was faced with a major scandal on several counts. Proceeds from the arms sales had been diverted to the Nicaraguan Contras in violation of U.S. law. And though the administration's professed uncompromising stand on terrorism was always hypocritical, given its sponsorship of terrorism in Nicaragua and elsewhere, being caught trading arms for hostages was particularly embarrassing. In any event, political influence, not hostages, was the Reagan administration's objective. Regardless of what was in the president's mind, the National Security Council was clear that the political agenda was key. Whatever the arguments for purchasing the freedom of hostages, trading weapons to obtain their release is another matter entirely, since one is exchanging for the lives of some hostages the lives of those who will be fired on by the weapons. And trading weapons for a strategic opening is more reprehensible still, particularly so when the weapons are going to the country whose army is on the offensive. Reagan claimed that the weapons were all defensive in nature, but this is nonsense. Anti-tank missiles in the hands of an advancing army are offensive. And U.S. officials knew exactly what Iran wanted the weapons for. As the Tower Commission noted, North and CIA officials discussed with their Iranian contacts Iran's urgent need for both intelligence and weapons to be used in offensive operations against Iraq. Registered 76. The intelligence that the United States passed to the Iranians was a mixture of factual and bogus information. The CIA claimed that the false information was meant to discourage Iran's final offensive by, for example, exaggerating Soviet troop movements on the northern border. But if the United States simply wanted to discourage an Iranian attack, it could have done this more easily by telling Iran of Washington's contingency plans to use U.S. air power in the event of an Iranian breakthrough against Iraq. The misinformation about the Soviet Union, however, had the added advantage of inciting Iranian hostility to Moscow and to the local communists. U.S. intelligence did not deal only with the Soviet Union, but covered the Iraqi front as well. CIA Deputy Director John McMahon claimed that he warned Poindexter that such intelligence would give the Iranians a definite edge, with potentially cataclysmic results, and that he was able to persuade North to provide Iran with only a segment of the intelligence. North, however, apparently gave critical data to Iran just before its crucial victory in the Fao Peninsula in February 1986. It is unclear to what extent North was acting on his own here, but it is significant that despite McMahon's warnings, neither Poindexter nor CIA Director Casey reversed the plans to provide the Iranians with the full intelligence information. At the same time that the United States was giving Tehran weapons that one CIA analyst believed could affect the military balance. And passing on intelligence that the Tower Commission deemed of potentially major significance. It was also providing Iraq with intelligence information, some misleading or incomplete. In 1986. The CIA established a direct Washington to Baghdad link to provide the Iraqis with faster intelligence from U.S. satellites. Simultaneously, Casey was urging Iraqi officials to carry out more attacks on Iran, especially on economic targets. Asked what the logic was of aiding both sides in a bloody war, a former official replied, you had to have been there. Washington's effort to enhance its position with both sides came apart at the end of 1986 when one faction in the Iranian government leaked the story of the U.S. arms dealing. Now the Reagan administration was in the unenviable position of having alienated the Iranians and panicked all the Arabs who concluded that the United States valued Iran's friendship over theirs. To salvage the U.S. position with at least one side, Washington now had to tilt heavily toward Iraq. Protecting Resources 77. The American Armada. The opportunity to demonstrate the tilt came soon. Kuwait had watched with growing concern Iran's battlefield successes, perhaps made possible by U.S. arms sales and intelligence information. Iran was now also attacking ships calling at Kuwaiti ports, and to protect itself Kuwait decided to try to draw in the United States. In September 1986, it approached both Washington and Moscow and asked if they would be interested in REFLAGing some Kuwaiti vessels, that is, flying their own flags on Kuwaiti ships and then protecting these new additions to their merchant marine. The initial U.S. reaction was lackadaisical. But when the United States learned in March 1987 that the Soviet Union offered to reflag 11 tankers, it promptly offered to reflag the same 11 ships which would both keep Soviet influence out of the Gulf and give the United States the opportunity to demonstrate its support for Iraq. The Kuwaitis accepted the U.S. offer, declining Moscow's, though chartering 3 Soviet vessels as a way to provide some balance between the U.S. and the USSR. Registered the Kuwaitis being less afraid of Soviet contamination than their American saviors were. Undersecretary of Political Affairs Michael H. Armacost explained in June 1987 that if the USSR were permitted a larger role in protecting Gulf oil, the Gulf states would be under great pressure to make additional facilities available to Moscow. The U.S. view was that only one superpower was allowed to have facilities in the region, and that was the United States. Thus, when in December 1980 the Soviet Union proposed the neutralization of the Gulf, with no alliances, no bases, no intervention in the region, and no obstacles to free trade and the sea lanes, Washington showed no interest. In May 1987, a U.S. vessel, the USS Stark, was attacked, not by Iran, but by an Iraqi warplane. 37 Americans died. Reagan used the incident to issue what one scholar has called an informal U.S. declaration of war against Iran. Cynics have suggested that the Iraqi attack was intentional, with the purpose of drawing the United States into an active role against Iran. More likely is the conclusion of BBC correspondent John Simpson that the Iraqi Exocet missile accidentally homed in on the radio beam from the Stark, which was directing the pilot to his target. Some cautioned that the attack on the Stark showed the dangers of the U.S. headlong involvement in the Gulf. But more influential voices asserted that the high stakes demanded a U.S. role. Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan declared that the great geopolitical prize of the 20th century was now in the Soviets' grasp, and that we could not accept their intrusion in that strategic area. Registered and Carter's national security advisor. 78. Zbigniew Brzezinski warned that the major beneficiary of a U.S. retreat would be the Soviet Union. And so, by August 1987, the United States had an aircraft carrier, a battleship, 6 cruisers, 3 destroyers, 7 frigates, and numerous supporting naval vessels in or near the Gulf. Degree in what a congressional study termed the largest single naval armada deployed since the height of the Vietnam War. The Reagan administration claimed that the REFLAGing was merely intended to protect the flow of oil. It warned that any significant disruption in Gulf oil supply would cause world oil prices for all to skyrocket, grimly recalling how events in 1973-74 and 1978-79 demonstrated that a small disruption of less than 5% can trigger a sharp escalation in oil prices. In fact, how ever, oil and oil prices for that matter were never threatened. There had been a worldwide oil glut since the early 1980s, with much underused production capacity in non-Gulf nations. Despite the horrendous human costs of the Iran-Iraq War, oil prices had actually fallen by 50% during the course of the conflict. By the end of 1987, 2/3 of all the oil produced in the Gulf was carried by pipeline. The congressional study noted that even in the unlikely event of an actual shutdown of the Gulf, the impact on oil supplies and prices would have been minimal. In no sense then could the Strait of Hormuz be viewed as the jugular of the Western economies. Fewer than 2% of the ships that did transit the strait came under attack, and even this figure is misleading because many of the attacks inflicted relatively minor damage. Only one Iranian attack in 10 caused serious damage. Significantly, Iran became more aggressive in attacking shipping because of the U.S. naval presence. Registered between 1981 and April 1987, when the U.S. rationalizing was announced, Iran struck 90 ships. In the little over a year thereafter, Iran struck 126 ships. As the congressional study noted, shipping in the Gulf now appears less safe than before the U.S. naval build-up began. If the United States were concerned with free navigation, it might have given some consideration to a Soviet proposal that the U.S. Navy and all national navies withdraw from the Gulf, to be replaced by a United Nations force. But Washington wasn't interested. Indeed, some, like the New York Times, noted that it was the United States that could close the Gulf to Iranian exports, though the Times added that such action would of course be unthinkable unless requested by the Arab states of the region. So much for freedom of navigation. It was Iraq that started the tanker war in the Gulf proper in 1981, and Iraq that continued these attacks into 1984 without a parallel Iranian. Protecting resources. 79. Response at sea. 2 months after Iraq stepped up the pace and scope of its attacks in March 1984, Iran finally began responding. Iraqi attacks, however, outnumbered those by Iran until after the United States announced its rationalizing. The U.S. Navy protected the rationalized vessels, and in April 1988 extended its protection to any neutral vessels coming under Iranian attack. In practice, this meant that Iraq could strike at Iranian vessels with impunity, with the U.S. Navy preventing retaliation by Tehran. Washington justified its policy by noting that Iraq only attacked Iranian ships, while Iran targeted the ships of neutrals, Kuwait, in particular. This was a dubious legal argument on 2 counts. First, Kuwait was a neutral engaged in rather unneutral behavior. Among other things, it opened its ports to deliveries of war material that were then transported overland to Iraq. Second, Iraq too hit neutral ships, even Saudi Arabian ships, when they called on Iran. Iraq declared certain Iranian waters a war exclusion zone, but as an international law expert has noted, Iraq's method of enforcement closely resembled German methods in World War II, and under any analysis the Iraqi exclusion zone cannot be justified. The attacks on neutral merchant vessels by both sides must be condemned as violations of international law. There was thus no legal justification for the United States to take Iraq's side in the tanker war. Still less was there any sense in which the U.S. Navy could be referred to as a peacekeeping force. Gary Sick asserted that U.S. naval units have been deployed aggressively and provocatively in the hottest parts of the Persian Gulf. Our aggressive patrolling strategy, he observed, tends to start fights, not to end them. We behave at times as if our objective was to goad Iran into a war with us. According to the congressional report, officials in every Gulf country were critical of the highly provocative way in which U.S. forces are being deployed. When in April 1988 the United States turned a mining attack on a U.S. ship into the biggest U.S. Navy sea battle since World War II, Al-Ittihad, a newspaper often reflective of government thinking in the United Arab Emirates, criticized the U.S. attacks, noting that they added fuel to the Gulf tension. Washington, however, did not believe that its navy was being aggressive enough, so plans were developed to fake radio transmissions to simulate a tanker as a way to lure Iranian gunboats into international waters where they could be attacked. The aggressive U.S. posture was in marked contrast to the posture of the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union too was escorting ships in the Gulf, particularly vessels carrying weapons to Kuwait for Iraq. On May 6, 1987, Iranian gunboats attacked a Soviet merchant vessel, and 2 weeks later one of the Soviet ships chartered by Kuwait was the first victim of a mine. 80. Attack since 1984. These facts are not widely known, because the Soviet response was extremely mild. Soviet policy in the Gulf was the subject of a study commissioned by the U.S. Army and written by reputed intellectual heavyweight Francis Fukuyama of the Rand Corporation. Fukuyama concluded that Gorbachev's new thinking in foreign policy was only rhetoric as far as the Persian Gulf was concerned, because Moscow continued to pursue zero-sum policies vis-a-vis the United States. But the facts presented in the study suggested a rather different conclusion. Fukuyama noted that the Soviets, it is true, were facing a U.S. administration that was itself playing very much a zero-sum game in the Gulf. What the Soviets would have done if faced with a more collaborative United States is untestable and consequently unknowable. Nevertheless, for Fukuyama the USSR was to blame, since Gorbachev had been accommodative in other areas of policy in the face of U.S. intransigence, and thus might have been so in the Gulf as well. Fukuyama acknowledged that the Soviet Union refrained from following other, more aggressive policies in the Gulf, such as trying to outbid Washington for influence with Kuwait. He observed that Soviet naval units in the Gulf were not offensively deployed, in contradistinction to those of the United States. The USSR sought to use economic and political instruments of policy in the Gulf, rather than predominantly military ones as the US did. And when Moscow did seek its own advantage in relations with Iran, it did so in response to the secret dealings in Tehran by the White House. In short, if Soviet policy in the Gulf could be criticized for insufficient new thinking, by comparison US policy reflected a Stone Age approach. The provocative U.S. naval deployments in the Gulf took a heavy toll on innocent civilians. In November 1987, a U.S. ship fired its machine guns at night at a boat believed to be an Iranian speedboat with hostile intent. It was in fact a fishing boat from the United Arab Emirates. 1 person was killed and 3 were wounded. Far more serious was the shooting down by the U.S. cruiser Vicens of an Iranian civil airliner, killing all 290 people aboard. The commander of another U.S. ship in the Gulf noted that while the conduct of Iranian military forces in the month preceding the incident was pointedly non-threatening, the actions of the Vicens appeared to be consistently aggressive, leading some Navy hands to refer to the ship as robo-cruiser. It is now known that the U.S. ship was in Iranian protecting resources 81. Territorial waters when it shot down the plane, and that no merchant vessel was in distress when it commenced firing at Iranian gunboats. Washington expressed its regrets for what it said was a tragic accident, but its remorse was qualified. One thing is clear, Vice President Bush told the United Nations, the USS Vicens acted in self-defense. To fly over a warship was irresponsible and a tragic error, said Bush, and Iran must bear a substantial measure of responsibility for what has happened. After 7 unanswered warnings, the ship's captain did what he had to do to protect his ship and the lives of his crew. Even if the Iranian airliner had been an F-14, as the Vicens erroneously concluded, that warplane had no significant anti-ship capability. The United States will never put its military in a dangerous situation and deny them the right to defend themselves. Which was, of course, the best argument against sending warships into the Gulf in the first place. These tensions in the Gulf continued to promote one important U.S. goal: they encouraged the Gulf states to enhance their military cooperation with the United States. As noted above, the United States had used the Iran-Iraq War as a lever for obtaining additional basing rights in the Gulf region. The RAF lagging operation further enhanced the U.S. position. According to an Associated Press report, the U.S. general in charge of the RDF claimed that the United States gained unprecedented credibility with Arab leaders as a result of its large-scale naval commitment in the Persian Gulf. This commitment, he said, enabled the United States to establish better diplomatic and military ties with Gulf states. Indifference and diplomacy. Aggressive U.S. naval deployments in the Gulf elicited no dissent from the New York Times. The editors acknowledged that Washington's profession of neutrality is the thinnest of diplomatic fig leaves, that in reality America tilts toward Iraq. But the tilt was for good reason, for it was a strategy designed to achieve peace. The administration had been confused, the 77 Me5 admitted, but now Washington had developed a coherent policy to contain Iran. It has thereby earned the right to take risks in the Gulf. And when the risks resulted in the destruction of the Iranian airliner 82. The editors declared that the blame might lie with the Iranian pilot, but if not, then it was certainly Tehran's fault for refusing to end the war. This is the common view of the war, widely promoted by Washington. That Iran was the sole obstacle to peace. A review of the diplomacy of the war, however, shows that while Khomeini certainly bears tremendous blame for the bloodshed, the blame does not stop with him. When Iraq attacked Iran on September 22, 1980, the United Nations Security Council waited 4 days before holding a meeting. On September 28, it passed Resolution 479 calling for an end to the fighting. Significantly, however, the resolution did not condemn the Iraqi aggression and did not call for a return to internationally recognized boundaries. As Ralph King, who has studied the UN response in detail, concluded, the Council more or less deliberately ignored Iraq's actions in September 1980. It did so because the Council as a whole had a negative view of Iran and was not concerned enough about Iran's predicament to come to its aid. The U.S. delegate noted that Iran, which had itself violated Security Council resolutions on the U.S. Embassy hostages, could hardly complain about the Council's lackluster response. Iran rejected Resolution 479 as one-sided, which it was. When Norway called for an internationally supervised withdrawal of forces, Iraq replied accurately that this violated 479. Iran refused to engage in any discussions as long as Iraqi forces remained on its soil. In the meantime, State Department officials proposed a joint U.S.-Soviet effort to promote a settlement, but National Security Advisor Zbigniew Brzezinski argued that this would legitimate the Soviet position in the Gulf and thus objectively undercut our vital interests. No U.S. initiative was forthcoming. A few more unfruitful Security Council meetings were held into October, and then there were no further formal meetings on the subject of the war, despite the immense carnage, until July 1982. There were a number of third-party mediation efforts. The first was undertaken by Olof Palme, representing the UN Secretary-General. Palme proposed that as an initial step the two sides agree to have the disputed Shatt al-Arab waterway cleared. Iraq, however, would only agree if it could pay the full costs, and no agreement could be reached. Then, the non-aligned Ministerial Committee proposed a ceasefire simultaneous with withdrawal, with demilitarized zones on both sides. Iran accepted and, for a while, Iraq did as well. But Baghdad soon changed its mind, hoping to win on the battlefield. In neither of these instances was any significant outside pressure put on Iraq to settle. Protecting resources. 83. In early 1982 another mediation effort was begun by the government of Algeria, which had helped Iran and Iraq reach a border agreement in 1975 and had also served as a go-between for the release of the U.S. Embassy hostages. On May 3, 1982, however, an aircraft carrying the Algerian foreign minister and his team of experts was shot down in Iranian airspace by an fighter plane. 5 years later a captured Iraqi pilot was said to have admitted that the attack was intentional, with the objective of having Iran be blamed for the action. Whether this is true or not, the shoot-down eliminated from the scene the most experienced mediators. By the end of May 1982, Iran had recaptured nearly all its territory and Iraq was looking for a way out of the war. The Islamic Conference Organization and the Gulf Cooperation Council tried to mediate a settlement. On June 3, 3 men led by an Iraqi intelligence officer attempted to assassinate the Israeli ambassador to Britain, probably with the hope of provoking an Israeli invasion of Lebanon that would create the conditions for the Gulf combatants to end their fighting so they might face their common enemy, Israel. Israel needed no encouragement to march into Lebanon, it knew the provocation had nothing to do with the Palestine Liberation Organization or Lebanon, but invaded anyway. But the Lebanon War did not dissuade Iran from continuing the Gulf War, and may even have derailed the mediation efforts. Iraq offered to withdraw its remaining forces from Iran and to cease fire. In Tehran, a vigorous debate ensued as to whether to accept the offer or to continue on. The militant mullahs had seen their power grow during the war, though the Shah had originally been ousted by a wide range of political forces. The Qamsada against Iraq had enabled the right-wing clerics to mobilize the population and to prevail over their domestic opponents. In addition, just as Iraq had erroneously assumed that Iran was on the verge of collapse in September 1980, so now Iran assumed Saddam Hussein was about to fall. Khomeini decided to go on with the war, declaring that Iran would not stop fighting until Saddam Hussein was overthrown, Iraqi war guilt assigned, and reparations paid. The government of Iran thus bears major responsibility for the death and destruction that followed. But, significantly, no industrial country gave strong support to a peace settlement at this time. Within the United States government, Secretary of State Alexander Haig proposed some sort of international peace conference. The proposal, Haig recalls, failed to win the attention of the White House. Haig notes that the war was then at a critical stage, an Iranian offensive having recovered nearly all of Iran's 84 lost territory, and it is possible that a properly designed initiative could have succeeded in ending the hostilities. Registered on July 12, 1982, the Security Council met on the issue of the war for the first time since 1980 and called for a withdrawal to the pre-war boundaries. Iran considered this further proof of the bias of the United Nations, since the call for withdrawal came at the first moment in the war when Iranian forces held any Iraqi territory. Iraq responded to Iranian victories on the ground by making use of its advantage in technology. It escalated the tanker war, employed chemical weapons, and launched attacks on civilian targets. Iran retaliated by striking Gulf shipping starting in 1984 and launching its own attacks on civilians, though on a lesser scale than Iraq. Iran charged that the Security Council's handling of each of these issues reflected animus against Iran. In 1984, the Security Council passed a resolution on the tanker war that was directed primarily against Iran's actions and made no reference to Iraqi conduct except to call for all states to respect the right of free 160-carat navigation. On chemical weapons, the Security Council passed no resolution. The United States condemned the use of chemical weapons, but declined to support any council action against Iraq. The council did issue a much less significant statement in 1985 condemning the use of chemical weapons, but without mentioning Iraq by name. Then, in March 1986, for the first time a council statement explicitly denounced Iraq. This, however, was 0 years after Iraq's use of chemical warfare had been confirmed by UN 16-carat investigators. In 1983, a UN team found that both sides had attacked civilian areas, but that Iran had suffered more extensive damage in Iraq. Tehran wanted the Security Council to pass a resolution that indicated Iraq's greater responsibility, but the Council refused to do so, and no statement was T-2* issued. In June 1984, the Secretary-General was able to get the TWO sides to agree to cease their attacks on civilians. Both sides soon charged violations, but UN inspection teams found that while Iraq was indeed in violation, Iran was not. By March 1985, the moratorium was over. At this time, jockeying for position with Moscow was still a mutual consideration for the United States. In a section of a draft national security document that elicited no dissent, U.S. long-term goals were said to include an early end to the Iran-Iraq war without Soviet mediation. Iran remained committed to its maximum war aims, a commitment not lessened by the fact that Oliver North, apparently without authorization, told Iranian officials that Reagan wanted the war ended on terms favorable to Iran, and that Saddam Hussein had to go. But it was not just North's. Protecting Resources 85. Unauthorized conversation that encouraged Iranian intransigence. The authorized clandestine dealings between Washington and Tehran no doubt had the same effect. In late 1986, the Iran-Contra scandal broke, forcing the United States to go all out in its support for Iraq in order to preserve some influence among the Arab states jolted by the evidence of Washington's double-dealing. In May 1987, U.S. Assistant Secretary of State Richard Murphy met with Saddam Hussein and promised him that the United States would lead an effort at the UN for a mandatory arms embargo of Iran. A resolution would be drawn up calling on both sides to cease fire and withdraw, and imposing an embargo on whoever didn't comply, presumably Iran. The United States drafted such a resolution, but the non-permanent members of the Security Council altered it to include the formation of an impartial commission to investigate the origins of the war, as Iran had been insisting, and to eliminate the mandatory sanctions. On July 20, 1987, the revised document was passed unanimously as Security Council Resolution 598. Iraq promptly accepted 598, while Iran said it would accept the ceasefire and withdrawal of forces if the impartial commission were set up first. The United States and Iraq both rejected Iran's position, asserting that Iran had no right to select one provision out of many in the resolution and impose that as a first step. The Secretary General then traveled to Tehran and Baghdad to try to work out a compromise, and he made some progress. According to the leaked text of his private report to the Security Council, Iran agreed to accept an undeclared cessation of hostilities while an independent commission was investigating the responsibility for the conflict. The cessation would become a formal ceasefire on the date that the commission issued its findings. This was not an acceptance of 598, but an informal ceasefire might have meant an end to the killing as surely as a formal one. Iraq, however, insisted that under no circumstances would it accept an undeclared ceasefire. Instead of seizing the Iranian position as a first step toward a compromise, the United States, in the words of Gary Sick, pressed single-mindedly for an embargo on Iran, while resisting efforts by Secretary General Javier Pérez de Cuellar to fashion a compromise ceasefire. Could the war have been ended by a compromise in early 1988? Sick has asked. The answer will never be known, primarily because the United States was unwilling to explore Iran's offer. The U.S. position and sensitivities about even the perception of any sympathy toward Iran were a direct legacy of the Iran-Contra fiasco. They may have contributed to prolonging the war for 6 unnecessary months. 86. Finally, in July 1988, with anti-war sentiment in Iran growing widespread, Ayatollah Khomeini decided to end the fighting. On July 18, Iran declared its full acceptance of Resolution 598. But by this time Iraq had turned the tide of the land battle, having regained virtually all of its own territory, and Saddam Hussein refused to accept the ceasefire. Baghdad continued offensive operations, using chemical weapons both against Iran and its own Kurdish population. It was not until August 6 that international pressure got Iraq to agree to a ceasefire, which went into effect 2 weeks later. Both regimes continued to kill their own citizens, Kurds in Iraq and dissidents, especially leftists, in Iran, but the Iran-Iraq war was over. The Iran-Iraq war was not a conflict between good and evil. But though both regimes were repugnant, it was the people of the two countries who served as the cannon fodder, and thus ending the war as soon as possible was a humane imperative. Instead of lending its good offices to mediation efforts and diplomacy, however, Washington maneuvered for advantage, trying to gain vis-a-vis the Soviet Union and to undercut the left. The United States provided intelligence information, bogus and real, to both sides, provided arms to one side and dual-use equipment to the other, encouraged its allies to supply weapons to both sides, funded paramilitary exile groups, sought military bases, and sent in the U.S. Navy, and all the while Iranians and Iraqis died. It wasn't that we wanted Iraq to win the war, explained Jeffrey Kemp, head of the National Security Council's Middle East section. We did not want Iraq to lose. We really weren't naive. We knew was Saab, but he was our Saab. But even after the war was over, the United States continued building ties to the Saab. As the fighting ended, the State Department secretly recommended that there be no radical policy changes now regarding Iraq. Then in October 1989, Bush issued a secret National Security Decision Directive, NSD-26, ordering closer ties with Iraq. The directive paved the way for $1 billion in new U.S. aid to Baghdad at a time when banks had cut off loans and officials in 3 agencies were objecting that the U.S. funds were being misused. In the spring of 1990, the Bush administration continued to allow the sale of dual-use items and to share intelligence information with Saddam Hussein. Less than a year later, the United States went to war in the Gulf directly, this time against Iraq. Again, the issue was not the free flow of oil, but who would have the decisive say over how this resource was used. Bush did not wage war in order to keep the price of oil low. When Saddam Hussein told U.S. Ambassador April Glaspie just before his troops marched into Kuwait, $25 a barrel is not a high price, she replied, "We have many Americans who would like to see the price go above $25 because protecting resources 87. They come from oil-producing states." Glaspie didn't have to mention that George Bush was one of those Americans. The issue was not the price of oil, but who would determine the price. By virtue of its military victory, New York Times business correspondent Louis Uchitel wrote in March 1991, "The United States is likely to have more influence in the organization of petroleum exporting countries than any industrial nation has ever exercised. Most capitalist nations want to keep petroleum prices down, but for the United States the right price must be low enough to promote economic growth but high enough to generate profits for the oil companies and give the United States a comparative advantage over its economic competitors." When representatives of the 13 OPEC nations gather in Geneva next week, administration officials will not attend, even as observers. But they will be sitting figuratively at the elbow of Saudi Arabia and the other oil-producing states off the Arabian Peninsula. In 1986, Vice President Bush traveled to Saudi Arabia to ask the Saudis to raise oil prices. In those days, the United States did not have the influence over the Saudis that it presumably has today. It would be disastrous for the American economy if the price atrocities of any sort. What few attacks did occur were highly selective, aimed almost exclusively at a few extreme rightists, and then mainly at their property. To be sure, there were many civilian casualties in the Civil War, but many more innocent civilians died as a result of the Air Force bombing and strafing than at the hands of the rebels. U.S. officials repeated stories of hundreds of people being lined up against the wall and shot, of hacked-off heads being carried around as trophies, of embassies being torn up. In fact, there had been no mass killings, nor disembodied heads, nor torn-up embassies, nor even widespread looting in rebel zones. The real bloodbath was yet to come. Initially, 500 U.S. Marines were landed, but the number was quickly increased to more than 20,000. Within 48 hours, the U.S. troops were deployed so as to block a rebel victory. Registered your announced mission, the commander of the U.S. forces was told on April 30, is to save American lives? Your unstated mission is to prevent the Dominican Republic from going communist. Happy face. And though there are legal differences between fishing vessels and other ships, and though one can argue the legal merits of the case, there was no justification for characterizing the Cambodian action as an act of piracy, and State Department lawyers admitted as much. Happy face. Nesson further announced that the president had instructed the State Department to demand the immediate release of the ship. Failure to do so would have the most serious consequences. Registered Kissinger later asserted that the United States rejected the idea of sending an ultimatum to Cambodia because it was feared that this might harden Cambodia's attitude even more. A number of sources have claimed that in fact in a private message sent to Phnom Penh the United States gave the Cambodians 24 hours to surrender the ship and crew. When the General Accounting Office of the Congress later tried to confirm or deny the story, they were blocked by the State Department's refusal to declassify the message. Even if there were no deadline set, however, the threat of force was evident in Nesson's 95 statement and subsequent U.S. statements. As Kissinger put it, we felt we had, in effect, given an ultimatum without giving a specific time. The Cambodians docked the Mayaguez at Koh Tang Island and transferred the crew to a fishing boat, which along with some gunboats set out for Kampong Som on the mainland. The U.S. Air Force tried to get the boats to turn back by dropping bombs in front of them, and when this failed, U.S. aircraft sank 3 of the gunboats and immobilized 4 others. The Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense testified that he can't be sure that there were no Americans aboard the vessels that were sunk. The fishing boat was bombed and strafed 100 times. The captain of the Mayaguez later recalled and 3 of the Mayaguez crew were wounded by shrapnel. When U.S. pilots confirmed that Caucasians were aboard the boat, the bombing gave way to gas attacks. In the Mayaguez captain's words, everybody on the ship vomited. Their skin was burning. The fishing boat finally made it to Kampong Som, blowing the hell out of M. The National Security Council met again that afternoon. Kissinger and Ford felt that we had to do more than rescue the ship and crew. As Ford acknowledged, they were eager to use Mayaguez as an example for Asia and the world. Diplomacy was never seriously considered. Early that morning a report had been received indicating that a foreign government was using its influence to seek the ship's early release and that it expected the release to come soon. According to the GAO, the report was basically ignored. The United States made its first approach to the United Nations at about 1 p.m. that day. More than 48 hours after the beginning of the crisis. The Secretary General appealed to the United States and Cambodia to refrain from further acts of force to facilitate a peaceful settlement of the dispute, whereupon President Ford gave the order for a military operation. Ford's battle plan called for Marines to Koh Tang Island and recover the Mayaguez, while bombing raids were conducted on an airport, a naval base, and an oil refinery on the mainland. Kissinger, Vice President Nelson Rockefeller, and Scowcroft favored using B-52s for the airstrikes. Ford, however, opposed using these incredibly inaccurate planes when he was advised that a U.S. aircraft carrier with tactical bombers was then in the area. Even so, noted TVMC magazine's correspondent, the B-52s were kept gassed up, their bomb bays loaded, and their crews on the line ready. 98. There was more ferocity. The United States dropped the Blue 82 bomb, the largest non-nuclear weapon in its arsenal, on Cambodian positions on Koh Tang. Again the claim was made that this measure was necessary to extract the Marines from the island, but there are reasons for doubt. The head of the Marine Task Group had originally asked that the bomb be used only when requested by the officer in charge of the Koh Tang assault. But, according to the GAO, the assault commander had not requested the use of the Blue 82 and stated that he was not informed that a decision had been made to drop the weapon. The GAO was told that the decision to use the weapon was probably made in Washington. To save 40 crew members who were being released anyway, the Mayaguez rescue mission led to the deaths of 4 Americans and the wounding of 50 more. 15 Marines died in the assault on Koh Tang and 23 Air Force personnel were lost in a helicopter crash as troops were being moved into position in Thailand. Registered. Despite these losses, Secretary of Defense James Schlesinger was correct when he remarked that the outcome was fortunate. It was only good fortune that prevented the Mayaguez crew members from being killed either by U.S. bombs or by Cambodians enraged at U.S. duplicity. The Cambodians possessed the evil intent that, according to U.S. policymakers, justified the whole operation. It is hard to see how any of the crew would have survived the rescue mission. The captain later asserted that he and the entire crew were grateful for the rescue operation. But one wonders. Some of the crew suffered permanent damage from the gas attacks. Registered. The Cambodians were rather more solicitous of the crew's well-being. One member commented later that the Cambodians were so nice, really kind. They fed us first and everything. I hope everybody gets hijacked by them. Happy face. More typical was the reaction of Chief Engineer Cliff Harrington, who commented as he boarded the U.S. destroyer, "That's a damn shame they're bombing Kampong Som. Those people didn't do us any harm." Happy face. The costs of the rescue mission to the Cambodians were far heavier, though the final toll will probably never be known. And, as William Shawcross has noted, one can do no more than speculate on the effects the attacks must have had on Khmer Rouge paranoia about their enemies. The reaction in the United States to the Mayaguez affair was general enthusiasm. Said Sen. Barry Goldwater, "It shows we still got some balls in this country." Registered, "Let no one mistake the unity and strength of an America under attack," declared Democratic Sen. Adlai Stevenson. The 99. 0. President's firm and successful action, effused Sen. Ted Kennedy, gave an undeniable and needed lift to the nation's spirit, and he deserves our genuine support. There were a few voices of dissent, among them Rep. Pat Schroeder, "We have won no victory. We have proved nothing to the world, except that this president is willing, as were his predecessors, to make hasty and ill-considered use of American military force against tiny countries regardless of the law." Happy face, Grenada. Cambodia was actually huge, compared to the really tiny country of Grenada. In October 1983, U.S. troops invaded this Caribbean island, claiming that they were protecting more than 1,000 American citizens, the majority of them students at St. George's University Medical School. A country of just 100,000 people, Grenada had been ruled since 1979 by a left-wing government headed by Maurice Bishop. In early October 1983, the ruling New Jewel movement was tombed by internal discord, and on the 15th Bishop was ordered arrested by the party's Central Committee. On the 19th, a huge crowd of Bishop's supporters freed him, a clash with army units ensued, and in the aftermath Bishop and some of his key associates were executed. There was widespread international condemnation of the killings. Cuba declared that no doctrine, no principle, or proclaimed revolutionary position and no internal division can justify atrocious acts such as the physical elimination of Bishop and the prominent group of honest and worthy leaders who died yesterday. Michael Manley, the leftish former Jamaican Prime Minister, called the killings a squalid betrayal of the hopes of the ordinary people of our region. Neighboring Caribbean states imposed harsh economic sanctions. The United States, too, expressed its concern over developments in Grenada, but it obviously wasn't very concerned about Bishop. From the time he first came to power in 1979, overthrowing Eric Gary, a corrupt and repressive leader with a rather bizarre belief in UFOs, the United States had been hostile to Bishop. Bishop was no Democrat, but he was genuinely popular and committed to improving the social welfare of the population. According to the Washington Post, the National Security Council considered a proposal to blockade Grenada just after Bishop took over. Registered relations worsened when Ronald Reagan became president in 1981. Under the new administration, any government in Central America or the Caribbean not wholly subservient to Washington was a target for destabilization. 98. There was more ferocity. The United States dropped the Blue 82 bomb, the largest non-nuclear weapon in its arsenal, on Cambodian positions on Koh Tang. Again, the claim was made that this measure was necessary to extract the Marines from the island, but there are reasons for doubt. The head of the Marine Task Group had originally asked that the bomb be used only when requested by the officer in charge of the Koh Tang assault. But, according to the GAO, the assault commander had not requested the use of the Blue 82 and stated that he was not informed that a decision had been made to drop the weapon. The GAO was told that the decision to use the weapon was probably made in Washington. Registered to save 40 crew members who were being released anyway, the Mayaguez rescue mission led to the deaths of 4 Americans and the wounding of 50 more. 15 Marines died in the assault on Koh Tang and 23 Air Force personnel were lost in a helicopter crash as troops were being moved into position in Thailand. Registered despite these losses, Secretary of Defense James Schlesinger was correct when he remarked that the outcome was fortunate. It was only good fortune that prevented the Mayaguez crew members from being killed either by U.S. bombs or by Cambodians enraged at U.S. duplicity. Had the Cambodians possessed the evil intent that, according to U.S. policymakers, justified the whole operation, it is hard to see how any of the crew would have survived the rescue mission. The captain later asserted that he and the entire crew were grateful for the rescue operation. But one wonders. Some of the crew suffered permanent damage from the gas attacks. Registered the Cambodians were rather more solicitous of the crew's well-being, One member commented later that the Cambodians were so nice, really kind. They fed us first and everything. I hope everybody gets hijacked by them. Registered carat more typical was the reaction of Chief Engineer Cliff Harrington, who commented as he boarded the U.S. destroyer, "That's a damn shame they're bombing Kampong Som. Those people didn't do us any harm." Registered carat the costs of the rescue mission to the Cambodians were far heavier, though the final toll will probably never be known. Registered and, as William Shawcross has noted, one can do no more than speculate on the effects the attacks must have had on Khmer Rouge paranoia about their enemies. Registered carat the reaction in the United States to the Mayaguez affair was general enthusiasm. Said Sen. Barry Goldwater, "It shows we still got some balls in this country." Carat let no one mistake the unity and strength of an America under attack, declared Democratic Sen. Adlai Stevenson 3 carat the 99. President's firm and successful action, effused Sen. Ted Kennedy, gave an undeniable and needed lift to the nation's spirit, and he deserves our genuine support. There were a few voices of dissent, among them Rep. Pat Schroeder, "We have won no victory. We have proved nothing to the world, except that this president is willing, as were his predecessors, to make hasty and ill-considered use of American military force against tiny countries regardless of the law." Happy face, Grenada. Cambodia was actually huge, compared to the really tiny country of Grenada. In October 1983, U.S. troops invaded this Caribbean island, claiming that they were protecting more than 1,000 American citizens, the majority of them students at St. George's University Medical School. A country of just 100,000 people, Grenada had been ruled since 1979 by a left-wing government headed by Maurice Bishop. In early October 1983, the ruling New Jewel movement was torn by internal discord, and on the 15th Bishop was ordered arrested by the party's Central Committee. On the 19th, a huge crowd of Bishop's supporters freed him. A clash with army units ensued, and in the aftermath Bishop and some of his key associates were executed. There was widespread international condemnation of the killings. Cuba declared that no doctrine, no principle, or proclaimed revolutionary position and no internal division can justify atrocious acts such as the physical elimination of Bishop and the prominent group of honest and worthy leaders who died yesterday. Michael Manley, the leftish former Jamaican Prime Minister, called the killings a squalid betrayal of the hopes of the ordinary people of our region. Neighboring Caribbean states imposed harsh economic sanctions. The United States, too, expressed its concern over developments in Grenada, but it obviously wasn't very concerned about Bishop. From the time he first came to power in 1979, overthrowing Eric Gary, a corrupt and repressive leader with a rather bizarre belief in UFOs, the United States had been hostile to Bishop. Bishop was no Democrat, but he was genuinely popular and committed to improving the social welfare of the population. According to the Washington Post, the National Security Council considered a proposal to block off 8 Grenada just after Bishop took over. Relations worsened when Ronald Reagan became president in 1981. Under the new administration, any government in Central America or the Caribbean not wholly subservient to Washington was a target for destabilization. 100 Imperial obesization. The CIA developed a plan to undermine Bishop by causing economic difficulty in the country. The plan was said to be aborted because of Senate opposition. But the United States did offer the Caribbean 100 Development Bank a loan on condition that Grenada be excluded, and in general Grenada was barred from receiving U.S. aid. In October 1981, the United States conducted a military exercise in the Caribbean called Amber and the Amrines, which involved the hypothetical freeing of Americans held hostage on Amber and installing a government favorable to the way of life we espouse. Reagan refused to accept the credentials of Grenada's ambassador to Washington, and he ordered the U.S. ambassador in Barbados not to follow the usual practice of presenting his letters of credence in Grenada. In early 1983, a U.S. official warned that Grenada might provide missile bases for the Soviet Union. Other officials claimed Grenada was preparing a submarine base for Moscow, until a Washington Post reporter bothered to look at the alleged site and found that it was too shallow for any such facility. The biggest U.S. government propaganda campaign, however, was to suggest that the new airport that was being built at Point Salinas was to be a Cuban or Soviet military base. It is difficult, if not impossible, to identify any economic justification for building an airport, a Deputy Assistant Secretary of State testified in June 1982. But, as the World Bank had noted in 1980, the lack of a decent-sized airport was a major obstacle to developing Grenada's tourism industry. The length of the runway was said by U.S. officials to prove its military character, but 8 other Caribbean countries had and longer runways. Grenada does not even have an air force, blustered Ronald Reagan. Who is it intended for, he asked, neglecting to point out that commercial airlines use airports too. A base at Point Salinas, DEPA Secretary Kenneth Dam charged, would allow Cuban aircraft to strike Puerto Rico, among other targets. But Puerto Rico is closer to Cuba than to Grenada. The Cubans, of course, were playing a prominent role in the construction of the airport, but so was the British firm Plessy, and even a U.S. dredging company was taking part. Presumably there would have been greater Western participation in the project if Washington had not gone to such great lengths to dissuade other nations from becoming involved. So, unlike most Grenadines, the United States shed few tears over Bishop's death. In fact, the crisis within the new Jewel movement provided the Reagan administration with a great opportunity. Right after Bishop was killed, General Hudson Austin, head of the armed forces, announced the formation of a revolutionary military COM 101 MAND and declared around-the-clock, shoot-on-sight 96-hour curfew. U.S. officials subsequently claimed that the draconian curfew endangered U.S. citizens and that Americans could not leave the island. Neither of these claims was true. In later congressional testimony, Deputy Secretary Dam acknowledged that he was unaware of any American or Grenadine shot pursuant to the curfew. There is no evidence of any action taken or threatened against any foreign citizen during this period. Reagan administration officials announced on October 27 that they had found evidence that the Grenadine government, together with Cuban advisors, was planning to take American hostages, but this claim was retracted a short while later. To talk with U.S. citizens. Instead of trying to ascertain the students' views, however, the diplomats tried to convince them of their danger. Late Sunday night, a radio broadcast from outside Grenada announced that an invasion of the island was imminent. This caused many of the students to get worried, as well it might, for, more than anything else, it was an invasion that would put them at risk, and now perhaps half of them wanted to leave. Fear of invasion, however, is hardly a rationale for an invasion, particularly because there was no obstacle to orderly evacuation if it were desired. British and Canadian diplomats present on the island did not believe an invasion was necessary to protect their nationals. Administrators of the medical school supported this assessment, though one of them, Vice-Chancellor Geoffrey Bourne, later changed his view on the basis of some rather peculiar reasoning, and who knows what pressure. According to Bourne, Austin had mistakenly thought that all the U.S. students were being taken out of the country and came to him very upset. Bourne explained to him that this was not the intention, but concluded from this that there were grave doubts whether they could have gotten out. The Grenadine government sent a diplomatic note to the United States that Sunday night and broadcast the text over Radio Free Grenada. It condemned any planned invasion and offered to hold talks to ensure good relations. We reiterate that the lives, well-being, and property of every American and other foreign citizens residing in Grenada are fully protected and guaranteed by our government. Flowever, the note went on. Any American or foreign citizen in our country who desires to leave Grenada for whatever reasons can fully do so using the normal procedures through our airports on commercial aircraft. As far as we are concerned, these aircraft can be regular flights or chartered flights, and we will facilitate them in every way we can. Of course, these were just promises, and Deputy Secretary of State Dam asserted that, although the RMC gave assurances that the airport would be opened on October 24 and foreigners allowed to depart, they then failed to fulfill that assurance. This assertion is simply false. The curfew was lifted at 6 o'clock Monday morning and the airport was opened. 4 small planes flew in, picked up passengers, among them the former director of Reagan's National Commission on Social Security, and flew out. Caught in their lie, U.S. officials later argued that, though a few planes got in and out, the airport was not open for normal traffic. This too was 103. A lie. There was no normal traffic, but that was not because the airport was closed, but rather because neighboring Caribbean states had prohibited the regional airline from traveling to Grenada as part of the sanctions they had imposed against the Austin government. The attention that U.S. officials devoted to the question of an orderly evacuation was revealed when Rep. Stephen Solars asked Deputy Secretary Dam whether, after the 4 small planes had landed, the United States tried to arrange for other, larger planes to land to pick up Americans. Dam replied, "I cannot answer that question. First of all, I am not clear as to what extent we were aware. We were certainly aware planes were not getting in. To what extent we were aware the small planes had been able to get out, I do not know. Even without the regular regional carrier, alternative evacuation plans could be made." On the evening of October 24, the Foreign Minister of Trinidad and Tobago announced that arrangements had been made to evacuate Trinidadian and Canadian nationals by air the next day. But the next day the United States invaded. "I think," commented Robert Pastor, a member of Jimmy Carter's National Security Council, "there is reason to believe that the Marines may have got there just in time before the new Grenadian government could prove publicly the private assurances that it had given to the medical school and the U.S. government. That they were going to assure the safety of U.S. citizens. Perhaps it was the sense of urgency that led the Pentagon to name the invasion Operation Urgent Fury. Operation Urgent Fury. If there was any scheme to hold Americans hostage, the invasion provided the ideal opportunity. The Grenadians knew of the impending invasion many hours before it began. Then it took U.S. troops more than a day and a half from their first landing to reach the Grand Anse campus of the medical school. More than enough time for the Grenadians to carry out any nefarious deeds were they so inclined. Stated that the timing and nature of Schoon's request remained shrouded in some mystery, and it is 105. Evidently the intention of the parties directly involved that the mystery should not be dispelled. The British magazine The Economist was more direct. The Schoon request was almost certainly a fabrication concocted between the OECS and Washington to calm the post-invasion diplomatic storm. Later, Schoon told the BBC that what he had asked for was not an invasion but help from outside. And he also informed reporters that he had not been aware of the possible involvement of U.S. forces until they landed in his front garden. With the pre-invasion danger to the students not credible and the legal arguments unconvincing, the White House resorted to its old standby: U.S. troops got to Grenada just in time, Reagan declared, to prevent a Cuban takeover. This claim was preposterous on its face. Cuba had been outraged at the killing of Bishop. But when U.S. forces captured some 25,000 documents in Grenada detailing such things as weapons deals with the Soviet Union and North Korea, the administration proclaimed that its case had been proven. But the documents, in the words of one right-wing study, provide no conclusive evidence that Grenada had become a depot of Soviet arms for future use in the region, nor were there any Soviet or Cuban military bases or facilities at the time of the U.S/OECS intervention aside from the controversial airport, which also had clear-cut civilian purposes. Moreover, as another scholar notes, the documents do not provide evidence that the New Jewel movement intended to allow Grenada to be used as a military or political base for the Cubans or Soviets to expand their influence in the region. The arms deals revealed in the documents do not suggest plans for aggression in the Caribbean. The militia that was to receive these weapons seems to have been intended as a means of building political cadre and for internal security and self-defense. U.S. officials charged that the Grenadian armed forces were larger than any legitimate defense need, but, given the successful US invasion, they evidently weren't large enough. Of course, nothing the Grenadines could have done could have prevented a US military victory, but a large militia might have faced the White House with the prospect of a messy conquest, something that doesn't play as well with the US public as a quick and costless intervention. As it was, the Austin government had disarmed many in the militia before the invasion for being pro-bishop. World opinion regarding the US invasion was almost uniformly hostile. In the United Nations, only El Salvador, Israel, and a few of the East 106 Imperial OBs. Caribbean states voted with Washington against a resolution of condemnation. Have argued that despite the worldwide censure, the Grenadine invasion should be viewed as a humanitarian intervention, not because it saved the medical students, but because it saved all Grenadines from a repressive dictatorship. In this view, the intervention promoted self-determination. Given the widespread support among the Grenadine population for the US intervention, this argument has to be seriously addressed. One can dispute particular poll results documenting this support, but every observer came back from Grenada reporting strong popular support for the invasion. Grenadine opinion alone, however, is not sufficient to justify one country's invading another. You might be glad that the local tough beat up a malicious neighbor, but vigilantism ultimately makes us all worse off, since once vigilantes are unleashed they are hard to control and the likelihood that their interventions will only be for just cause is small. When the vigilante has a record of supporting all sorts of atrocities, and committing many of them him or herself, then the dangers of vigilantism are even more pronounced. In any event, the argument that foreign intervention is justified when it is the only way to promote democracy doesn't apply in the Grenada case. The evidence is clear that the Austin government almost immediately realized it had gone too far. As Michael Manley put it, the military group that had taken over knew very well they were isolated from the Grenadine population, isolated from the Caribbean, isolated from Cuba. From the very start, they sent out feelers. They called in the private sector, they issued a statement saying they wanted good relations with the United States, they sent out word into the Eastern Caribbean, they sent word down to a CARICOM meeting in Trinidad to say, "We're willing to talk, we're in a hopeless situation." On October 22, Austin had asked SCOON to help set up a broad-based civilian government. The economic sanctions imposed by the Caribbean nations had been in effect only 4 days when the United States invaded. There was, noted the leader of Trinidad's House of Assembly, 107. A great deal of room for diplomacy. But it was never tried. The use of outside force was embarked upon, as the government of Trinidad and 172. Tobago put it, as a first resort. Was Austin bluffing? Was a peaceful solution possible? Did the Marines arrive, as Robert Pastor has suggested, just in time before negotiations between CARICOM and the Austin regime might have produced a peaceful, negotiated outcome? One doesn't know. But, the matter was never tested. And, as British correspondent Hugh O'Shaughnessy has commented, had Austin and his supporters not given up their narrowly dictatorial aspirations, it is difficult to see what force they could have relied on to maintain them against the popular anger at the massacre they were responsible for. Specifically, the militia was demoralized and virtually disarmed, the army's morale was unreliable, and any blockade of supplies to the island would have caused chaos in Grenada. O'Shaughnessy concluded that it would have been only a matter of time before the Leninist aspirations of the Austin group were swept away by Grenadines themselves. By mounting the invasion, the US robbed them of that opportunity. Why was this opportunity important for Grenadines themselves? The first reason follows from a basic notion of not only radical, but even liberal thought. As John Stuart Mill argued more than a century ago, the internal freedom of a political community can be achieved only by members of that community, for only in the arduous struggle for freedom do people develop the capacities and qualities they need to live in freedom. Polls in Grenada after the US invasion revealed that the prospects for self-determination were not auspicious. Many did not want elections held for years, most could not think of any local leader they supported, and 75% wanted Grenada to officially become part of the United States. In place of popular enthusiasm for improving their country and their collective lives, there was a growing dependency on U.S. aid. The second reason U.S. intervention was so injurious to the Grenadian people is that if they had achieved democracy on their own, it would have been a model of democracy drawing heavily on the populist and egalitarian aspects of the Bishop legacy. As it was, elections were held, with Washington bankrolling its favored candidate, and the political system that emerged was a democracy in name, but lacking in democratic content. Supporters of the New Jewel movement have been purged from the civil service and replaced with supporters of the new government. A British Labour movement delegation found evidence of mistreatment of NJM members during and after the U.S. invasion. The militia under Bishop had been accused of being abusive, but the Council on Hemispheric Affairs 108 reported in November 1985 that the 800-member U.S. trained police force that replaced it has acquired a reputation for brutality, arbitrary arrests, and abuse of authority. In 1986, the government obtained parliamentary approval for emergency powers, and it confiscated literature and censored the press and even calypso lyrics. The next year, a leaked document from the ruling party recommended the setting up of a secret intelligence unit to spy on political opponents. The social and economic program of the new government, urged by U.S. advisors and even made a condition of U.S. aid, has been to cut back the social welfare programs introduced by the New Jewel movement, cut state spending, and replace the progressive income tax with a regressive value-added tax. Unemployment has gone up sharply, healthcare and education have deteriorated, and the number of Grenadians leaving the country each year is 25% higher than under Bishop. The U.S. sponsored development strategy based on foreign investment has been a failure, and in 1987 the government kept itself afloat only by borrowing from the National Insurance Fund. Ironically, what prosperity there is in the country can be largely attributed to the completion of the international airport at Point Salinas. That the interests of the Grenadian people were not foremost in the minds of U.S. policymakers was obvious. Anonymously, they acknowledged as much. The overriding reason for the invasion, they admitted to the New York Times, was so that the United States wouldn't be seen as a paper tiger. What good are maneuvers and shows of force, if you never use it? The Dominican Republic, the Mayaguez, and Grenada, in each case Americans were said to be in danger, but the dangers were concocted. In each case, American soldiers and a larger number of Dominicans, Cambodians, Grenadines, and Cubans died, not to save U.S. nationals who would have been far safer without U.S. intervention, but so that Washington might make clear that it ruled much of the world and that it was prepared to engage in a paroxysm of violence to enforce its will. There have been some cases where American citizens were truly in danger, for example, the 4 church women who were killed by government-sponsored death squads in El Salvador in 1980. But there was no U.S. intervention there, no marine landings, no protective bombing raids. In 1909, instead Washington backed the death squad regime with military and economic aid, military training, intelligence sharing, and diplomatic support. Is it possible that there would be a situation in the future where unilateral U.S. military intervention would be justified to protect the lives of Americans? Anything is possible. But the record of how this justification has been used in the past, and the utter cynicism shown by the U.S. government when friendly regimes such as the one in San Salvador have brutalized Americans, ought to make us extremely skeptical. Chapter 6. The U.S. response to humanitarian crises. One rationale for U.S. interventionism that we are likely to hear with increasing frequency in coming years is that of humanitarian intervention. Its persuasiveness lies in the fact that even for those who hold the principle of non-intervention to be extremely important, there is a competing principle that is also important, namely, that when possible one ought to try to prevent massive human suffering. Sometimes, these two principles may be in conflict. For example, imagine if a government were to start massacring its population. Should foreign nations intervene to put a halt to the killing? To make the example specific, What if the government of South Africa were to methodically set up gas chambers and proceed to exterminate the black population of the country? Would foreign intervention be justified? The risk in granting blanket endorsement to humanitarian intervention is that governments are not typically motivated by humanitarian concerns. If they intervene somewhere, they will be doing it for their own reasons and in such a way that humanitarianism will probably be ill-served. Indeed, there is the danger that if the doctrine of humanitarian intervention became widely adopted, there would be no end to wars and their attendant human misery. When one looks at the actual occasions upon which claims of humanitarian intervention have been put forward, the record is not very reassuring. Hitler justified his occupation of Bohemia and Moravia in 1939 as humanitarian intervention to protect minorities. To this day, some scholars cite the Spanish-American War as another example of humanitarian intervention because the United States freed Cuba from the Spanish yoke. Not surprisingly, such accounts make no mention of the Platt Amendment nor the U.S. domination of the island for the next 2.5 centuries. One leading authority asserts that there was at most a single genuine case of humanitarian intervention in the century and a half before World 111. 112. War II, the French occupation of Lebanon/Syria in 1860–61 to prevent the massacre of the Maronite Christians at the hands of the Druzes. But a British government report on these events leaves doubts even in this instance. It is an admitted fact that the original provocation proceeded from the Christians, who had been for months beforehand preparing an onslaught on the Druzes, which their leaders confidently expected would terminate, if not in the extermination, in all events in the expulsion, of that race. Moreover, the Christian clergy attempted to animate the courage of their flocks, by telling them that their endeavor to attain undisputed possession of the Lebanon would be warmly countenanced by the powers of Christendom. The British, of course, were not themselves neutral observers, but there is certainly the possibility that Maronite hopes of foreign intervention on their behalf helped to precipitate the violence. One reason we must be extremely cautious before endorsing a right of humanitarian intervention is that this right is, as Richard Falk has noted, an asymmetrical claim in international law. That is, it is a claim advanced only by the strong against the weak. No one bothers debating whether Cuba has the right to land Marines in Los Angeles to protect the population there from undoubted police brutality. Likewise, people haven't stayed up nights arguing about whether the Philippines had the right to deploy troops in Tiananmen Square to protect the democracy movement from cruel repression. Because humanitarian intervention is the sort of privileged claim of the powerful, we would want to impose the strictest constraints upon its use to prevent abuse if we were going to endorse it at all. Surely one would want minimally to insist that any humanitarian intervention meet a number of standards, that the intervener be able to credibly prove genuine concern about the humanitarian issue, that the intervention use force only as a last resort, that the intervention employ only the least amount of force necessary to achieve the humanitarian end, and that the intervention be reasonably expected to reduce the total level of suffering. There have in fact been many instances in the last half-century of massive violations of human rights in foreign countries which should genuinely have raised humanitarian concern. One way to help in evaluating future U.S. claims of humanitarian intervention is to look at how the 113 United States has responded to these real cases of widespread atrocities. In some cases, the opportunities for the United States to do much about the situation were limited. In other cases, the possibilities for affecting the outcome were substantial. We will particularly want to consider the U.S. response in the latter cases. All the cases that will be examined will involve large-scale killings or forced starvation. These are not, however, the only causes of great numbers of deaths. Poverty, for example, leads to lower life expectancy and higher infant mortality. Governments may be limited by the economic wherewithal of their societies, but we certainly ought to hold them responsible for avoidable deaths, deaths that could have been prevented had there been a more equitable or humane distribution of resources. By this standard, there are many regimes whose human toll is far larger than generally realized. To take a single example, the United States surely has the economic and technical ability to provide its citizens with an infant mortality rate equal to that of Sweden's. Using this measure, in 1970 alone there were some 34,000 avoidable infant deaths in the United States. In 1986 there were about 17,000. From 1945 to the present, more than 1 million American infants died needlessly. They were not shot or thrown in gas chambers, but they were nevertheless victims of the US government. This sort of human rights atrocity, however, will not be considered here. The analysis will be confined to situations involving direct killings or forced starvation. The Holocaust. The greatest outburst of mass killing in the last 50 years took place under the Nazis. There were many victims of Nazi terror: gypsies, gay men and lesbians, Soviet prisoners of war, Slavs generally, but the extermination campaign against the Jews was the most systematic and far-reaching. Since most of those slaughtered by the Nazis were non-Germans, and since most of the killing took place after the United States was already at war with Germany, the Holocaust did not pose the usual difficult question regarding humanitarian intervention, namely, whether it is justified to intervene in the internal affairs of another nation in order to promote some humanitarian end. The war rendered the principle of non-intervention inoperative here, so the U.S. concern for the victims of mass murder can be viewed without complication. And, because the United States had a significant Jewish minority, we would expect the U.S. response to Nazi crimes to be stronger than to crimes where the victims were, say, Bangladeshis or Biafrans. Oppression of Jews by other European countries earlier in the century occasionally elicited mild expressions of concern from the United States government, though the humanitarian motive here was not always self-evident. In 1902, for example, Secretary of State John Hay sent a note protesting the treatment of East European Jews which, he said, was driving to U.S. shores a horde of immigrants which constituted the mere transplantation of an artificially produced diseased growth to a new place. As might be guessed, such protests had little effect on oppressive policies in Eastern Europe, and refugees continued to pour into the United States. Sponsors of restrictive immigration legislation quoted the testimony of State Department consuls warning that the country faced an inundation of abnormally twisted and inassimilable Jews, filthy, un-American, and often dangerous in their habits. In 1924, the Congress passed a law setting immigration quotas for each foreign country based on the U.S. population in 1890, that is, before the large-scale immigration from Eastern and Southern Europe. With Hitler's rise to power in 1933, and particularly after November 1938 when Jews in Germany were terrorized and tens of thousands were sent to concentration camps, Jews were desperate to emigrate. Nazi policy at the time encouraged emigration. Extermination didn't become policy until after the invasion of the Soviet Union in June 1941, but the world's doors remained closed. In the United States, Congress, and even explicit anti-Semites supported the idea of a haven for Jews, as long as it wasn't in the United States. President Franklin Roosevelt, responding to public pressure, convened an international conference at Evian, France, in 1938 to deal with the refugee crisis, but made clear that the United States had no intention of loosening its quotas. Only one country attending the conference offered any substantial encouragement to Jewish immigration: the Dominican Republic, because dictator Rafael Trujillo wanted to increase the white population of his country relative to the black. The United States didn't even admit Jews up to its low quota limits. The State Department established all sorts of bureaucratic obstacles to immigration that fell within the quota, claiming to fear spies, saboteurs, and those who would end up on the public welfare rolls. In late 1941, after talking with Lawrence A. Steinhardt, the Jewish U.S. ambassador to the Soviet Union, the department's official in charge of issuing visas recorded in his diary his approval of Steinhardt's opposition to immigration in large numbers from Russia and Poland of the Eastern Europeans, whom he characterizes as entirely unfit to become citizens of 115. This country. He says they are lawless, scheming, defiant, and in many ways inassimilable. He said the general type of immigrant was just the same as the criminal Jews who crowd our police dockets in New York and with whom he is acquainted. I think he is right not as regards the Russian and Polish Jew alone but the lower level of all that Slav population of Eastern Europe and Western Asia. The United States entered the war in December 1941, and by the end of the next year U.S. officials knew for certain that Jews were being systematically murdered. Yet U.S. immigration policy remained unchanged, the quotas were maintained and State Department administrative policies assured that only 10% of the quota slots were filled, not for any lack of potential refugees. In addition, Washington persuaded Latin American governments to halt all their immigration from Europe. During the course of the war, numerous opportunities presented themselves for rescuing substantial numbers of Jews. But, as David Wyman's well-documented study The Abandonment of the Juifs Qt, the State Department and the British Foreign Office had no intention of rescuing large numbers of European Jews. On the contrary, they continually feared that Germany or other Axis nations might release tens of thousands of Jews into Allied hands. This would have put intense pressure on the United States to admit more Jewish refugees. It also would have put pressure on the British to open Palestine to Jewish immigration, which they were loath to do, not out of any concern for Palestinians, but to maintain Britain's imperial position in the Middle East. The State Department hoped that the Nazis would not offer to deliver a large number of refugees, because, the department warned in October 1943, the Allied unwillingness to accept them would transfer the odium from Germany to the Allies. Some rescue schemes raised tough moral issues: should trucks be traded for Jews? Should the Allies threaten to bomb German cities in retaliation for killing Jews? But other opportunities involved no threat to the war effort. Among the possibilities were setting up free ports for refugees, establishing a war refugee board, and bombing the death camp at Auschwitz and the railroads leading to it. U.S. public opinion strongly opposed increasing the immigration quotas, but there was substantial support for the idea of free ports, just as certain goods were allowed to enter free ports as long as they were later going to be transshipped, so refugees might be admitted if they were placed. 116. In camps until the end of the war and then sent elsewhere. In addition, such an example might have helped in persuading Spain, Turkey, and Switzerland to accept more refugees. Roosevelt finally agreed to set up such a free port, a camp at Fort Ontario, New York, accommodating a grand total of 1,000 people. Obviously, this miserly effort was hardly sufficient to set much of an example to other countries. And to reassure the public that the refugees weren't being treated too well, government medical policy provided that the refugees were to be maintained in the same general condition under which they arrived. Not even vitamins could be given to children out of government funds. A government agency assigned the job of helping Jews could have made a big difference, pressuring neutral nations, funding escape efforts, broadcasting warnings to Jews in occupied Europe, and so on. FDR set up such an agency, the War Refugee Board, but only in 1944, after Congress was about to do so, and 14 months after U.S. policymakers knew of the death camps. The board received little power, no cooperation from the administration, and woefully inadequate government funding. Even so, its dedicated staff was able to save some 200,000 people. In 1944, the U.S. War Department was urged by Jewish organizations and others to bomb Auschwitz. Assistant Secretary John J. McCloy replied that such an operation could be executed only by the diversion of considerable air support essential to the success of our forces and would be of doubtful efficacy. Moreover, said McCloy, such an effort, even if practicable, might provoke even more vindictive action by the Germans. McCloy never explained what could be more vindictive than mass extermination, but his other excuses were bogus as well. U.S. bombers regularly flew near Auschwitz on their way to other targets, and even did heavy bombing in the area of the death camp, including at the industrial facilities associated with the camp. The camp had taken 8 months to build, and under the conditions prevailing in 1944 could not have been rebuilt if it were destroyed by bombing. The single-minded focus on the war effort that McCloy said precluded saving Jewish lives did not prevent McCloy from blocking the planned bombing of a German town known for its medieval architecture, or stop Washington from dropping supplies in what it knew was a futile effort to assist the Polish Home Army in its uprising in Warsaw, or prevent a U.S. Army tank unit from going out of its way in what the U.S. Senate called a heroic effort to save some valuable horses. The shameful record of the United States and the rest of the world during the Holocaust is used by Zionists to justify the establishment of a Jewish state in Palestine. This is not the place to deal at any length with this 117 argument, but it should be noted that the Zionist movement did not distinguish itself either in rescue efforts during the war. Rescue was always subordinated to the goal of establishing Israel. Mainstream U.S. Zionists, for example, refused to back a congressional resolution calling for more immigration to Palestine unless it included a demand for a state. The Zionists also did not support the legislation calling for the establishment of the War Refugee Board. The Zionist movement was not without influence in the United States during the war, but it devoted its major efforts to the drive for a Jewish state and relegated rescue to a secondary position. Defeating Nazi Germany ended the Holocaust. But the United States did not enter the war to save Jews. And when it could have saved many by opening up the immigration quotas or bombing the gas chambers, it did not do so. World War II may have been a just war, but it certainly wasn't driven by humanitarian concerns on the part of the U.S. government. Biafra. In May 1967, the eastern region of Nigeria seceded and declared itself the independent state of Biafra. Secession is a basic democratic right that follows logically from the right of self-determination. Sometimes secession will raise thorny political issues, for example when the secessionists themselves oppress a minority living within their territory, or when secession would remove resources vital to the survival of the larger country, or when the secessionists are too small a community to constitute a viable state. None of these considerations applied in the case of Biafra. The Igbo people constituted the majority of Biafra and their leaders expressed their willingness to let any non-Igbos determine their own future through an internationally supervised plebiscite. Though Biafra contained oil resources, the rest of Nigeria retained enough oil reserves to make it a major producer with or without Biafra. And far from being non-viable, an independent Biafra would have been the fourth most populous country in Africa. In addition, the eastern region of Nigeria had long had a separate identity, and the right of secession had rather deep roots in Nigerian political thought. That secession is a basic human right does not mean that all people ought to secede from larger political units. People will enjoy many advantages from living in larger-scale societies, so they are likely to demand independence only if their grievances are substantial. In September 1966, some 10,000 Igbos were massacred in pogroms in northern Nigeria, which 118 caused more than 1 million of them to flee to the eastern part of the country. The exact role of the central government in Lagos in these massacres is unclear, but soldiers were prominent among the killers and little effort was made by the authorities to put a halt to the slaughter, nor did the government ever condemn the carnage. Whether these events warranted the decision to secede was obviously a determination that only the Igbos could make for themselves. This their leaders did in April 1967, and a few months later the Nigerian government went to war to crush the secession. Britain, the former colonial ruler which had transferred power in 1960 to a Nigeria firmly under the control of the traditional, pro-British leaders in the north, immediately declared its support for Lagos in the ensuing civil war. As an official in London explained, it might be right for other nations to adhere to a policy of non-involvement, but we are the former colonial power. Propelled by this British sense of duty, not diminished by its substantial investments in Nigerian oil, the government of Labour Party Prime Minister Harold Wilson became Nigeria's decisive backer, providing arms, diplomatic support, technical assistance, and advice. The Soviet Union, eager to ingratiate itself with the most populous nation in Africa, joined Britain in sustaining Lagos, becoming its principal supplier of aircraft. France, except for a brief moment when it thought it might be able to get an oil deal from Nigeria, served as Biafra's main weapons source, hoping to weaken the British position on the continent. The French, however, kept their arms shipments below what Biafra needed to win, Probably intentionally. The United States announced that it would supply weapons to neither side in the Civil War, but it made clear where its sympathies lay. As the U.S. ambassador to Nigeria explained in July 1967, "My government recognizes the federal military government of Nigeria. We have repeatedly made known our complete support of the political integrity of Nigeria. Many times we have expressed our hopes that Nigeria would continue to remain a united country. This is not only an official view, but one that is also felt by American businessmen engaged in the rapidly growing trade between our two countries." Washington, eager for London's backing in Vietnam, determined to follow the British lead, as Secretary of State Dean Rusk put it, "We regard Nigeria as part of Britain's sphere of influence." The United States suspended aid projects in the East, but continued them in the rest of Nigeria. And some Nigerian military personnel continued to receive training in the United States in 1968. U.S. officials rationalized the British arming of 119 Nigeria. While criticizing the French for aiding Biafra, and pressuring them to stop doing so. Happy face. Lagos's strategy in the Civil War consisted of blockading Biafra and trying to starve it into submission. Such a strategy, of course, made civilians the primary victims of the war. Nigerian officials acknowledged as much. "I want to prevent even one Igbo having one piece to eat before their capitulation," proclaimed the Nigerian military commander on the Southern Front. Happy face. And Lagos's highest-ranking civilian declared, "All is fair in war and starvation is one of the weapons of war." It must be noted that this brutal approach to warfare was not uniquely African. During World War I, the British instituted a naval blockade of Germany, contrary to international law. Happy face. "It was," said the British Foreign Secretary, "a blockade such as the world has never known, but it was possible only because the United States was not criticizing but cooperating." Happy face. The caloric intake of the German civilian population fell to about a third of its normal level, with large numbers of deaths, perhaps 750,000 attributable to the resultant malnutrition. When the war ended, moreover, the blockade was left in place, and Germany was denied food for another 5 months. British officials took the view that they didn't want to relax the blockade until the Germans learn a few things. And French Premier Georges Clemenceau is said to have believed that there are 20 million Germans too many. Food shortages were worse after the armistice than before. Registered Washington, fearing the spread of Bolshevism in Germany. And eager to promote its agricultural exports, wanted to send in food, but would not do so until the French agreed that the Germans could pay for the deliveries with gold that Paris hoped to claim as reparations for itself. So the Nigerians were hardly the first to regard starvation of civilians as a legitimate weapon of war. But this made its use against the Biafran population no more justified. The British Prime Minister told a U.S. official that he would accept 500,000 dead Biafrans if that is what it took to preserve the unity of Nigeria. Though most governments in the world backed Nigeria, international popular opinion was strongly sympathetic to the suffering Biafrans. Accordingly, British policy, in the words of a Foreign Office official, was to show conspicuous zeal in relief while in fact letting the little buggers starve out. Happy face. The United States followed suit. While providing a great deal of the humanitarian aid that was flown into Biafra by private relief organizations, Washington officials did their best to publicly downplay the extent of the starvation. The U.S. Embassy in Lagos even told visitors that Biafran children with rust-colored hair characteristic 120 of those dying of protein deficiency were actually members of an obscure red-haired tribe whom the clever Biafrans had starved and put on display as a way to generate international sympathy. During the 1968 presidential election campaign, candidate Richard Nixon expressed his concern over the starvation in Biafra. He even used the word genocide. And when he won the election, there was some hope that he might change U.S. policy. Nixon was repelled by images of children starving. After watching one television report on the famine in Biafra, he telephoned the State Department and told them to send relief and get those nigger babies off. YY said. Basically, Nixon did not consider Africa to be of any great strategic importance, and he told his national security advisor Henry Kissinger, "Let's leave the niggers to Bill and we'll take care of the rest of the world." Kissinger brought his own biases to bear. At one point during a briefing, he asked how one could tell the Igbos apart from northern Nigerians. When told that the northerners tended to be more Semitic in appearance and the eastern, coastal Igbos more Negroid, he became confused. "But you have always told me the Igbos were more gifted and accomplished than the others. What do you mean more Negroid?" Happy face. Upon taking office, Nixon ordered a review of U.S. policy toward the Nigerian Civil War. The review concluded that U.S. policy should be continued and that a Nigerian victory would be in the long-term interests of the United States as a sop to growing public concern over the starvation. However, Nixon announced the appointment of a special ambassador in charge of relief efforts, carefully explaining that Washington would still not recognize Biafra. According to a member of the National Security Council staff, occasionally Nixon would make vague comments suggesting that he wanted to recognize Biafra. Kissinger would give the president a sympathetic hearing, then return to his office and proceed as if the conversation had never taken place, ordering his staff to do the same. These intermittent pro-Biafran tendencies, the NSC staffer recalls, seem to have passed as quickly from Nixon's memory as from Kissinger's consideration. Happy face. By the spring of 1969, relief officials were estimating that at least 1 million Biafrans had already died of starvation. A U.S. relief organization asked Washington if it would be willing to provide helicopters to get food. 121. Into Biafra. The Defense Department turned down the proposal on the grounds that military needs in Southeast Asia was a higher priority than feeding Biafrans. Finally, in January 1970, Biafran resistance collapsed. Following the surrender, there was no generalized massacre of the Igbo population, but Nigerian policies caused hundreds of thousands of Igbos to starve to death after the fighting had ended. One reporter on the scene wrote that he saw no signs of massive atrocities, yet considering the conditions of the relief operation, the result may very well be the same. Part of the problem was the lack of discipline among Nigerian troops, who often requisitioned Red Cross vehicles in order to carry away their loot. But part was a matter of policy from Lagos. The Nigerian government announced that it would allow no humanitarian aid to be delivered by any of the organizations that had provided relief supplies to Biafra during the Civil War. The problem was not a lack of food. Food was available in sufficient quantities just outside the collapsed Biafran enclave, brought there by relief agencies. But rather its transportation into and within the enclave. The area around Biafra's main airfield was particularly needy, and the airfield might have served as a crucial means of distribution, but it was not used, and indeed Lagos ordered it plowed up. Registered in the meantime, a Nigerian military governor just 60 miles from the worst starvation held a wedding ceremony with champagne and suckling pigs served by waiters flown in from Lagos for his 500 guests. Assistant Secretary of State David Newsom testified that observers had reported favorably on Nigerian relief efforts. But Endkin knew better. After hearing an upbeat State Department briefing on the situation, the president called Kissinger. "They're going to let them starve, aren't they, Henry?" "Yes," replied Kissinger, and the two men went on to discuss other matters. The most extensive and careful study of Biafra's food requirements was carried out by U.S. health experts who concluded that some 9,500 tons a week were urgently needed. The State Department stalled on presenting this information to the Nigerian government, and the White House didn't push the matter. The Nigerian Red Cross set a goal of delivering 4,200 tons per week. In fact, only 3,500 tons a week were delivered. There are no reliable figures on how many starved after the fighting, just as the death toll for the whole Civil War is unknown. One pro-Lagos journalist who puts the total number of deaths from 1967 to 1970 at 1 million says that the number of those who died at the end of the war because aid was too slow in reaching them ran into thousands, possibly even hundreds of thousands. 122. U.S. government was not oblivious to humanitarian concerns during the Civil War. Largely in response to public pressure, Washington provided about half of all the international relief going to be offered, but it is hard to believe that the United States could not have done more, such as using its tremendous influence to get a ceasefire, or pressing for an international arms embargo on both sides. Washington claimed it was neutral in the conflict, but, as Senator Eugene McCarthy pointed out, the United States has been neutral only in refraining from shipping arms, while it has officially accepted the Nigerian explanation of the situation and used its influence to gain acceptance for this viewpoint among other African nations. Trademark to support a unified Nigeria when Sony Nigerians did not want to be unified was not to pursue a Pollock-Bow neutrality, but to take sides. And when the side taken was starving hundreds of thousands of people to death, it was clear that humanitarian considerations didn't count for very much in U.S. foreign policy. Bangladesh. In 1971 another country became engulfed in civil war. The nation of Pakistan consisted of two regions separated by more than 1,000 miles with India in between. The two regions shared a Muslim majority, but differed in language, ethnicity, and culture. West Pakistan politically dominated the more numerous, largely Bengali population of the East and exploited them economically. The callous indifference shown by the authorities in Islam, 07 devastating cyclone that struck the East in November VV separatist sentiment. When the military government of Yahya Khan permitted the country's first free elections in December, the Warren League, a middle-class Bengali nationalist party headed by Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, swept 167 of the 169 East Pakistan seats, giving won an absolute majority in the National Assembly. But Yahya then argued that he was postponing the convening of the Assembly. Calls for independence in the East, and on the evening of rested MULB and launched a brutal crackdown on the Awami League and on Bengalis more generally. In the center of Dhaka, the main city of East Pakistan, the army set fire to 25 square blocks and then mowed down those trying to escape. Thousands were massacred in Dhaka in the first few days, and the killings out the countryside. Bengali guerrilla resistance led to further bloody reprisals. U.S. consular officials in Dhaka reported privately 123 to Washington that selective genocide was going on. A World Bank mission reported in July that in every city it visited there were areas razed, and in every district there were villages which have simply ceased to exist. Sober estimates by the summer put the death toll between 200,000 and 300,000. Literally millions of Bengalis fled across the border into India in what was probably history's largest one-way movement. 85 refugees in so short a time. World opinion was horrified at the carnage. But from the Nixon administration, there was not a word of condemnation. An official U.S. statement on April 6 referred to the people killed in East Pakistan as victims, but no other announcements expressed any criticism of the massacres. Officers at the U.S. consulate in Dhaka sent a cable to Washington dissenting from the official policy: "Our government has failed to denounce the suppression of democracy. Our government has failed to denounce atrocities. We have chosen not to intervene, even morally," whereupon Nixon ordered the consul general transferred. The U.S. moral failure, in fact, began earlier. At the beginning of March, in a meeting of top policymakers called the Senior Review Group, a State Department official suggested that the United States try to discourage Yahya from using force. According to one insider, the official did not press the point after Kissinger cautioned SRG members to keep in mind President Nixon's special relationship with Yahya. SRG members concluded that massive inaction was the best policy for the United States. Kissinger's memory of the meeting has him telling the group that the president was reluctant to confront Yahya, but that the White House would not object if other countries wanted to dissuade him from using force. Agencies agreed that the United States should not get involved. Nixon's special relationship with the Pakistani dictator had a variety of sources. One was a general fondness for right-wing generals. The fact that Yahya's adversary Prime Minister Indira Gandhi of India was a woman, further cemented the bond between Nixon and the Pakistani leader. Another source of the special relationship was the fact that Yahya had agreed to let Pakistan serve as the jumping-off point for Kissinger's secret trip to China in July 1971. Kissinger has written that while Washington could not condone brutal military repression, Pakistan was our sole channel to China. Once it was closed off, it would take months to make alternative arrangements. Happy face, this excuse is nonsense. Romania had already been established as an alternate channel to Beijing, and in fact there was. 124. No reason that the trip to China needed a secret channel at all. As Kissinger has acknowledged, the Chinese opposed the secrecy of the trip, which was insisted upon by the U.S. government, or, more accurately, by Nixon and Kissinger, since most others in the U.S. government were kept as much in the dark as was the U.S. public. By mid-March, 10 days before the bloodbath started, the CIA, the Pentagon, and electronic intelligence sources all detected the Pakistani military preparations, yet Washington chose not to warn the Bengalis. On March 26, the day after the violence erupted, Kissinger told a high-level meeting that the president doesn't want to do anything. He does not favor a very active policy. If Nixon and Kissinger genuinely believed that they could save more lives by forceful private appeals to Yahya, while foregoing public denunciations, then one would have to view their public silence with some sympathy. But private communications between the United States and Pakistan were extremely restrained, with Nixon warmly praising Yahya for his statesmanship and expressing understanding of his difficult circumstances. Moreover, according to a State Department official with access to the minutes of the relevant meetings, at no time during March or April was Kissinger on record as voicing outrage or humanitarian concern as the Pakistani armed forces obeyed Yahya's crackdown orders with a vengeance. In their rampage, Pakistani troops used U.S. weapons, among others, and public criticism of U.S. policy forced the administration to announce in April a ban on further arms deliveries to Islamabad. 2 months later it was discovered that the ban only applied to licenses. Any arms covered by licenses issued before March 25 could still be delivered. When the loophole was revealed, the administration explicitly declared that such deliveries could continue. To do otherwise, the State Department explained, would be interpreted as sanctions and thus seen as an unwarranted intrusion into an essentially internal problem. The pre-March 25 licenses were supposed to cover only non-lethal military equipment, but reporters found that the term non-lethal included ammunition and spare parts for military aircraft. Asked when ammunition might be considered lethal, a State Department spokesperson replied that this was a theological question. Thus, after March 25, 10 ships sailed from the United States with military cargo bound for Pakistan, worth some $5 million. Congress further discovered that the Department of Defense continued to approve weapons requests from the Pakistani military after March 25. The State Department testified that these approvals, worth some $125.10 million, could not override the ban on issuing new arms export licenses, but certainly they did not give Yahya a very strong message that the United States disapproved of his actions. By July 1971, the United States was the only Western nation still delivering military goods to Pakistan. It was not until early November that Washington finally announced that the pipeline of military equipment had finally dried up. The pattern was a little different with economic aid. There was substantial international humanitarian assistance sent to East Pakistan and to India, but the World Bank recommended in June that no new development aid go to West Pakistan until a political accommodation was reached in the East. Britain, Sweden, the Netherlands, and West Germany among others suspended their aid, but the United States did not. As the U.S. representative at a meeting of aid donors declared, the United States was not and did not plan to use aid as a lever to secure a political solution. Despite administration objections, however, the House of Representatives voted to suspend aid. This provoked Nixon's first public statement on U.S. policy toward the Pakistan crisis: "We are not going to engage in public pressure on the government of West Pakistan. That would be totally counterproductive." Registered U.S. development aid in the pipeline continued to flow to Pakistan, and, as Malcolm W. Brown of the New York Times reported, official American comments on the subject have been couched in language ambiguous enough to enable Pakistani newspapers to carry such headlines as, U.S. aid not suspended. Happy face. Whether strong U.S. pressure on Yahya could have prevented further killing cannot be known, though certainly the knowledge that Nixon was publicly allowing military and economic aid to continue and declaring that the crisis was an internal Pakistani matter degree must have strengthened the dictator's resolve. Don't squeeze Yahya at this time, Nixon instructed U.S. officials on May 2. The United States was a major contributor to the international relier operations in the East. A State Department official believes that this aid was intended to defuse pressures upon the White House to exert influence on Yahya to make meaningful political concessions. At a meeting on July 31, when the Deputy Aid Administrator suggested that Washington recommend to Yahya that the army be removed from civilian-type administration in East Pakistan so that relief efforts could go forward, Kissinger barked. Why is it our business how they govern themselves? In the meantime, guerrilla war raged in East Pakistan, and India increasingly provided training, arms, and bases for the Bengali guerrillas. 126. Pakistani and Indian troops exchanged artillery fire across the border and made some cross-border incursions in late November. Indian troops took up positions within East Pakistan. Then on December 3, the Paki force launched attacks on Indian airfields and a full-scale war was on. 2 weeks later, Pakistan's armed forces in the east surrendered to the Indians and a ceasefire was agreed to in the west. Bangladesh became an independent nation. The Indian intervention in East Pakistan, which put an end to the brutal repression of the Bengali population by Pakistani troops, is considered by many commentators to be a leading case of humanitarian intervention. In the United Nations on December 4, the Indian ambassador declared, "We are glad that we have on this particular occasion absolutely nothing but the purest of motives and the purest of intentions, to rescue the people of East Bengal from what they are suffering." Registered. But when the final version of the Security Council debates was published, India deleted from the record all of its statements which sought to justify its use of force on grounds of humanitarian intervention. Presumably, New Delhi was wary of establishing a precedent for one country intervening in the internal affairs of another and felt it had other adequate grounds on which to defend its intervention. The millions of refugees that had poured into India between March and December 1971 had caused incredible hardship for the government in New Delhi. The refugees were concentrated in the Indian province of West Bengal, where they constituted more than 20% of a chronically impoverished population. When Nixon boasted that the United States was providing as much aid to these refugees as the rest of the world combined, he obscured the fact that all the international aid together compensated India only a quarter of the cost of supporting the refugee camps, a cost equivalent to all the external development assistance flowing into India. Current outbreaks of disease, including cholera, threatened to spread beyond the camps. And hundreds of thousands of additional refugees were living among the general Indian population, competing for scarce jobs. Indian officials thus considered it essential that the refugees return to their homes, but this was obviously never going to happen as long as the West Pakistani army was running amok in the east. As a motive for intervention, TS was not a pure case of humanitarianism, yet one can certainly sympathize with India's concern. YYPFF aspect of India's concern was more problematic. Indian officials believed that as time went on, the Bengali independence forces would become increasingly radicalized. Eventually the guerrillas would defeat the Pakistani army, which was essentially fighting a colonial war 1,000 miles from home, but the longer it took to achieve victory, the more likely the leadership of the movement and of post-independence Bangladesh would fall to the left. The Indian government already had enough difficulties with its own volatile Bengali population. New Delhi routinely took over the West Bengal state government for being too radical. Indian leaders were unwilling to accept an independent leftist Bengali nation just over the border. One cannot know, of course, what the consequences of a more radical Bangladesh would have been for the people of that country, but in 1974 alone 50,000 died of starvation, the major causes of which were the inequitable distribution of food and conscious political choice by the government. During periods of starvation, food aid was smuggled out of the country and into India on Bangladeshi Navy vessels under the supervision of the President's Rela 124 TIVs. So though the Indian intervention ended Pakistani atrocities in the East, it is not obvious that the people of Bangladesh ultimately benefited from the intervention, and it is thus difficult to justify India's action as humanitarian intervention. But the U.S. course of supporting Pakistan was based even less on humanitarian considerations. In November and December the Pakistani dictator virtually cut himself off from all outside influences except his almost daily visits with the U.S. ambassador. Despite this unusual opportunity for leverage, the United States did not press Yahya to accept either the independence of Bangladesh. Washington dispatched a naval task force headed by the nuclear-armed aircraft carrier Enterprise to the Bay of Bengal. On December 10, the commander of Pakistani troops in the east tried to arrange a ceasefire and transfer of power to Bangladeshi officials. Encouraged by the prospects of U.S. and Chinese intervention on his side, Yahya ordered his troops to fight on to Cuba. In 1975, the Mujib government in Dhaka was overthrown in a military coup, perhaps with U.S. involvement. And the new regime became heavily dependent on the United States, China, and Saudi Arabia, while cutting its ties to Moscow and New Delhi. Burundi. In 1972, killings on a massive scale broke out in the small African country of Burundi, where the Tutsi ethnic group, who made up only 14% of the population, dominated the Hutu majority. On April 29, 1972, a violent uprising was launched by some Hutus. The rebellion was promptly put down, whereupon the army and government-organized youth groups proceeded to massacre Hums, particularly those with any education. By the time the carnage ended in August, Conservatoire estimates put the death toll at 80,000 to 100,000 in a nation of 3 to 5 million. Happy face, 130. Despite the fact that the U.S. ambassador and the State Department privately characterized what was going on in Burundi as selective genocide, the U.S. government made no public criticism of events in that country. Even in private, however, the U.S. abdicated its moral responsibility. The U.S. ambassador, Thomas P. Melady, spoke with Burundi's President Mikomro on May 5 at a time when it appeared that the government was still suppressing a rebellion and not yet engaged in mass murder. Melady claims he urged Mikomro to re-establish political control with a minimum of violence and avoid bloodshed, and that the president assured him there would be no unnecessary killing. But 5 days later, when Melady concluded that selective genocide was going on, he made no further approach to Mikomro. In fact, he prepared to leave the country to return to Washington before taking up a new diplomatic post. He requested no further meeting with the Burundian president. On the eve of his departure, Melady was summoned to Mikomro's headquarters to carrot decoration. The subject of the ongoing massacres did not come up. Just before he left, Melady met with some other foreign ambassadors and they agreed that the senior diplomat, representing the Vatican, ought to deliver a letter to Mikomro urging an end to the repression. The U.S. Embassy played a role in drafting the letter to Mikomro, which was presented on May 29, while Hutu school teachers, church leaders, nurses, students, and others were being beaten to death. The letter is quoted here in its entirety. I wish to express to Your Excellency, in the name of several of my colleagues, how satisfied we are by recent indications of the beginning of pacification and the re-establishment of law and order. As true friends of Burundi, we have followed closely with anxiety and uneasiness the events of these last weeks. Thus we are comforted by your having constituted groups of wise men to pacify the country, and by the commands which you have given, to repress the arbitrary actions of individuals and groups, the private vengeances and excess of authority. We sincerely hope with all our heart that your laudable initiatives will meet the collaboration of everyone, thus fulfilling the aspirations of the population, so tested and contributing to uplift before public world opinion the good name and reputation of the Republic of Burundi. Finally, we have welcomed with the greatest sympathy your recent appeal in which we discern your desire to assist all victims of the events, and we assure your excellency that the governments and the organizations that we have the honor to represent will put everything to work to assist all those who have suffered and who suffer still, at the same time as they will work to support your efforts to promote the peace, unity, and progress of Burundi and all its inhabitants. Not surprisingly, this letter did not slow down the killings. Would a strong protest from Washington have helped? One can't tell. Melady and other U.S. officials later criticized the United Nations, the Organization of African Unity, and individual African states for their inaction, though Secretary General Waldheim at least did what the United States did not. He publicly referred to the massacre, and the OAU said privately to Mikomro what the United States did not, that the killings must stop. Happy face, Melady acknowledges that the spotlight of an aroused international public opinion might have brought an end to the killings sooner. Some lives might have been saved. Yet he himself tried to keep news of the massacres out of the U.S. press. And Melady concludes that the U.S. government responded in an appropriate fashion. Direct unilateral intervention was out of the question, Melady writes, because it would have been contrary to our policy of non-intervention in the affairs of African states. It is hard to believe that the U.S. government, which, as Jonathan Whitney has noted, instigated the very first coup in post-colonial African history, the very first political assassination, and the very first junking of a legally constituted democratic system, was so committed to non-intervention that it couldn't issue a strong statement of protest about mass murder. Indeed, even when it was confirmed that U.S. aid was being used by the government of Burundi to lure Hutus to their deaths, there was no U.S. protest. Registered as a matter of fact, the United States potentially had more influence in Burundi than most other countries because U.S. firms bought 80% of Burundi's coffee, accounting for some 65% of its foreign exchange. Supporters of U.S. policy have argued that a boycott of Burundian coffee would only have hurt the poor Hutu farmers and that other buyers would have taken up the slack. But the profits from the coffee industry went overwhelmingly to Tutsis, not Hutu farmers, and previous efforts to diversify purchasers had failed. Happy face, here too, one can't be sure whether the threat of a boycott would have helped stop the massacres, but U.S. policymakers did not even consider the idea. At the end of September 1972, after the killings had come to an end, the new U.S. ambassador was temporarily recalled from Burundi, but no public announcement was made. In Washington, Burundi's ambassador was secretly called in and told that normal relations were impossible. In January 1974, however, the U.S. ambassador cabled 132. Washington to recommend the resumption of normal relations in order, among other reasons, to promote viable U.S. investment. This has assumed particular importance, the ambassador noted, with the appearance of a UN survey report indicating the possible presence in Burundi of one of the world's major nickel deposits. The State Department's Thomas Pickering then sent a memorandum to the White House supporting normalization because it would provide opportunities for American corporations that are interested in exploiting the major new mineral discovery. On January 29, Nixon authorized the normalization to proceed. Cambodia. In Cambodia in the late 1970s, the Khmer Rouge led by Pol Pot carried out massive atrocities against its own population. Before 1975, the United States had destabilized Cambodian society and subjected its peasantry to one of the most intense bombardments in history, thereby creating the conditions for the Khmer Rouge's brutal rule. Once Pol Pot took power, the United States had almost zero direct influence on the Cambodian government. Assistant Secretary of State Richard Holbrooke testified in 1977 that only one country carried any weight in Phnom Penh, and that was China, which, unfortunately, had no desire to prod the Khmer Rouge to stop the killings. But Washington had growing ties with Beijing which it could have used as indirect leverage on the Cambodians. The Carter administration, however, was more eager to solidify its relationship with China and to punish Vietnam for resisting U.S. domination for 2 decades than to concern itself with Cambodian deaths. In May 1978, National Security Advisor Zbigniew Brzezinski discussed with the Chinese the need for assistance to Southeast Asian efforts to check Soviet support of Vietnamese expansionism, the only efforts in this regard at the time being those of the Khmer Rouge. At the end of the year, Vietnam invaded Cambodia. To many Cambodians, this was a humanitarian intervention, saving them from the brutality of the Khmer Rouge. Hanoi did not officially endorse the humanitarian justification for its intervention, appealing instead to its right of self-defense against continual Cambodian border incursions. There would be reasons to question a humanitarian intervention rationale from Vietnam, even if it had been put forward. Apart from the historic Vietnamese domination of Indochina, there is the fact that Hanoi had publicly supported the Khmer Rouge regime in 1977 and even returned refugees to the Khmer Rouge. 133. To maintain ties degree. But however we judge the Vietnamese intervention, the U.S. reaction was clearly devoid of humanitarian considerations. Though the Vietnamese quickly took Phnom Penh, the Khmer Rouge were able to regroup over the Thai border and with support from China and Thailand wage a guerrilla war against the new Vietnam-backed regime of Hung Samrin. Brzezinski boasted in 1981, "I encouraged the Chinese to support Pol Pot. Pol Pot," he said, "was an abomination. We could never support him. But China could." And while Chinese arms flowed to the Khmer Rouge, the United States, according to Brzezinski, winked semi-publicly. As part of its policy of punishing Hanoi, Washington had banned aid to Vietnam, and even obstructed private U.S. aid agencies from shipping privately donated humanitarian assistance to meet basic needs of the people of Vietnam. Following the Vietnamese invasion of Cambodia, the new Vietnam-backed regime in Phnom Penh was subjected to the same restrictions. The only U.S. humanitarian aid was that sent to the refugee camps near the Thai border from which the Khmer Rouge and other anti-Phnom Penh guerrillas recruited fighters. At the same time, the United States gave diplomatic support to Pol Pot, voting to award the Cambodia seat in the General Assembly to the Khmer Rouge rather than giving it to Hung Samrin, or even leaving it vacant. Despite Washington's claim that it was following the lead of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations in dealing with the Cambodia question, in fact, as one conservative scholar has noted, over and over again, the U.S. has acquiesced in attempts by Beijing to block a more compromise-oriented policy put forward by some Southeast Asian nations. In July 1981, for example, at a UN conference on Cambodia in New York, ASEAN wanted the final resolution to call for the disarming of the Khmer Rouge in the context of a political settlement. The Chinese instead wanted language that favored the Khmer Rouge. Washington sided with Beijing. In May 1982, the Khmer Rouge formed a coalition with PNNCE Sihanouk and Sun San, two conservative leaders of what the United States dubbed the NCR non-communist Cambodian resistance. The NCR was of little consequence militarily, but they gave the Khmer Rouge international respectability, with Sihanouk becoming the nominal head of a coalition in which the Khmer Rouge was the dominant force. ASEAN and the United States had pressed Sihanouk and Sun San to adhere to the coalition, making their joining a precondition for receiving Western aid. ASEAN provided weapons to the NCR, while Washington provided them with financial. 134. Support, non-lethal supplies, intelligence information, military advice, and coordination of all the aid. The United States claimed this support in no way aided the Khmer Rouge, but, as Sihanouk admitted, we assist one another in every circumstance and cooperate with one another on the battlefield. The U.S. General Accounting Office reported that from 1986 to 1988 there was no U.S. accountability to assure that U.S. aid went to the Sihanouk and Sun San forces and not to the Khmer Rouge. Serious abuses and diversions of assistance were found to have occurred, though the details of these abuses remain classified by the State Department. After 1988, when tighter controls were imposed, the GAO could verify that the NCR received the aid, but had no way of determining how it was used within Cambodia, and whether, for example, it was diverted to the Khmer Rouge. In 1989, Vietnam withdrew its troops from Cambodia, but U.S. policy remained unchanged. Only under congressional pressure and the defection of the West European allies, did the Bush administration announce in July 1990 that it would no longer vote to give the Cambodian seat in the United Nations to the Khmer Rouge-dominated coalition. But this new policy did not end U.S. aid to the Khmer Rouge's coalition partners nor U.S. endorsement of Sihanouk's insistence that any settlement must be acceptable to the Khmer Rouge. Registered after further evidence of battlefield coordination between the Khmer Rouge and the U.S. supported guerrillas, Washington suspended aid to the latter in early 1991, but a month later, the aid was resumed. Registered a UN peacekeeping force is now being sent to Cambodia to supervise countrywide elections. Whether the Khmer Rouge will be able to intimidate its way to victory using military force that it accumulated over the years of its tacit alliance with the United States remains to be seen. More massacres. Unfortunately, the 5 instances of mass inhumanity examined above do not exhaust the list. Even leaving aside international wars, there have been depressingly many occasions in which massive numbers of people have been killed by oppressive regimes. For example, in 1954, the United States overthrew the elected government of Guatemala and organized a brutal security apparatus to maintain the status quo. Over the next 3.5 decades, this U.S.-backed security force today arguably the most repressive force in Latin America. 135. In the words of a Wall Street Journal reporter, was responsible for as many as 200,000 killings, with the help of intelligence files set up by the CIA. Between 1965 and 1969, at least 500,000 people were massacred in Indonesia by the army and its right-wing supporters. U.S. diplomatic backing for the Jakarta butchers, and U.S. enthusiasm for the defeat suffered by the left in the bloodbath have long been noted. Recently, however, Kathy Calden of State News Service documented that Washington did more than just serve as a cheering section. The CIA provided the killers with lists of names of leftists to murder. A decade later, when Indonesia invaded East Timor, killing upwards of 100,000, the United States continued to arm Indonesia and blocked United Nations actions to halt the slaw. 186. Ter. In Uganda, Idi Amin presided over the killing of some 250,000 people between 1971 and 1979. Amin took power in a military coup backed by Britain and Israel. Registered *, he had been a member of the British colonial armed forces and was known to be a murderous thug, but ferocity in carrying out orders had always been considered a virtue by his British commanders. Amin soon broke with Israel and established ties with Libya, Saudi Arabia, the PLO, and the Eastern Bloc. Washington called home its ambassador from Kampala in 1973, but publicly attributed the recall not to the mass slaughter then underway, but to a means entirely unacceptable criticism of the U.S. role in Vietnam. At the same time, the United States became Uganda's main trading partner, and continued to provide the regime with military equipment and training for members of its internal security force. By the end, Amin was an international embarrassment. The U.S. Congress voted to cut off trade with the country. When Ugandan troops conducted a raid into neighboring Tanzania, the Tanzanians responded with an all-out invasion of Uganda and deposed Amin in 1979, in what is often referred to as a humanitarian intervention. The aftermath, however, was not very promising. After an initial euphoria, the country slid into civil war, repression, and mass murder. As many may have died in the half-decade following Amin as during his rule, and not a few talked of the good old days under Amin. Amin obtained refuge first in Libya and then in Saudi Arabia, where he is today. There have been other murderous regimes where U.S. leverage has been negligible. For example, the governments of China in the 1950s and 1960s and Ethiopia in the 1980s have been responsible for massive death. Washington was hostile to both of these regimes, but there are good grounds for doubting that humanitarianism was the reason for the hostility. The Ethiopian government in power before 1974 was also responsible for mass starvation and a brutal war against secessionist movements, and yet. 136. was strongly supported by the United States. And Mao's predecessor massacred immense numbers while enjoying U.S. backing. There has been no instance since World War II in which the United Intentionb of humanitarian oxyth came more significantly. However, there have been many opportunities for Washington to have stopped massacres and saved lives by measures short of direct military mte. It has not done so. Sometimes it has acquiesced in that murders, sometimes it has facilitated them. Has often been generous with food aid, and even though there is an element of self-interest in distributing food supplies, this generosity should still be welcomed. But often, as in Biafra, from the larger U.S. complicity in mass atrocities. Here have been 3 recent cases of inhuman regimes deposed BV outs intervention in Bangladesh, Cambodia, and Uganda. RNDP Ven Ryan regarding the humanitarian intervention justification in each of these cases, though I admit these are not easy situations. But there is no doubt, given the U.S. record with REL's main intervention is unlikely to promote be situations, like the travail of the Kurds in Iraq, were considered. In the aftermath of the Iran-Iraq War, Saddam Hussein turned his military machine, including chemical weapons, against his country's Kurdish population. At least 500,000 Kurds were forcibly relocated, many were killed, and 4,000 villages were wiped off the THIRD-WORLDISM administration. In February and March 1991, the United States urged the Iraqi National to overthrow Saddam Hussein. The Voice of Free Iraq almost cert LLY, a CIA hint operation recruited Kurdish exiles to broadcast calls to their compatriots to NSE up against the Iraqi leader. When the U.S. calls were heeded, President Bush proceeded to turn his back on the Kurds. Kissinger had done in 1975. Bush decided to let Saddam Hussein put down the rebellions without warn/x splintering of Iraq. Washington had warned Hussein not to use combat helicopters against the insurgents, but might to act. In fact, a White House spokesperson explicitly rescinded the warning. "We never made any promises to these people," said a senior official. "We don't want Iraq dismembered, since that would go counter to the reason we fought the war," commented another official. 137. White House Press Secretary Marlin Fitzwater declared that reports of atrocities against the Kurds would not change U.S. policy. Just a short while before Bush had likened Saddam Hussein to Adolf Hitler, now Fitzwater equated the Iraqi leader with those trying to overthrow him. "I think it's safe to assume that in the kind of warfare being conducted by the rebel forces and the Kurds, as well as by the government of Iraq as well as by other groups, that there are all repercussions taking place, yes. But it is our belief that the best way is not to involve ourselves in those internal conflicts." Only after U.S. and international opinion were aroused by Bash's perfidy did the president move to protect the Kurds. And his continuing X was lightened from his complete silence while Kurds are being massacred by Turkey, a loyal ally and member of the anti-Iraq coalition, in addition to killing Kurds within Turkey. Ankara has BV its U.S.-supplied air force against Kurdish villages in Iraq located in the Allied security zone. Kurds in THIRD have been subjected for years to draconian legislation that, among other outlaws the use of their language in books, newspapers, schools, and public meetings. Even a Turkish law banning spoken Kurdish in any circumstance was only lifted recently. Rather than to genuine humanitarian considerations is not likely to end Kurdish suffering. We oppose forced confessions or arbitral searches by the police, even though in a particular case such actions prevent a CNME or help bring a criminal to justice. Because giving the PX me in order to reduce even greater threats to our freedom. Similar logic applies in international relations. Landing foreign troops every time a government was alleged to violate human rights would be a prescription for global chaos. Such interventions, even if taken in response to genuine human rights violations, would likely lead to more death and destruction than would have occurred otherwise. And to allow each country or each powerful country to judge for itself when human rights have been violated. TAS XTRR. There are TTME cases where the level of human rights violation is so massive, where thousands or even millions of lives are at stake, that one might. But when a country has a record of not protesting mass murder, of not taking simple steps that might have saved millions and of supporting mass murderers, the N. Or Hutita LXNX. Chapter 7. TCVTOTHST and the case of Lahio. Combating terrorism, according to U.S. policymakers, will be a major function of the U.S. military in the post-Cold War era. Terrorism is an extremely convenient alibi for interventionism. Whenever an excuse is needed, Washington can arbitrarily declare certain nations to be engaged in international terrorism, though their behavior may not significantly differ from the behavior of many other nations, including close allies or even United States itself. If a foreign crisis is needed to generate *E party in power or to distract attention from domestic policies that defray the wages of most Americans, there is nothing like terrorism to provide the justification. If the profits of military contractors need to be increased or if the independence of third world leaders needs to be squelched, the fight against terrorism can serve as the rationalization. To be a good target for the U.S. war on terrorism, a nation needs to be relatively weak militarily. The Pentagon could not just go and bomb the Soviet Union whenever it got the urge, nor could it even bomb Sinna, which was closely tied to Moscow. It helps if the people of the terrorist state are of swarthy complexion, for then the crusade against NRWIU be reinforced by the ubiquitous racism of American society. And *E terrorist state must indeed resort to terror *Ni at least easier to construct a lie out of a half-truth than out of the truth. The level of terrorism, however, is unlikely to be adequate to the needs of U.S. policy makers, and therefore the target must be one that can be provoked into committing some outrage when needed. Lageration can transform the small-scale terrorist into a world-class enemy. Recent years, Libya has been branded by U.S. officials as one of the world's chief sponsors of international terrorism, and its leader, Muammar Sift, has been portrayed as one of terrorism's leading practitioners. Thus demonized, Libya has been the target of direct U.S. degree 4 separate occasions, and farther still from a communist, Marxist-Leninist-controlled state, he increasingly found himself supporting governments and movements that were anathema to washing terrorism. The case of Libya. 141. However, according to U.S. officials, the fundamental reason for U.S. government hostility to Libya was that for the government to punish someone because he or she might committed a crime wrong, regardless of whether it later turns that the T-Sun F proper to act before there is compelling proof of guilt, where the first question is essential for judging U.S. action the second is relevant for judging Libyan behavior. For both the Rome and Vienna attacks and the La Belle bombing is some recent evidence that will be discussed below which suggests. TED states at the time of its airstrike, it is clear that there was a U.S. eagerness to act before the evidence was in. The Rome and Vienna airport attacks were carried out by the Abu ITT Andrupta TFYTSH Departver. An * Lons M state. P. Ochels insisted that in these attacks the Abu Nidal operatives were acting as Libyan henchmen and under Libyan sponsor. Questioning, however, returned from a fact-finding trip to Southwest Asia, reporting, "You can say the rebels make their money off the sale of opium." He added, "There's no doubt about it. The rebels kept their cause going through the sale of opium." The reaction of the Reagan administration to this revelation was to continue supporting the drug dealers, both in Afghanistan and Pakistan. The New York Holmes reported in 1988 that the Reagan administration has done little to press the guerrillas to curb the drug trade, according to senior State Department and intelligence analysts. Diggs and U.S. Foreign Policy 175. "We're not going to let a little thing like drugs get in the oogie of the political situation," said an administration official who follows Afghanistan closely, emphasizing that narcotics are relatively a minor issue in the context of policy toward the Afghan guerrillas. Contraindications. So during the 1980s, Washington was working with other drug traffickers closer to home, in this case as a way to facilitate the war of the U.S. created and controlled Contras against the Sandinista government in Nicaragua. The Contra War was one of the few foreign policy issues during the Reagan years to which the Democrats occasionally offered some resistance, and Senator John Kerry's Subcommittee on Terrorism, Narcotics, and International Operations did more digging into the unsavory alliances surrounding U.S.-Nicaragua policy than was usual for the Congress. On the basis of extensive testimony and documentary evidence, the subcommittee reported, "It is clear that individuals who provided support for the Contras were involved in DMG trafficking. The supply network of the Contras was used by drug trafficking organizations, and elements of the Contras themselves knowingly received financial and material assistance from drug traffickers. In each case, one or another agency of the U.S. government had information regarding the involvement either while it was occurring, or immediately thereafter." The subcommittee found that the Contra-DMG links included, involvement in narcotics trafficking by individuals associated with the Contra movement, participation of narcotics traffickers in Contra supply operations through business relationships with Contra organizations, provision of assistance to the Contras by narcotics traffickers, including cash, weapons, planes, pilots, air supply services and other materials, on a voluntary basis by the traffickers. Payments to DMG traffickers by the U.S. State Department of funds authorized by the Congress for humanitarian assistance to the Contras, in some cases after the traffickers had been indicted by federal law enforcement agencies on DMG charges, in others while traffickers were under active 78 investigation by these same agencies. The role of the United States in this Contra link to narco-traffickers remains murky, but there is no doubt that U.S. officials knew about it, winked at it, and helped to cover it up. Oliver North's notebook and memos from North's assistant, Robert Owen, contain references to the drug connection / when the General Accounting Office decided to look into the issue of drugs and foreign policy. The White House ordered the CIA and the Defense and State Departments not to cooperate / Registered Attorney General Ed Meese told the U.S. Attorney in Miami to suspend his inquiry into drug trafficking in Central America / and the indictment against a major drug smuggler, Michael Palmer, was dropped as not being in the interest of the United States. The Honduran military was a major U.S. ally in its war against Nicaragua. Without the support of the Honduran military, there would have been no such thing as the Contras, acknowledged a former high-ranking U.S. diplomat. The Contras used Honduras as their northern base and worked with Honduran death squads set up by Argentine and CIA advisors. The Honduran military was also a key participant in the narcotics trade, and the country became a significant transshipment point for drugs QC. Headed to the United States. The response of Washington to Honduras's growing role in the drug trade was to close down the DIA station in Tegucigalpa in 1983, just 2 years after it opened, ensuring that no evidence could be produced linking the military to narco-trafficking. In 1986, Honduran General José Bueso was arrested in the United States by the FBI in a plot to assassinate the Honduran president in order to facilitate drug trafficking. The Justice Department called the plot the most significant case of narco-terrorism yet discovered. Key administration officials, however, privately urged that Bueso receive a lenient sentence because, as a Deputy Assistant Secretary of State later explained, he has been a friend to the U.S. involved in helping us with the Contras. Registered on the southern front of the anti-Sandinista war, a key figure was John Hull, an American rancher who owned property on the Nicaraguan border and who was paid $10,000 a month by the Contra Command at the direction of Oliver North. 5 different witnesses told Kerry's subcommittee that Hull was involved in drug trafficking. Registered and the Costa Rican government has been trying, despite U.S. obstructionism, to investigate Hull's activities. Gen. Paul F. Gorman, former head of U.S. Southern Command, acknowledged that if you want to go into the subversion business, collect intelligence, and move arms, you have to deal with drug traffickers. Registered one of the transport firms that the United States hired to get supplies to the Contras was an outfit that Customs had earlier reported had been set up by narcotics traffickers linked to Ramon Mata Ballesteros, a major drug figure among whose other credits was involvement in the killing of a DEA agent in Mexico. Only after the situation was revealed in the New York Times did Washington try to bring Mata to justice. The Kerry Subcommittee Identity, Drugs and U.S. Foreign Policy 177. Fied for companies owned and operated by narcotics traffickers who were hired by the State Department to supply the Contras. In each case, prior to the time that the State Department entered into contracts with the company, federal law enforcement had received information that the individuals controlling these companies were involved in narcotics. The subcommittee reported that although there was substantial evidence of drug smuggling through the war zones on the part of individual Contras, Contra suppliers, Contra pilots, mercenaries who worked with the Contras, and Contra supporters throughout the region, it did not find that the Contra leaders personally were involved in drug trafficking. This conclusion, however, represents a considerable sanitizing of the actual evidence gathered by the subcommittee. As Kerry himself put it in a closed session statement, later released, it is clear that there is a networking of drug trafficking through the Contras, and it goes right up to Calero, Mario Calero, Adolfo Calero, Enrique Bermudez. And we have people who will so testify and who have. And, presumably, the evidence would have been even stronger had higher UPS not called off a government sting operation against Bermudez, the Contra commander. The invasion of Panama. The U.S. invasion of Panama in December 1989 was the first military intervention in modern times rationalized primarily as an effort to bring a drug trafficker to justice. But neither the drug pretext nor the other justifications advanced by U.S. propagandists were the real reasons for this, the 20th U.S. intervention in the Isthmus since the turn of the century. The invasion was actually motivated by the particular needs of the Bush administration and the national security apparatus. For George Bush, Panamanian General Manuel Noriega was a special problem. When Noriega was indicted on drug charges in early 1988, Vice President Bush was vulnerable to the charge that he had previously ignored the Panamanians' wrongdoing. The issue was raised by Michael Dukakis in the 1988 election campaign. When economic sanctions and covert operations failed to dislodge Noriega, it seemed as if the general was thumbing his nose at the U.S. president. Then, when Bush failed to support a coup attempt against Noriega in October 1989, Bush was roundly denounced in the press and in Congress as being a wimp, with Democrats playing a leading role in the criticism. "It's hard to imagine Lyndon Johnson or Ronald Reagan hesitating," said one. "Bush makes Jimmy Carter look like a man of resolve," declared another. For the Bush administration, then, invading Panama was a way to put to rest these doubts. "You've got to wonder," commented political analyst Kevin Phillips, "to what extent Bush's Texas psychology figures into this, and to what extent he needs a hunting trophy." Bush's problem with his reputation was a problem too for the U.S. government more generally. If the leader of a small third-world country wouldn't follow U.S. orders, then who would? The Pentagon itself was being accused of unseemly hesitancy to use force. If U.S. military power was not used to bring Noriega to heel, then how was U.S. superpower status based as it was on military might to be maintained? For the Pentagon, the invasion of Panama also provided an opportunity to demonstrate the capabilities and utility of its new, expensive, stealth fighter bomber, desperate to find a mission as the Cold War wound down. And for the Republican right, which had never gotten over the fact that the Panama Canal treaties give away our canal and our military bases, Noriega served as the excuse for reasserting Washington's former direct colonial role in Panama. These were the real motivations behind the U.S. invasion, not the drug issue. Before examining the drug rationale, it is worth briefly considering some of the other bogus justifications put forward by U.S. policymakers. According to Washington, Noriega was a threat to U.S. citizens, a threat to the Panama Canal, dictatorial and corrupt, and a notorious abuser of human rights. A few days before the invasion, a U.S. soldier was killed, and a naval officer and his wife were roughed up. George Bush waxed indignant, "If they kill an American Marine, that's real bad." and if they threaten and brutalize the wife of an American citizen, sexually threatening the lieutenant's wife while kicking him in the groin over and over again, then, please understand, this president is going to do something about it. But the background to these events exposes the hypocrisy of Bush's outrage. Tensions between U.S. personnel and the Panama Defense Forces had been quite high since the previous summer, when U.S. military personnel were ordered to undertake all sorts of provocations. In one particular act of incitement, 1,000 U.S. soldiers conducted an exercise that appeared to be a rehearsal for kidnapping a Panamanian government official, and Noriega's brother was actually taken into custody. The local U.S. commander warned Washington that U.S. military posturing would get an American killed, so the White House had the commander replaced by someone with a more can-do attitude. The new commander ordered off-duty U.S. officers in their civilian clothes to carry out visual reconnaissance of potential targets, including PDF headquarters. Noriega discovered these operations, and so when a car of 4 off-duty soldiers genuinely got lost near the headquarters and then tried to run a roadblock, it was not surprising that shots were fired at the car and a soldier killed. The PDF sent word to the United States that the shooting was an isolated incident and unintended ... but Washington ignored the message. And little publicity was given to the fact that 2 days later an off-duty U.S. soldier fired 2 shots from an illegal gun at a Panamanian traffic cop who had not drawn his weapon. Bush's concern for American womanhood was also singularly selective. There was only indifference from the White House when 4 lay church women were raped and murdered in El Salvador in 1980. A month before the U.S. invasion of Panama, a U.S. nun was kidnapped and tortured in Guatemala by individuals apparently under police protection. Again, there was no action from the White House. And a month after the invasion, another U.S. nun was killed in Nicaragua. Evidence implicated the Contras, but the State Department covered up for the U.S.-backed terrorists. It's hard to disagree with former Pentagon official Fred Hoffman, who was privy to planning documents. Washington had a plan to invade Panama and they were just waiting for an excuse to use it. The threat to the Panama Canal was even less credible a justification than the threat to U.S. citizens. Nothing Noriega did interfered in any way with the functioning of the canal. It was only the U.S. invasion itself that resulted in the closing of the waterway for 2 days, the first time in its history that the canal was shut down for reasons other than landslides. And it was Ronald Reagan, not Manuel Noriega, who had suggested in 1989 that serious consideration be given to renouncing the Panama Canal treaties. The other U.S. charges against Noriega were similarly hypocritical. He did indeed steal the 1989 Panamanian elections as U.S. officials claimed. But this was not the first time that Noriega was responsible for election fraud. In 1984, Noriega, as head of the Panamanian military, picked Nicolas Barletta to be the country's president. An election was held, featuring stuffed ballots, falsified documents, and a rigged vote count, and Barletta won. Washington knew all about the fraud, but no word of protest was raised. In fact, the U.S. government overtly and covertly funneled money to Barletta's campaign, and after Lee's tainted victory, he was invited to the White House to be congratulated by Ronald Reagan. U.S. aid to Panama. 180. Jumped from $12 million to $75 million, suggesting a less than principled opposition to vote fraud. The U.S. charges regarding Noriega's corruption were also accurate, but here too the corruption did not begin in 1989. Accepting and extorting money in return for favors was a way of life for the Panama Defense Forces and Noriega as its leader, but probably the most serious violation of his trust of office was taking money from foreign intelligence agencies, the CIA and the U.S. military, to spy on Panamanian military cadets, workers, and students, and to pass on to Washington secret information. Regarding the 112 Panamanian negotiating position during the canal talks in the 1970s. Needless to say, the United States had no complaints about this sort of corruption, nor about any of Noriega's other well-documented malfeasance before 1987. Noriega's human rights record was deplorable, though much exaggerated by U.S. officials. In August 1989, the U.S. ambassador told the UN Security Council that the Noriega regime's notoriety now rivals that of some of the worst dictatorships of the century, conjuring up images of Hitler and Stalin. In fact, as the State Department later acknowledged, people in Panama seldom disappeared permanently under the Noriega regime. Repression of massive anti-regime demonstrations in 1987, 1988, and 1989 resulted in fewer than a dozen deaths. This record might be compared with that of the U.S.-backed government of El Salvador, which was responsible for perhaps 1,000 times as many killings as Noriega was. In 1985, a prominent Noriega opponent, Hugo Spadafora, was murdered, almost certainly under Noriega's orders. But the Reagan administration opposed congressional efforts at the time to cut back on U.S. support for the Panamanian strongman. Human Rights Watch claimed that the CIA aided in a cover-up of the Spadafora murder by providing a false witness who blamed the crime on leftist Salvadoran guerrillas. Noriega was also probably involved in the murder of an oppositionist priest in the 1970s, and U.S. intelligence agencies believed he was responsible for the plane crash that killed his predecessor, Omar Torrijos. But these crimes did not prevent the United States from establishing warm relations with Noriega. Why did the United States support Noriega until 1987? Because despite his authoritarianism, his corruption, and his brutality, he supported U.S. interests. Aside from his intelligence activities on behalf of Washington, Noriega was also a crucial ally in the Contra War. He allowed U.S. bases in Panama to be used as the command center for the wars in Nicaragua and El Salvador. He permitted the CIA to train at least 250 Contras at Panamanian military facilities. He provided money for the Contras at a time when Congress prohibited U.S. funding. Registered he allowed Contra leaders to enter and leave Panama freely. He conducted espionage operations on the Sandinistas. He facilitated arms shipments to the Contras, and he carried out sabotage within Nicaragua. When Nicaragua agreed to sign the Contadora Treaty that Panama among others had put forward as a way to end the Contra War, the United States got Panama to withdraw the treaty and thus thwart the peace process. In August 1986, Noriega offered to assassinate the Sandinista leadership in return for U.S. help in cleaning up his image. Told that U.S. law barred assassination, Noriega then offered to conduct further sabotage operations in Nicaragua. Oliver North met Noriega a month later to discuss targets. The U.S. public relations firm that was doing Contra fundraising was then hired to promote Noriega. The general's image, however, needed no promotion in the White House, where he was considered a valued ally. But by 1987 things had changed. Noriega had lost his usefulness to U.S. officials. Exposes in the U.S. press and congressional hearings sponsored by right-wing Senator Jesse Helms weakened Noriega's reputation. And the fact that he had removed his second-in-command, who Washington considered a dangerous leftist, made Noriega suddenly expendable. When federal prosecutors in Florida told the White House that they wanted to indict the Panamanian on drug trafficking charges, the White House went along, knowing that Bush was going to be vulnerable in the upcoming election to the charge that as CIA director he had quashed an investigation of a Noriega intelligence operation against the United States in the 1970s. But the administration did block any move by the prosecutors to indict the PDF as an institution, making clear that its objection was not to the structures of corruption and dictatorship, but to Noriega as an individual. Secretary of State Schultz even called on the PDF to maintain its integrity, which was like urging the Reagan administration to maintain its commitment to human rights. A year and a half after the indictments, Washington still insisted that it was committed to a peaceful and democratic solution to Panama's problems. The State Department declared that the composition of Panama's government and the future of Panama were issues to be decided by Panamanians, perhaps with Latin American mediation, but certainly not by the United States. Less than 4 months later, 26,000 U.S. troops invaded Panama. 129. At a minimum, hundreds of civilians were killed in the U.S. assault. But no matter. Manuel Noriega was captured and brought to Miami for trial on drug charges. 182. In April 1992, after long delays, Noriega was found guilty on most counts. The trial, however, left much to be desired. Of the 6 people who had testified against Noriega at the grand jury hearings 3.5 years earlier, only one was considered sufficiently credible by prosecutors to be presented at the trial. Every one of the other witnesses who in 1991-92 tied Noriega directly to drug trafficking was a convicted drug dealer, offered a reduced sentence or the right to keep illicit drug profits. And the witnesses often contradicted each other. The trial also featured widespread prosecutorial misconduct, and the judge disallowed evidence regarding Noriega's cooperation with the CIA and other intelligence agencies, or discussion of how he came to be in Miami. That there were legal improprieties does not mean that Noriega was innocent of involvement in drug trafficking. But the trial did make clear that Noriega was not a major kingpin in the drug trade, but a middle-level player. His profits from drugs and drug money laundering did not exceed $10 to $15 million, which by the standards of the drug trade isn't very much. A telling summary of Noriega's role was put forward by the chief prosecutor when he explained in his opening statement in October 1991 how one prospective witness, Medellin cartel co-founder Carlos Leder, would describe the Panamanian. From Leder's perspective, Manuel Noriega was a nobody. In his words, he was just another crooked cop. The cartel was paying off hundreds of crooked cops throughout Colombia, Panama, even Florida. It is one thing to reduce the sentences of low-level criminals in order to get testimony against a major crime boss. In the Noriega trial, however, the individual whom the Department of Justice once called the #1 drug man in the U.S. was granted immunity from prosecution and allowed to keep his yachts and planes, and one of the biggest drug smugglers had his sentence reduced from life plus 245 years to 9 years, while receiving $500,000 from the U.S. government in legal fees. According to a congressional report, 15 of the witnesses against Noriega were excused of crimes worse than those for which the general stood trial. This prosecutorial behavior made no sense in order to convict just another corrupt cop, but it was necessary to provide an after-the-fact justification for the U.S. invasion. Evidence at the trial and independent research implicate Noriega in the drug trade in 2 different time periods, one in the early 1970s, and the other in the early 1980s. Significantly, the U.S. government certainly knew about this involvement while it was supporting Noriega before 1988. In the mid-1970s, CIA Chief George Bush approved covered funds for Noriega and, after the general was cut off for a brief period under Carter, the Reagan administration restored the funding in the 80s. As the State Department's Drugs and U.S. Foreign Policy 183. Frank McNeil testified before the Kerry Subcommittee, the U.S. government was coddling Noriega beyond any time when one could reasonably doubt Noriega's involvement in drug trafficking to the United States because he was helping with the Contras. Panama's importance to the drug trade was not so much as a transshipment point as a center for laundering the profits. Noriega got his share of this business, but in fact the entire Panamanian financial sector had essentially been set up as a haven for illicit funds. The traditional Panamanian elite who controlled the banking industry was thus up to its neck in servicing the drug trade. This elite had been forced to accept political rule by Noriega and the PDF and to cut these upstarts in on its profits. The U.S. invasion put the traditional elite, and thus the drug money launderers, back in power. The new president Guillermo Endara, his attorney general, his treasury minister, one of his vice presidents, and the chief justice of the Supreme Court had all served as directors of banks and corporations tied to drug trafficking. Ironically, in 1985 the U.S. government had tried to get Panama to agree to a banking treaty that would clamp down on drug money laundering. Noriega supported the treaty, while the commercial elite which was reinstalled in power following the invasion opposed it. With Noriega out of power and the PDF in disarray, money laundering of drug profits continued and more cocaine bound for the United States than ever before passed through Panama. The New York Times reported that U.S. diplomats and drug enforcement officials said they would have no comment on Panama's internal drug enforcement efforts. No doubt because the United States doesn't like to interfere in other countries' internal affairs. The new Panamanian government, as the New York Times put it, has been exceptionally dependent on American aid and advice. The president, his key aides and the American ambassador, Dean R. Hinton, have breakfast together once a week in a meeting that many Panamanians view as the place where important decisions are made. There has been some economic growth in the aftermath of the invasion, possibly drug-related, but unemployment stood at 15.7%, a third higher than in 1987 under Noriega. And while U.S. aid to the Panamanian banking industry has been plentiful, most of the assistance intended for the poor or to promote L43 democracy has yet to be dispersed. 184 carat. High in the Andes. Panama has been the one case of U.S. invasion rationalized by drug policy, but combating narcotics is the explanation as well for ongoing U.S. interventions in 3 South American countries. The standard U.S. view portrays Colombia, Peru, and Bolivia as nations terrorized by powerful drug trafficking cartels, often working in alliance with left-wing guerrillas. According to this view, the hard-pressed Andean governments may need U.S. support in order to protect their populations and prevail against the narco-terrorists. This standard view is almost totally incorrect. The real problem facing the people of these countries is grueling poverty caused by the astounding greed of local elites and the grim workings of the international economic system, maintained by equally greedy elites in the industrialized nations. In Bolivia in the first half of the 1980s, gross national product declined 2.3% per year, official unemployment went from 5.7% to 20%, and inflation stood at 10,000% in 1985. The world price of tin declined 57% between 1980 and 1988. Over the 5-year period 1983 to 87, Bolivian exports shrank 38%. The government closed most state-owned tin mines, throwing thousands of miners out of work. More than 1 out of every 6 Bolivian children die before their 5th birthday. Peru too faces desperate conditions. In the mid-1980s, its economic crisis surpassed the Great Depression of the 1930s. According to the World Bank, the overwhelming majority of Peruvians are markedly worse off than in 1970. Under the country's new president, Alberto Fujimori, Peru has adopted unhindered free market policies, today controls an estimated 40% of the country. Sendero is a Maoist organization, highly authoritarian and extremely ruthless. It has killed hundreds of leftists, and regularly executes homosexuals. But is considered by many. Drugs and U.S. foreign policy. 185. Peruvians the country's only salvation. Happy face. 1/6 of Peruvians are willing to admit to pollsters that conditions in their country justify subversion. The government's response has been to wage a counterinsurgency campaign of incredible brutality. Peru topped the list of disappearances reported to the United Nations 4 out of the last 5 years. In April 1991, the Organization of American States identified 86 documented cases of human rights abuses by the military in South America. 50 of them took place in Peru. Registered, and the victims of military terror are rarely guerrillas, but rather community activists and the civilian population more generally, which is routinely subjected to bombing, strafing, murder, and rape, thus generating more recruits for Sendero. The military exercised absolute authority in emergency zones covering 2/3 of the country. No member of the armed forces has yet been punished for a human rights violation. The Fujimori government sharply increased the authority of the military, while denouncing human rights organizations as the legal arm of the subversives. And the Bush administration recently declared that Peru had improved its human rights record enough to justify the release of millions of dollars of military aid, despite the fact that human rights groups insisted the situation remained as bad as ever. In April 1992, Fujimori dissolved the Congress and suspended the constitution. He claimed that his assumption of absolute power was necessary in order to fight Sendero and corruption. In fact, however, the coup has played right into Sendero's strategy. Democratic niceties had never restrained the armed forces in their counterinsurgency campaign, and the main target of the military crackdown seems to be legal opposition groups. As for corruption, Fujimori's own family has recently been implicated in a scheme to misappropriate charitable donations, and one of the president's closest aides is thought to be tied to drug traffickers. Colombia has one of most skewed income distributions in Latin America, with 40% of the population living in absolute poverty. Two factions of the elite fought a bloody civil war from 1948 to 1958 in which several 100,000 people were killed. The agreement ending the fighting provided for the two factions to alternate turns at the presidency, thus continuing the historic exclusion of the mass of the population from power. Over the years, opposition groups developed, some of them waging guerrilla war and others trying to pursue legal means of struggle. The repression has been monstrous, and concentrated most viciously against the legal left. More than 100 right-wing death squads exist, many of whose members are active or retired military and police personnel. Military collaboration with these death squads may not be centrally coordinated, but the national government has not made 186. Much effort to curtail the terror. In March 1990, for example, the Interior Minister charged that the legal left-wing Patriotic Union was the political arm of a guerrilla group. The UP's presidential candidate warned that this was a death sentence for his party's leaders, and sure enough he himself was murdered a few days later. More than 1,000 UP activists were killed between 1985 and 1990. And these were not the only victims. From 1981 to 86 some 3,500 journalists, students, trade unionists, and opposition party members were assassinated, and from 1986 to 98,000 members of the legal left were killed. The right-wing paramilitary groups that cooperate with the military also have ties to the drug cartels. The economic crisis in the Andean nations has been exacerbated by a staggering foreign debt owed to U.S. and other banks, and by an increasingly inhospitable market for their exports in the industrialized world. The United States, for example, placed non-tariff barriers on about a quarter of its commodity imports in the mid-60s, but on more than half of them by the mid-80s. In 1989 Washington scuttled an international agreement on coffee prices, causing significant harm to the Colombian economy. According to a UN report, the decline of prices for commodities like sugar, coffee, cotton, and wheat between 1980 and 1988 motivated farmers to turn to cash crops like the coca bush and the opium poppy to avoid economic ruin. In Peru and Bolivia in particular, many poor peasants have been forced to turn to coca cultivation in order to survive. There is simply no crop as profitable. The campesinos, however, earn very little from their coca growing. The great bulk of the profits go to the major drug trafficking organizations. In Bolivia, the traffickers come from the Aral elite. In 1980 in the cocaine coup, the 189th coup in Bolivia's history, the country's leading drug kingpin took over the government. Although the Carter administration refused to recognize the new government and cut almost all aid, a key DIA agent believes that the CIA supported the coup and thwarted an undercover operation against the drug lord. A witness told Kerry's subcommittee of funneling money on behalf of Argentine military intelligence to support the coup, with CIA knowledge. In March 1991, the head of the country's anti-drug police resigned amid charges of drug trafficking. He had been appointed to his post despite having served in the cabinet during the cocaine coup regime. In Peru, major government officials have been involved in the drug trade. When the military was sent into the coca-growing Upper Huallaga Valley region to fight guerrillas in 1984, drug traffickers experienced what one observer called a golden age, with individual military officers making DMGS and U.S. Foreign Policy 187. Bonanza profits. Today, officers bribe their superiors to get assigned to the lucrative coca areas. Most of the Andean drug trade, however, has been dominated by Colombian traffickers, particularly associated with two cartels, one based in Medellin and the other in Cali. The Medellin cartel was formed in 1981 when leftist guerrillas kidnapped the sister of a major drug lord, Medellin traffickers banded together to form right-wing death squads to terrorize the left. In 1983, the Colombian Attorney General asserted that 59 active military personnel were members of these assassination teams. But the Medellin cartel fought the government too, killing many judges and politicians, and the government responded with intermittent crackdowns. Ultimately, the government and the cartel called a truce, with the drug lords accepting prison, built to their own specifications and from which they could continue their drug operations. The Cali cartel, however, has come to control 75% of the cocaine trade. These traffickers do not target the state and are far better integrated into the Colombian elite than were those from Medellin, and as such the government is disinclined to interfere with them. The Cali cartel is particularly thought to have the support of those sections of the military who collaborate with far-right paramilitary IQQ groups in killing leftists. Some Colombian guerrilla groups operate in coca-growing regions, taxing and at times even managing coca cultivation and processing of their own. Occasionally guerrillas and traffickers opportunistically cooperate, but generally those who control the cocaine refining, the most profitable part of the drug trade, are the cartel lords who have acquired a great deal of rural property and behave like other rich landlords, that is, they try to smash the left. As one mainstream expert put it, relations between Colombian guerrillas and traffickers have involved far more bloodshed than Cooper 184ation. In Peru, Shining Path is the dominant political force in the coca-growing Upper Huallaga Valley. U.S. officials claim the guerrillas are in partnership with the drug traffickers, but in fact they are allied to the peasant coca growers, helping them get a better price for their crop, and protecting them from the lawless violence of the traffickers and the government. Sendero thus plays a role with respect to the drug trade similar to the legal trade unions in Bolivia that represent the coca growers, while it is the 186 military and government officials who are linked to the traffickers. Shining Path makes money from the drug trade by taxing the peasants, but if the guerrillas were making the $100 million a year that some U.S. analysts have claimed, they would probably have far more expensive WEEP 188 ONRI. 188. A few years ago, CIA Director William Casey ordered a study of the links between drug traffickers and leftist guerrillas. The study concluded that there were no significant links. Casey then ordered a second study, which found that the two groups fed at the same trough, that is, they sometimes operated in the same areas, and sometimes shared landing strips. Less compromised experts have summarized the evidence this way: although there are linkages between the cocaine industry and revolutionary organizations, these linkages do not add up to an alliance. Indeed, cocaine traffickers and guerrillas have usually been competitors and sometimes mortal enemies. Uncle Sam to the rescue. The U.S. government has taken a number of approaches to dealing with Andean drug trafficking, all based on the premise that the U.S. drug problem can be solved abroad. First, it has pressured Latin American countries to undertake, or, more typically, to allow the United States to undertake aerial spraying to eradicate the coca crop. Since the coca plant is so hardy, highly toxic herbicides must be used, with consequent danger to the environment and humans. The head of the Agriculture Department's narcotics laboratory quit in protest over the government's reckless attitude toward ecological hazards, and Eli Lilly and Dow Chemical, no friends of the earth, refused to supply the U.S. government with their herbicides unless they were held blameless for any environmental damage. But, in any event, spraying cannot overcome the economic realities. Less than 1% of coca land is eradicated annually, and far more new acreage comes under coca cultivation each year than is sprayed. What little eradication has taken place has largely been counterproductive. In Bolivia, rather than discouraging peasant growers, eradication has operated like farm price supports that stabilize prices by keeping marginal land out of use. Worse, Peruvian peasants whose livelihood is destroyed by eradication campaigns become eager recruits for Shining Path. The Peruvian military is well aware of this problem, but some U.S. policymakers seem oblivious to the consequences. As one State Department official put it, if you are saying that coca farmers won't be able to make a living after spray, that's right. That is the point of the exercise. A second U.S. approach to the South American drug problem has been trying to promote crop substitution. THIRD-WORLDIS's approach, however, is doomed to failure. For starters, the United States is not really interested in creating economic competitors. For example, when U.S. foreign aid officials tried to foster Bolivian soybean exports as an alternative to coca, the U.S. Department of Agriculture objected that this would compete with U.S. products, and the idea was dropped. But in any case, the scale of U.S. aid is woefully inadequate. As one Latin American scholar asked, how could a crop substitution investment of $5.3 million per annum conquer an economy that brings Peru some $2 billion each year? Without government solvency, crop substitution has no chance of success. Likewise, highly unequal land distribution patterns make it suicidal for peasants to give up the lucrative coca plant. The United States provides Peruvian peasants with loans to encourage crop substitution, but the interest rates are over 100% because of Peru's economic crisis. The only crop that brings in enough money to pay back such loans is coca. So peasants use the money to plant coca. Those farmers who do plant alternative crops clear additional jungle lands to expand coca production as well. An international agricultural expert who works on promoting alternative crops in Peru summed up the dilemma: we could spend $1 billion to turn around the Upper Huallaga, and then 2 years later there would be a new Upper Huallaga somewhere else. In February 1992, Bush told Latin American leaders that they would have to deal with the drug problem without any 202 new U.S. funds to create alternatives to the drug trade. The third U.S. approach to the drug problem, and the one increasingly being emphasized, is the military approach. This involves training, funding, and arming the Andean armed forces and police, with some direct participation by U.S. personnel. Starting in 1985, armed DIA agents were operating in the Upper Huallaga Valley of Peru. The following year, L-60 U.S. soldiers played a supporting role in Operation Blast Furnace, a large-scale anti-drug raid in Bolivia. The U.S. troops stayed for 4 months, and when they pulled out, Army trainers remained behind. As the State Department boasted in 1988, U.S. Border Patrol agents, U.S. military trainers and DIA personnel in the regions are providing constant supervision over Bolivian interdiction operations. In 1989, U.S. Marines were secretly authorized to train Peruvian Marines, and Green Berets began providing instruction to Peruvian police. By January 1992, some 200 U.S. military personnel were stationed in South America on anti-drug missions, and the United States was providing $150 million in counter-narcotics military aid. The Andean governments have very little interest in pursuing the war on drugs. Their own links to the traffickers, their fear of pushing peasants into the arms of guerrillas, and the dependence of their economies. ESP 190. Dali in Bolivia and Peru on the drug trade make them reluctant participants in the U.S. crusade. But in Peru and Colombia the governments are willing to accept U.S. military aid because this can be used and is used against guerrillas. In Colombia, military officials told U.S. congressional staff investigators that more than 95% of their 1990 anti-drug aid would support a major counterinsurgency operation in an area not involved in narcotics trafficking. Rural communities are subjected to aerial bombing by the Colombian armed forces, using planes provided by U.S. military aid. As human rights analyst Coletta Youngers has remarked, U.S. military aid, which is supposed to protect Colombia's democracy from narco-terrorism, is in fact facilitating one of the most brutal counterinsurgency campaigns in Latin America. The General Accounting Office reported that U.S. oversight was unable to tell whether anti-drug aid was being used against drugs or primarily against insurgents and to abuse human rights. The point, however, has become moot, as the Bush administration has decided, at least in the case of Peru, to explicitly support both the anti-drug and the anti-guerrilla wars on the grounds that the two problems are inextricably bound together. In fact, the opposite is the case: the drug war alienates the peasantry and augments the ranks of Shining Path. and the strategy of providing more aid to the Peruvian military strengthens the forces of the status quo that are the greatest obstacle to the social, economic, and political reforms that are prerequisites for ending the insurgency. The U.S. military has failed miserably in combating drug trafficking in the Andes. In the 1986 Operation Blast Furnace in Bolivia, a grand total of 1 person was arrested, a teenaged boy. As soon as U.S. forces pulled out, the traffickers returned and business resumed as before. Not only has the drug war been unable to suppress the cocaine trade in Colombia, Peru, and Bolivia, but Colombian cartels are now branching out into heroin. And trafficking is spreading to Venezuela, Ecuador, Brazil, Argentina, Suriname, Chile, and elsewhere. In 1989, the Bush administration announced as its goal a reduction of 15% in cocaine availability by the fall of 1991, but cocaine production in South America increased 28% in 1990 and another 8% in 1991. The U.S. military has been equally unsuccessful in stopping the flow of drugs at the U.S. border. Although the Pentagon budget for counter-narcotics operations jumped from zero before fiscal year 1989 to more than $1 billion in 1991, the Defense Department's efforts have not had a significant impact on the national goal of reducing drug supplies. In the words of the General Accounting Office, registered, the failure has not been due to Pentagon incompetence. The Rand Corporation, the GAO, the Congressional Office of Technology Assessment, and the Inter-American Commission on Drug Policy all agree that the economics of drug smuggling guarantee that even a more effective interdiction effort would have negligible impact on the availability of cocaine in the United States. Why then does the U.S. government pursue this futile DMG war? It does so because the drug war serves a functional role for many important sectors in U.S. society. For the Pentagon, counter-narcotics operations provide a rationale for continued bloated budgets. It's their new meal ticket now that the commies are not their big threat, a congressional staffer told Newsweek. The war on drugs, commented a New York Times correspondent, is one of the few growth areas the Pentagon has left. Some years ago, the military, afraid of getting stuck in a quagmire, had resisted taking on an anti-drug mission, but, as one general confessed, with peace breaking out all over, it might give us something to do. Particularly for the Panama-based U.S. Southern Command, the Latin American drug war was the only war we've got. Drug wars also are functional for those who want to legitimate U.S. interventionism in the Third World. Army Colonel John Wagelstein, former chief of U.S. military advisors in El Salvador, has written that fighting the combination of leftist guerrillas and narco-terrorists would allow the United States to regain the high moral ground lost to religious and academic groups who oppose U.S. intervention in Latin America. For the Bush administration, fighting drug wars represents a way to appear to be dealing with a problem that is racking American society without having to admit the ugly truth, that drug abuse is not forced on the United States from the outside, but is the result of lives made desperate by the poverty, the unemployment, and the alienation of American society. The war on drugs cannot be won in the upper Huallaga Valley or on the Mexican border. It cannot be won in the urban centers of the United States by jailing or shooting those most victimized by U.S. capitalism. It can be won only when our national priority becomes the rebuilding of our cities, our schools, our hospitals, and the very lives of our people. Conclusion. For at least half a century, the Soviet threat admirably served the needs of U.S. policymakers, providing the defining enemy that rationalized massive military spending, constant interventions abroad, and repression at home. With the disintegration of the Soviet Union, the managers of the U.S. state are already trying to concoct new rationalizations to achieve the same ends. In the preceding chapters, I have examined many of these new arguments for U.S. intervention and have tried to show in each case that the declared justification has been a sham. This returns us to the question of what then have been the real reasons for U.S. interventions. U.S. troops did not land in Grenada or the Dominican Republic in order to save American citizens in distress. The intervention is far better explained by the fact that the government of the former and the constitutionalists contending for power in the latter were both nationalistically inclined and thus a challenge to U.S. economic hegemony in the Caribbean. In Nicaragua, U.S. economic interests were also challenged, and in its effort to crush the Sandinistas, Washington resorted to terrorism and cooperated with narcotics traffickers. Alliances of convenience were forged as well with drug dealers in Southeast Asia in an effort to defeat the Vietnamese Revolution. Controlling the world's oil resources has always been a fundamental goal of the U.S. government. In the Middle East, radical nationalist regimes in Libya, Iran, and Iraq have threatened this control. The United States has worked to demonize Libya, to destabilize it, and even to attack it. Washington has also used supplies of arms and intelligence, covert operations, and occasional military force in order to minimize the independence of the governments in Baghdad and Tehran. And when Saddam Hussein went too far, enormous military force was applied. In promoting the interests of corporate America, the U.S. government has helped to provide markets, regardless of the social consequences of the products sold. Weapons sales to the Shah of Iran in the 1970s led to a regional arms race costly in human as well as financial terms. Continuing U.S. arms sales to the Middle East today stoke tensions in that region while 193. 194. Boosting the corporate balance sheets. Washington has also facilitated the sale of tobacco and other legal but harmful products overseas. Foreign corpses evoke little sympathy from U.S. policymakers, particularly when the victims are considered racial inferiors. Jews during the Holocaust, Africans in Biafra or Burundi, Asians in Bangladesh, all were expendable to the larger interests of U.S. foreign policy. Sometimes the United States ignored the deaths of these undermentioned, sometimes it collaborated with their killers, as in Indonesia or Guatemala. When Third World people fought and died in the Iran-Iraq War, Washington covertly armed both sides. Lack of sentimentality for dark-skinned people has been part of an approach to foreign policy that prizes masculine toughness and disparages any human empathy as feminine weakness. Kissinger called for a tough, even abrasive foreign policy in the aftermath of the Vietnam War to reclaim U.S. virility. The pounding of Cambodia in the Mayaguez affair did not save American lives, but, in Barry Goldwater's words, showed we still got some balls in this country. The Reagan administration was particularly determined to restore the U.S. reputation for manly ruthlessness. Accordingly, Grenada was invaded, as White House aides admitted, so that the United States wouldn't be seen as a paper tiger. And U.S. policymakers openly spoke of challenging Gaddafi's manhood to provoke him into an act that would give Washington a chance to stick it to him. Testosterone poisoning has been a long-standing ailment of U.S. officials, who have frequently invoked military responses to problems that were susceptible to more pacific solutions. Militarism and interventionism have also served the political needs of U.S. presidents. When domestic policies are routinely pursued that reduce the living standards of the average citizen and redistribute wealth to the rich, a distraction that can get the public to rally round the flag will provide a healthy boost to presidential approval ratings. A quagmire like Vietnam can be an administration's undoing, but there is nothing like a short military operation against a hopelessly outclassed opponent to enhance a president's popularity. Witness the attacks on Grenada, Libya, Panama, or Iraq. The recent changes in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe have been dramatic and profound, but they have had a negligible impact on the fundamental roots of U.S. foreign policy. The capitalist system functions essentially as before, and the prevailing ideology of racism, sexism, and heterosexism is basically intact. Thus the social forces that have driven U.S. interventionism in the past will continue to spawn interventions in the aftermath of the Cold War. But the changed international environment will likely alter the pattern of U.S. interventionism. In the past, the Soviet Union provided radical movements in many U.S. client states with the material support they needed to seriously challenge the regime in power. Moscow did this not out of a deep commitment to radical ideals, but as a way to weaken its global adversary, the United States. Soviet support for some of the popular insurgencies within the U.S. empire has often meant that the local gendarme alone has been unable to maintain the status quo. And when U.S. economic and military aid and U.S. covert operations have not been enough to keep down popular unrest, more direct forms of U.S. intervention have been employed. With the demise of the Soviet Union, there will be fewer serious threats to the survival of repressive regimes, and thus less need for direct U.S. interventionism. On the other hand, the Soviet Union also played a role in inhibiting U.S. interventions during the Cold War. The presence of Soviet naval vessels off the coast of India or in the Mediterranean or the Persian Gulf raised the specter that the landing of U.S. Marines in some third world country might broaden into a superpower confrontation. During the Cold War, the Pentagon sought to achieve military superiority over the Soviet Union at every level of the escalatory scale as a way to maintain U.S. freedom of action. Shipboard nuclear missiles and similar weapons systems had no real military utility in an all-out U.S. Soviet conflict, but they were useful for discouraging Moscow from intervening in Washington's interventions. Nevertheless, given that U.S. military action against a third world nation carried with it the risk of a wider war, there is no doubt that the existence of a powerful Soviet Union constrained U.S. interventions. This constraint is now gone. The Cold War served the needs of the capitalist system in Western Europe and Japan as well as in the United States. In Europe and Japan, the U.S.-led anti-Soviet crusade helped to undermine the appeal of the Communist Party and the left more generally. More importantly, U.S. action against those who would threaten U.S. foreign investment often also protected the investment opportunities of Japanese and European corporations. Only the United States had the military ability to project force globally, and only the United States had the power to deter a Soviet counter-intervention. So the European and Japanese allies deferred to U.S. 196. Leadership in the Cold War, though they often had to go along with policies that benefited Washington far more than themselves. Japanese and European subordination to the United States also reflected the global preeminence of the U.S. economy in the years following World War II. But U.S. economic primacy has declined since the 1960s, and the Allies have grown correspondingly independent. The final end of the Cold War coincided with the end of U.S. economic dominance. And thus, in the new post-Cold War world, U.S. allies in Europe and Japan will be far less willing to accept Washington's lead. The French government, for example, recently warned the United States not to try to rule the world. For its part, the U.S. government understands the new international realities. Recent Pentagon planning documents define the key U.S. objective to be preventing the emergence of a new superpower. In the Middle East, the overall goal was to remain the predominant outside power in the region. Does this mean that the United States will soon be going to war with the Europeans or Japan? No, but nor did the Cold War mean that the United States went to war with Moscow. Nevertheless, conflicts of interest among the capitalist powers may well result in different ones of them supporting opposite sides in a civil or local war. It will be difficult to invest these conflicts with the same level of popular backing that the global campaign against the Soviet Union enjoyed, but economic stagnation may yet provide fertile ground for xenophobia. Anti-Japanese racism in the United States and Japanese racism against minority groups in the United States reflect and add to the growing tensions. Because the capitalist nations do have more interests in common than did the United States and the Soviet Union, U.S. interventions in the future are more likely to be under the guise of collective action. The U.S.-led coalition war against Iraq in 1991 was in some ways the archetypical case of collective action in the post-Cold War era. But the United Nations Security Council, which Washington was able to dominate during the Gulf War situation, will come under increasing pressure to more accurately reflect the actual power distribution, if not the population distribution, of the world. With Germany and Japan on the Council, that body will be less susceptible to U.S. control. Unless Third World representation is increased as well, the United Nations will become a front for the interests of the rich countries in situations where the interests of the capitalist states coincide. Where these interests do not coincide, interventions will be undertaken on a unilateral basis, most often by the most powerful nation, the United States. The focus on domestic issues in the U.S. presidential campaign may suggest that foreign policy just isn't that important anymore, that U.S. intervention no longer matters very much. But U.S. intervention aims to maintain the global status quo, a status quo that consigns much of the Earth's population, mostly people of color, to poverty and misery. The Eastern Gulag may be gone, but millions of people in the Western Empire live in literal slavery in such nations as the Dominican Republic, Haiti, Pakistan, India, Mauritania, and South Africa. In sub-Saharan Africa and Latin America, living standards declined in absolute terms during the decade of the 1980s. Children have been particularly victimized. In many poor countries, the average weight for age of those under 5 has been falling, spending on education has been declining, primary school enrollments have dropped, and child prostitution is growing. This is suffering on a massive scale. And it is perpetuated by the interventions on behalf of the status quo on the part of the United States and other rich nations. An end to these interventions will not suddenly eliminate global poverty. But it would create the space within which popular movements throughout the world could confront the systemic roots of that poverty. Stopping U.S. interventionism thus constitutes a continuing moral imperative for those in the United States concerned with peace and social justice. The U.S. government will try to build public support for its interventionist policies by claiming it is defending vital resources, human rights, or Americans in distress, or preventing weapons proliferation, terrorism, or drug trafficking. But, as I have tried to show in this book, these are just covers for policies motivated by the dynamics of U.S. capitalism and a racist, sexist, and heterosexist ideology.